I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and Camphor-Phenique. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, A Winter's Tale, set in a pleasant residential neighborhood in the Canadian city of Montreal, where two attractive young women share a cozy, stylish apartment, their workaday problems and pleasures, and their dreams and uncertainties of the future. For Nicole Nugent, there's the question of whether or not she should marry the budding young novelist Christopher Galloway. For Laura Prescott, still smarting from a broken love affair, there is her current plan to start a beer garden restaurant to put her penchant for German cooking profitably to work. But for Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott, there will soon be a far more immediate and vital concern. There's a psychopath loose in the neighborhood. He's murdering people. And his victims all are women. Our story, Face of the Foe, begins after this word.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses, shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete, murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness, grief in the space.
Picture this. A cool, blustery winter's evening in the city of Montreal. In front of a cozy fire in the living room of their shared apartment, Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott sit over their after-dinner coffee.
Till Eulenspiegel. How does that sound to you as a name for my restaurant?
Till Eulenspiegel? What is it?
It's not a what is it, it's a who is it. A collection of satirical tales were written about him back in the 1500s. He was kind of a German hippie of his time. Liked to play tricks on the establishment, including innkeepers.
Now that you've told me, it's a great name. But will the customers know who he is?
His legend will be proclaimed on a plaque outside the door and on the back of our menu. I just hope this place I have an appointment to see tomorrow turns out to be as ideal as it sounds. It's a delicatessen restaurant with modern equipment, even an area at the side for outdoor tables and chairs, and it's right across from the university. A beer garden should have great appeal to college students.
It sounds perfect. How come the owner is giving it up?
He's retiring.
What time is your appointment with him?
Not until late tomorrow afternoon, so I have to try to get my mind off it. I'm going to a movie with Amy tonight. Want to join us?
No, thank you. This is the kind of evening to curl up in front of the fire with a good book. Especially if the man you're in love with is too busy writing one to curl up with you.
I take it Chris is on a deadline.
Again. I'm not sure I want to marry a man who's already married to a typewriter.
I wouldn't hesitate too long if a man like Christopher Galloway loved me.
Be careful on your way out. You may run into the man in apartment 4.
Oh, I hope not.
All we knew of the man in apartment 4 was the name on his mailbox, T. Oliphant. He'd moved in a month ago. A tall, stooped, cadaverous-looking character with a bald, high-domed head and a gray prison pallor look to his skin. Every time Laura and I encountered him in the lobby, he looked at us through his thick lensed glasses in a way that gave us both the creeps. A cold, sneering look, as though we were reacting to something that thoroughly disgusted him.
He's a woman hater. I'm sure of that.
Sybil Hepworth thinks he's the mad bomber.
It's ridiculous to even ask where Sybil Hepworth gets any of her ideas. But where does she get that one from?
Well, you know how he's always carrying a brown carton under his arm when he goes out? And she says she hears him hammering on something in his apartment all the time.
So she figures he's in there making bombs.
Well, you know Sybil. Sybil Hepworth was our apartment house busybody. Unfortunately, her apartment was right across the hall from ours. And now, as Laura left for her movie date, Sybil came flying out of her door to corner me with an idle comment about the weather, which was always her devious way of trying to strike up a gossip-laden conversation.
Real wintry night out, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Not fit for man or beast. But I noticed it didn't daunt Miss Prescott none. She must have a very important engagement to go out to a night like this.
Very.
She's a beautiful girl. Used to see her going out all the time with a gentleman friend. But he doesn't seem to come around anymore. I suppose things between them must have gone as they say.
Gone what?
You know, like they write in the gossip columns.
Oh, do you read the gossip columns, Miss Hepworth? I shouldn't think you'd have the time. Good night. I'd long ago reached the conclusion that Sybil Hepworth moved her bed out into the lobby at bedtime. But she was right about one thing. It was a real wintry night outside. I stirred up the flames in the fireplace, kicked off my shoes, and settled down on the sofa with my books. It was a murder mystery, a good one. I was so absorbed in the story I was reading that the sudden frantic pounding on the door gave me a start that nearly sent me out of my skin. Who could it be, and what was wrong? No one had rung the buzzer. Whoever it was, how had they gotten in? I was almost afraid to open the door, but the urgent hammering went on like a cry for help. I turned the catch and cautiously opened the door. The colorless, terrified face of a woman peered in at me.
Please let me in. Someone's after me.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard, and beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. You go after big mouth in close to the bank, and beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beechnut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beechnut just keeps getting better. Like beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beechnut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Oh, let me in, please.
Yes, of course.
He was right behind me, all the way down Winnicott Road.
You're safe now. I've locked the door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Come in and sit down. I'll get you some brandy, and then you can tell me what happened. With shaking hands, she put the armful of sheet music and books she was carrying on the coffee table and sat down heavily on the sofa. A big, ungainly woman with a round, childlike face framed by black sausage curls. In her late 30s, I figured, and well-to-do, judging by the pastel mink, velvet pantsuit and pearl necklace she was wearing. I went into the kitchen and poured a generous measure of brandy into a glass, noting by my watch that it was 10:30. And at that moment, I suddenly remembered something that sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Only 4 nights ago, a woman had been found strangled inside a garage on Winnicott Road.
Thank you, Miss
Nugent, Nicole Nugent.
I'm Kathleen Windsor. I live on Winnicott Road, close to Queen Mary. I was on my way home.
And someone was following you?
Yes. He followed me along Côte Saint-Luc from Girouard and then down Winnicott. I crossed the street, and he crossed right behind me, getting closer and closer.
How frightening.
I knew I couldn't reach my house, so I turned and ran down Phoebe Lane.
Did he come after you?
Yes. He stopped for just a minute, and then I heard him coming. That's when I ran in and started pounding on your door. Oh, thank heaven you were here to let me in.
But how did you get into the lobby without ringing the buzzer?
Well, I didn't have to ring. The door wasn't locked.
Oh, that's what I was afraid of. We've been having trouble with the lock on that door. I guess the janitor hasn't fixed it yet.
Well, you'd better see that he does. But I am grateful that it was still broken tonight.
Perhaps I should call the police. Could you give them any description of the man?
No. I just ran when I heard him getting closer. I only glanced at him once when I crossed the street on Winnicott before he came across after me.
What did he look like?
Kind of short, I think, with a dark coat. I couldn't really see. It was dark and he was in the shadows. I was really too frightened to notice.
Oh, I understand.
You see, only last Monday night, a girl from my church choir was murdered on Winnicott Road.
Yes, I read about it. It must be awful when it's someone you knew.
Elsie Grumberger. She sang the solo sometimes. Had a beautiful soprano voice.
Shall I get you some more brandy?
No, I have to go home. Mother would be so worried if she knew. She's always warning me to come straight home after choir practice.
You live with your mother?
Yes, but she's in the hospital now, has been for weeks, poor thing, with a broken hip. If we were to call the police, something might appear in the paper to worry her.
I don't think you have enough of a description to be of any help to them. And I'm sure the man isn't still hanging about.
Oh, dear, I hope not. To tell you the truth, I'm frightened about walking home from here.
Oh, but I won't let you walk home alone. I'll go with you.
Oh, that's very kind, but do you really think you should? I mean, that means from my house back here, you'd be walking alone.
Now that she mentioned it, the idea didn't exactly appeal to me. We were in definite need of an escort. And almost at once I thought of Mr. Matrai, the janitor. If he were home, he wouldn't mind, I was sure. I remembered his telling me how he liked to take walks at night. There he is now. In just a few minutes, you'll be safely home. Oh. Hello, Mr. Matrai. This is so good of you.
No trouble at all, Miss Nugent.
This is Miss Windsor. She lives just down the street on Winnicott Road.
Thank you ever so much for coming to our rescue, Mr. Matrai.
A sudden suspicion dawned on me. Was Kathleen Windsor just imagining things? Had a man actually been following her, or was it only wishful thinking? Well, she was close to 40, I was sure of it. But when it came to men and mother, it appeared she was just a naughty little girl. Mr. Mattrai's broad, swarthy face remained expressionless at all of the fawning and giggling Kathleen Windsor couldn't seem to refrain from. Your things are on the coffee table, Miss Windsor. Don't forget them.
Oh, yes, my music. I'm going to be singing a solo this Sunday. Are you a church-going man, Mr. Mattrai?
Yes, I go to church every week.
As the three of us came out of the apartment, I saw the door across the hall furtively closed. I knew that Sybil Hepworth had had her eyes and ears open. A full moon rode high behind a veil of clouds. We walked quickly, heads down against the wind, and arrived at Seabury House in a few minutes' time. A doorman in maroon and gold livery tipped his hat to Kathleen Windsor, swung the outer door open, and admitted us into the inner sanctum. We rode a whispery, silent elevator to the 4th floor, walked down a thickly carpeted, softly lit hall to a plum-colored door numbered 415. We waited while Kathleen Windsor searched her purse for her keys, found them, and opened the door.
Won't you please come in for a moment? Both of you. Just to see that everything's all right.
Yes, of course. Just for a moment.
He might have gotten into my apartment somehow.
No, that does not seem very likely to me. It would be very difficult to get past that doorman and through a locked door.
But we'll make certain you're safe before we leave. Won't we, Mr. Mattrai?
Of course.
Mr. Mattrai patiently looked into every corner and cupboard and checked the window leading to the fire escape.
There is no one here. You do not have to worry.
But the other rooms, Mr. Mattrai, would you mind?
He went into the kitchen, the bathroom, and Kathleen's mother's room, looking behind curtains and doors and the clothes hanging in closets. Finally, we walked together into the room that I knew at once belonged to Kathleen Windsor. The little girl's room, all pink and white with ruffled curtains and a menagerie of stuffed animals on a canopied 4-poster bed. From a rocking chair in the corner, a giant plush teddy bear stared at me with glass button eyes.
It's all right, Miss Windsor. I've looked everywhere. There is no one.
I know you're going to think this is silly of me, Mr. Mattrai, but there is one other place he could be hiding. Would you just take one little peek under my bed?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
When a skin injury makes your child cry out in pain,
Ow! It hurts!
remember Camphofenique. Camphofenique is the multi-purpose family medication that instantly stops the pain of minor cuts, scrapes, burns, even cold sores and fever blisters. Camphofenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs, protect against infection, helps nature heal skin injuries. Camphofenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly. Camphofenique.
The 0 Hour continues after this.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusherman? Who's gonna show them how to clean the man? Who's gonna tell them why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show them what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now. Well, let me lay it on you.
Well, let me tell them, you You know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean it, fella. Scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get involved? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't won't help, teach your sons to be prepared.
In retrospect, my adventurous evening with Kathleen Windsor seemed rather ludicrous. I was looking ahead to the following evening when that struggling young novelist, Christopher Galloway, would tear himself away from his current literary effort long enough to take me out to dinner. But it was just my luck to wake up the next morning with a cold.
Cheer up. 2 weeks from now, you'll be sunning yourself on the sands of Jamaica, where probably no one's ever even heard of a cold.
Oh, right now, my only concern is about my date with Chris tonight. Any time he's willing to take off when he's on a deadline is pure gold.
Yes. A glass of freshly squeezed vitamin C. Maybe if you take it easy all day, you'll feel better tonight.
Oh, maybe.
Too bad you had to go out at all last night.
My big errand of mercy. It was a fool's errand, I'm sure. That poor silly woman. You should have seen her bedroom, Laura. It looked like something out of an old Shirley Temple movie.
Well, from what you told me, I guess her mother just never let her grow up.
Her mother should have seen her last night, giggling and fawning over poor little Mr. Matrai.
How was Mr. Matrai taking it?
He didn't say anything after we left. You know how quiet and polite he always is. I caught him staring at her a couple of times, though.
You would better remind him to fix that lock on the lobby door.
Oh, we met T. Oliphant in the lobby on our way out last night. And you should have seen the way he stared at Kathleen Windsor.
I've seen the way he stares at me, and that's enough.
It was strange. He looked her up and down with that awful sneer of his.
Maybe he doesn't approve of women in mink coats.
A mink and an apartment at Seabury House. Whatever it is that Kathleen Windsor lacks, it is money anyway.
Well, minks aren't in my line. All I want is a nice going little restaurant. I hope this place I'm seeing today will be it. Keep your fingers crossed.
I will. That's about as much activity as I feel up to. It was a long, cold day. Even bundled up under blankets on the sofa in front of a roaring fire, I couldn't stop shivering. I kept trying to get Chris on the phone, but the line was always busy. I knew he had the receiver off the hook. Another annoying habit of his when he was in the throes of creation.
Hello?
Finally, I've been trying to ring you all day.
Oh, you know I sometimes take the phone off the hook when I'm writing.
Yes, I know. It's very frustrating.
What's the matter, Muffet? You sound a little out of sorts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I have a cold, that's all.
Oh, poor Miss Muffet. I thought you sounded a little fuzzy. Hey, what does this do to our dinner date?
It cancels it, I'm afraid. I just don't think I should go out tonight.
Oh, well then how about me bringing dinner in? Your favorite Chinese food. Or would you rather not have any company at all?
Well, not just any company, but you and Chinese food sound perfect. I'm rallying already.
Good girl. I'll be there soon, and I won't stay too late.
Oh, it's just as well. Probably full of germs.
Seeing as how they're your germs, I'll risk it. I'll see you, Muffet.
Muffet. Chris always called me that. With affection, but also with a twinkle of amusement in his eye that he wouldn't explain. I couldn't honestly say why I didn't jump at the chance to marry Chris. I loved him and he loved me. We both knew it without having to say it all the time. But I also knew his commitment to his work might sometimes come between us. Was that the real reason I put off saying yes? Right now, with the man of my life due any minute, I thought I'd better try to make myself as appealing as anybody with a cold of the nose could be. About all I could manage was a touch of eye makeup and a few strokes of the hairbrush. At least it took some of the lackluster from my eyes and returned a little of the sheen to my hair.
Hello, darling. How's my Muffet feel, huh?
I'll live, especially now that help's arrived.
With provisions. Beef, wonton, lobster, shrimp, fried rice, pineapple chicken, and pork chop suey.
Sounds fantastic, even to my poor dull taste buds.
Hey, where's Laura? I brought dinner for 3.
Well, she should be back any time. She went to check out a location for her restaurant. It sounded perfect.
Oh, well, let's get everything all ready. She may be in the mood for celebration when she comes in.
I don't have anything to celebrate. The property wasn't even for sale.
Not for sale? But I thought you talked to the owner on the telephone.
Well, I thought I did, too. I told him he'd called me in answer to my ad. But he swore it wasn't he who called.
Then who was it?
He said it must have been some joker. Some joke.
I wonder why anyone would do something like that.
Don't ask me. Maybe running a wanted ad in the paper on my own wasn't such a good idea.
Oh, shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Let's see the ad.
Oh, my God.
Nicky, what's the matter?
What is it, Buffett?
That story in the paper. Look what it says. I pointed to a small news item at the bottom of the page. Woman found strangled was the headline. Below it, with disbelieving eyes, I read, early this morning, the body of a woman identified as Kathleen Windsor was found in her apartment at Seabury House on Winnicott Road. She'd been strangled.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Maureen Stapleton and Martin Balson.
A red blazer with brass buttons. Oh, it's great.
Open the other birthday present.
It feels like... Well, what is it?
A sphygmomanometer.
Spig what?
Sphygmomanometer. I can take your blood pressure with it.
Oh, just when I need it.
Well, it's your 40th birthday. I'd like to celebrate 50 more. And there's millions of people walking around who don't even know they have high blood pressure.
So?
So high blood pressure, if it goes untreated, can lead to heart attack, stroke, and other not-so-nice things.
Look, I don't have it.
How do you know? There's no constant symptoms, and you never get checkups.
Well, I'm not about to let you check my blood pressure.
Then you'll see the doctor about a checkup.
Okay.
Good. Then I'll return his spare
So this was a trick, huh?
I thought of it after reading a Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure. You want to read it?
Your free copy of your Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure is waiting for you. Why not pick it up? Just another service you support when you give to the Heart Fund. Make heart health your #1 cause.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be free. Get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what will I learn? Don't want to get trapped, want to see things instead of all over the world. There's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success. Learn an exciting job and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Beechnut, V8 and Campo Felipe. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio. You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Ordinarily, the greatest winter concern for Montreal residents is hockey. But this is no ordinary winter in Montreal. Only the climate is as usual, and Canadians have learned to deal with inclement weather. But in one particular neighborhood, there's something outside more terrible than snow, or so it would seem to young Nicole Nugent. She enlisted the company of the gentle-mannered janitor of her building to join her in walking an hysterical woman, one Kathleen Windsor, safely home. Seeing the middle-aged woman's plush apartment and frilly little girl bedroom, and having witnessed her flirtatious manner with her male escort, Nicole concludes that the shadowy pursuer that Miss Windsor claimed was following her home in the night was merely the product of a lonely spinster's fertile imagination. But now, Kathleen Windsor is dead, and for Nicole Nugent, a story in the newspaper lends credence to the theory that there is a fiend on the loose, and he's somewhere, very close by. Face of the Foe will continue after this word.
If your house needs insulation, and you don't have storm windows and doors and caulking around the doors and windows, you could be spending 50% more than necessary on heating costs this winter. The National Bureau of Standards recommends 3 inches of insulation in the walls and under the floor of your house, and 6 inches in the attic. Weather stripping movable door and window joints and caulking around the frames will stop cold drafts. And storm windows and doors can drastically cut heat loss through glass. While you're thinking about heat loss, hot water pipes lose a lot of their heat going through cool basements, unless they have an insulated wrapping. So think seriously about spending a little money to save quite a bit. You will also save on short fuel supplies. For more information about cutting heating and cooling costs, send for a copy of the fact sheet Home Energy Savers. It's free from Consumer Information, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
Maybe the man who killed her was someone else, someone she knew.
Why do you say that?
Well, how did he get in? She wouldn't open a door to a stranger, would she? Especially if she had really just escaped from a man following her.
Chris is right, Nicky. It doesn't make sense. It must have been someone she knew.
Which means it doesn't have anything to do with you and what happened last night. So try to put the whole thing out of your mind.
I'll fix us all a drink.
And then I'm going to say goodnight, Buffett. Let you put that poor stuffy head of yours to bed.
Bed was one thing, but sleep was another. My head began to throb. I didn't know whether it was from my cold or the image I couldn't keep out of my mind. Kathleen Windsor with her little girl curls and big blue please-like-me eyes lying lifeless beneath the ruffled canopy of her four-poster bed, under the sightless glass-button stare of the giant plush teddy bear in the corner. The sudden ring of the telephone startled me. Laura was evidently sleeping too soundly to hear it. Lucky Laura. Hello?
Miss Prescott.
No, this isn't...
Where is she?
Who is this?
Is she out with a boyfriend?
Who is this calling?
I'll call again.
Who was that, I wondered? As far as I knew, Laura had no man in her life. And the man on the phone, whoever he was, sounded like someone she wouldn't want to have in it. In the morning, I mentioned what happened.
Norman Roxburgh. I'm sure that's who it was. Only what a nerve. Calling and asking questions about my business. As if he had a right to know.
Who is he?
Just someone in my restaurant administration class. Just hang up on him if he calls again.
But it seemed I'd barely gotten settled on the sofa and begun to drowse off when Laura gently shook me awake.
Sorry, Nicky, but I'm afraid you're going to have company.
Oh, no. Who?
Your Aunt Emily. She just phoned. I tried to put her off, but you know your Aunt Emily.
I wouldn't trade my Aunt Emily for a round dozen of anybody else's aunts. And granted, she was a little eccentric. Some people might even say crazy. The truth of the matter was, she was just gloriously herself. A blithe spirit. Unfortunately, though I was only 24 and she was close to 70, just listening to Aunt Emily took more energy than I was up to in my present condition.
You sound like a frog, dear. But never mind. They turn into princes, you know.
As bad as I felt, I had to admit the sight of Aunt Emily was like a spring tonic. Lately, she'd been attending Sunday feasts at the Park Avenue Hare Krishna Temple. She loved the food, the incense, the dancing, the hand-clapping, and she generally dropped in at our apartment afterward, swathed in a sheet, with tilax painted on her forehead, and 108 japa prayer beads adorning her scrawny neck. Today, however, she'd just come from her regular attendance at St. Simon's Church, for which she wore the slightly more conventional attire of a jaunty bright wool cape over knickers and argyle knee socks.
Laura, do you suppose I could have a drop or two of brandy?
Of course, we'll all have some. Be good for Nicky's cold.
I had some shocking news at church today, and I'm quite unstrung.
What news, Aunt Emily?
Murder. The second member of our church choir in a week. First Elsie and now Kathleen.
Kathleen Windsor sang in the choir at your church?
And now she's been strangled by someone, the same as Elsie was. And both of them on Winnicott Road, where I live.
Oh, Aunt Emily.
I know, it's a bit unnerving. Everybody in the choir warned me to be careful. But I told them no one would bother killing an old woman like me. I've been getting some strange vibes from Kathleen lately.
What do you mean, vibes?
She just wasn't herself. She was usually so quiet and subdued. A good little girl, as her mother would say. But these past few weeks, something had really turned her on. She started acting all nervous and giggly.
Probably because her mother was away in the hospital. She felt free for a change.
That must have been it. I can't think of anything else it could be.
You don't suppose she could have found a boyfriend?
Heavens, no. Kathleen was deathly afraid of men. Only
what, Aunt Emily?
I remember one Sunday a month or so ago, just after her mother went into the hospital. Kathleen didn't stay after church for choir practice.
Was that unusual?
Very. She never missed choir practice. And as it happened, I had to skip that Sunday, too, because of a cold. I had a throat as froggy as yours, Nicky. No good for singing.
Well, so what happened, Aunt Emily?
Well, I was walking home, and about a block away from church, I could swear I saw Kathleen Windsor in a car with a man.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years.
Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides. 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running young, to keep it running.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you. Mm-hmm. Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I had my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
This whole business is just another reminder that we should all live life to the fullest while we're here. So hurry and get rid of that cold, Nicky, and give that man of yours a kiss for me when you see him.
I will, Aunt Emily.
Don't disturb yourself, dears. I'll see myself out. Oh, he wore flowing robes and sandals, and he came with love for all.
With a flourish of her cape, she pirouetted across the room and was gone. I was glad it was winter. With the streets frozen over with snow and sleet, Aunt Emily had temporarily stored away her favorite mode of transportation, a gleaming red motorcycle. I spent the rest of Sunday catching snatches of fevered sleep. Monday morning I felt slightly more human, but not quite up to my job as secretary to the principal of Kensington School for Girls. When Laura left for work, I called in sick and went through my ritual of lighting the fire in the living room, bringing a blanket and Kleenex in from the bedroom, and curling up on the sofa again. I didn't stay curled up long.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, but I'm Detective Lieutenant Noel Philippe from Homicide.
Homicide?
You are Mademoiselle Nugent, are you not?
Yes, I am, but...
Then you're the person I've come to see. May I come in?
Yes, of course. I don't understand.
I wish to question you about Kathleen Windsor, the woman who was murdered. You knew her, did you not?
No, not really. I mean, I only met her once, briefly.
Briefly or not, mademoiselle, according to the information I've been given, you were one of the last persons to see Kathleen Windsor alive. You and a Monsieur Georges Montraille.
Yes, that's true. But how did you...
Apparently, you didn't consider such a fact of sufficient importance to inform the police?
I'm sorry. I suppose I should have.
Yes, mademoiselle, you should have. But now I think you and I must have our little conversation, tardy though it may be.
Lieutenant Philippe was of medium height with a weary face and bleak gray eyes that looked as though they'd seen too much of the seamy side of life. He looked like a tired bloodhound as he trailed me into the living room and sank heavily into the chair by the fire.
Please tell me everything that happened when Miss Windsor came here last Friday night. Do not omit anything, no matter how trivial it may seem.
Lieutenant?
Yes, mademoiselle?
The two murders on Winnicott Road, do you think the same person committed them both?
It is too soon to draw such conclusions. A psychopath may read of a murder in the paper, and his feverish brain is inspired to duplicate the act. Thus, one murder often leads to another.
What a terrible thought.
In the two incidents on Winnicott Road, there is the similarity in the method of murder, strangulation. But there is also an important difference. The Grunberger woman had not been sexually molested. The Windsor woman was. Of course, in the Grunberger case, the killer may have intended to molest his victim, but did not have the time. The car in the garage was running, and he knew the owner might return at any moment.
It's all too terrible to think about.
Yes, murder is never pleasant to contemplate, mademoiselle. But in the event of two murders of women in your immediate vicinity, I suggest you must give it some thought.
Oh, yes, we will. We'll be careful.
There is sometimes a sexual element in murders by strangulation. We may be dealing with a sexual deviant.
Have you talked to Mr. Mattry, Lieutenant? Perhaps he might remember something I've forgotten.
I was wondering when you would think to bring up Monsieur Mattry. He was, after all, the only other known person to be with Kathleen Windsor just before her death.
He's a very nice man, Lieutenant. I'm sure you'd find him most obliging.
I'm afraid, Mademoiselle Nugent, at this moment we do not find him so. Mr. Mattry, it seems, has disappeared before we could question him.
Disappeared?
Tell me what you know of the man.
Not very much, I suppose. I've lived here a year, and he's always been very polite and helpful.
And that is why you thought of him to accompany you to, and Miss Windsor to her home, is that correct?
Well, yes. And also I remembered his telling me once that he liked to take walks at night. But, Lieutenant, that doesn't mean he walked around murdering women.
Oh, perhaps not. Perhaps not. But then, what reason do you suggest he had for not wanting to be questioned by the police?
A very good one, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking of a conversation I had with him last summer. He was working outside in the garden, and I was admiring the flowers he planted. He told me then how he had fled from Hungary in the 1956 revolution, how terrible it was there for his family and himself. He was so thankful to be living here in Montreal.
Yes, oh, that's very interesting.
Well, don't you see? No wonder he ran away from the police. He was afraid from his past experiences.
A sound enough theory, perhaps, mademoiselle. Except for one thing.
What is that, Lieutenant?
I'm afraid we have uncovered another reason for his fear of the police. The record shows that your nice, quiet Monsieur Mattry has actually served 2 terms in prison.
What for?
For molesting women, mademoiselle.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important as State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. So I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
Like a good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free and the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what lies ahead? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You
You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
The most puzzling aspect of the Kathleen Windsor murder is how the killer got into her apartment. There was no sign of forced entry, which leads to the obvious conclusion that she willingly opened the door to whomever it was.
And do you think it might have been George Matrai?
He had witnessed the type of woman she was and knew that she was alone in her apartment. He could very easily have returned and gained admittance on the pretext that he wanted to be certain everything was all right.
And you think she would have let him in?
Mademoiselle, have you not been insisting all along that he was not the type that anyone would take to be a murderer?
Lieutenant Philippe had made his point. He lifted himself wearily out of his chair, reclaimed his battered hat, and left me with the information that a man would be stationed at our building in the event that George Matrai returned. When I finally crawled back into my cocoon by the fire, I was shivering again, but this time it wasn't from the cold. Luckily, Chris chose just the right moment to cheer me up with a phone call.
Stop trying to blame yourself, Muffet. You had no way of knowing about Mr. Matrai. Maybe he isn't a murderer. Maybe he's just a sweet little dirty old man.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you called.
Well, I figured you might need a little cheering up. And how about continuing the treatment with a night out this Friday, if you're feeling okay by then?
If I'm not okay by then, I'll never be.
Guy and Lisa have invited us to a play and a buffet supper at their place afterward.
Sounds like the perfect cure for a shut-in. What's the play about?
Oh, something written by a friend of Guy's, a comedy.
Just as long as it isn't a murder mystery. Even if the play were disappointing, an evening with Lisa and one of her buffet suppers could never be. She was a friend from my school days, and Chris had become as fond of her as I was. Lisa had met and married Guy Sabarin less than a year ago. Unfortunately, neither Chris nor I liked the man, but we'd learned to tolerate him for Lisa's sake. At the moment, I found myself thinking I was going to have to get well by Friday night if I were going to stomach a whole evening in Guy Sabarin's company. Hello?
Aunt Emily, Nicky. How are you feeling?
Oh, getting better, and you?
Splendid. Nicky, I was wondering, do you suppose Laura will be willing to bake a birthday cake for me? I'd pay her for the ingredients, of course. Laura makes such beautiful cakes. And Donald's such a nice boy. So much soul.
Oh, I'm sure Laura would love to, Aunt Emily. But who is Donald?
Donald Hamill. I got him from the drop-in center.
The drop-in center?
For homeless youth on Leary. He comes from Windsor. Couldn't stand it at home and ran away. Says he won't go back again, and I don't blame him from what he tells me.
Aunt Emily, you didn't...
Bring him home with me? Well, of course I did. Where else was there for the poor boy to go? I'm going to keep him with me until he finds a job and can look after himself.
Aunt Emily, I don't think it's very wise of you to take in some strange boy like that.
Oh, Donald isn't strange. He's a very good boy. Awfully quiet and shy, but not sullen like Tony. Now, you're right about Tony. He is a strange boy, and I'm not so sure I should have let him come home with me.
Who is Tony, Aunt Emily?
Tony Bartha, Donald's friend. Although I wonder if he really is. I know for a fact Tony's going steady with Mary Jane, and I'm afraid he has Donald flirting with her.
Mary Jane? Is that someone else you brought home with you?
Oh, dear, no. Mary Jane is marijuana, dear.
You mean Tony Bartha's into drugs? Oh, Aunt Emily, I don't think you should let him stay with you.
Don't worry, I'm not going to for long. I don't like his attitude. Cheers.
The rest of the day passed uneventfully, except for another encounter with T. Oliphant when I went to the lobby to get the mail. I was wearing a cable knit sweater and my oldest pair of corduroy slacks for warmth, and T. Oliphant looked me up and down in the same manner that he had Kathleen Windsor. A new thought occurred to me. Maybe he just didn't approve of women wearing pants. I scuttled past him quickly and hurried back to the sheltering circle of my fire like primitive man huddling against evil spirits. A few moments later, I had fallen sound asleep. It was dark in the room when I woke up. Laura had her class on Monday nights and didn't come home for dinner. The room was chilly. I put more wood on the fire and turned on the lamp. I thought of all the things I needed to do before I left on my trip to Jamaica. Clothes to sew, laundry to do, Christmas presents to wrap. I still didn't have the energy. I picked up a book to read, making certain it wasn't the one I'd been reading the night Kathleen Windsor had come pounding on my door. Laura came in so quietly I didn't hear her. I gave a start when she suddenly materialized beside me. She looked strange, her face pale, her eyes staring. Laura, is something wrong?
There's someone with me, Nicky. May I ask him in?
Of course. She walked to the hall and in a moment returned with a man at her side. Pleasant looking, sensitive features, with dark blonde hair that just brushed the collar of his expensively tailored suit.
Mr. Brooke, this is my roommate, Nicole Nugent. Nicky, this is Julian Brooke.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Brooke. Laura, what's wrong? Something is, I can tell.
I'm afraid Miss Prescott doesn't feel yet like talking about it, Miss Nugent. You see, she's just had a ruddy bad scare.
Laura, what happened?
A man attacked her on the street. Tried to drag her off into the park.
Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where everything was all lovely and green and peaceful. Sunlight fell in ribbons of daylight through its trees. Birds flew in the quiet air above it. Deer and rabbits found secret hiding places to play, for it was truly a beautiful place. And then one day, into this beautiful emerald forest, a new creature came, a creature called man. And man brought with him fire to warm him against the night. Only with his fire, man did not bring caution, and the fire got away from him suddenly. And the beautiful forest was no more. And yet there might easily be a different ending. For if man is careful with his fire, he need never say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who volunteer
to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them. Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the 0 Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliott Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Winter in Montreal. Cold, blustery. A good time to stay indoors around a warm fire. Especially if you're a young woman like Nicole Nugent and living with a female friend like Laura Prescott. Staying indoors is an especially good idea if two women living just down the street have been murdered within the past week, which they have. Some male companionship, a shoulder to lean on, would perhaps be a comfort. Nicole has Christopher Galloway, but he's off working on a novel. And Laura has just returned home, accompanied by a gentle-mannered young Englishman named Julian Brooke. A comfort? Hardly. For Laura Prescott met the man while on her way home, while another man, whose face she couldn't see, was about to drag her off into the park. Face of the Foe continues after this message.
$3 billion a year. That's the amount lost through shoplifting and theft in American stores annually. It is clear that a great number of those involved are not practicing criminals, but ordinary citizens. Many rationalize their actions with the common reflection, so what? They're insured. A phrase that justifies nothing. It is not only property that's at issue, it is the sacredness of all things within the community of man. Ecologists and conservationists are making the point of the interdependence of all plant and animal life. Pollution breaks the cycle. So, too, when we break the trust we owe one another in the community of man, we contribute to moral pollution. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
My body ached, my head was throbbing. And then Laura was there, back from her night class. White as a sheet. I got sick all over again.
A man attacked her on the street and tried to drag her off into the park.
Oh, Laura, how dreadful. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Thanks to Mr. Brooke. You tell her about it, will you, Julian?
After I pour you some brandy.
Thanks, Nicky. I'm just a bit shaky, that's all.
Mr. Brooke?
Yes, I could do this by myself, thank you.
Now, tell me.
Well, I was driving on Côte Saint-Luc, there along the park, between Godfrey and Winnicott Road, when suddenly I saw this woman on the sidewalk struggling with a man. I braked my car quickly and dashed out to help her.
That was a risky thing to do, but thank God you did.
By then, the blackguard was trying to drag her off into the park. I shouted a warning, and he let go of her and ran off. Left poor Laura here shaking and sobbing on the grass.
Did he hurt you, Laura? No, he just handled me roughly, that's all.
She'll have a few bruises, I should imagine.
But Lord knows what he would have done if Julian hadn't stopped to help me. It was foolish of me to be walking by it, especially after 2 women have just been murdered in this area.
And considering the man who accosted you might possibly have been the murderer, I think we'd better call the police.
I was expecting the battered little figure of Lieutenant Detective Philippe to reappear at our door in answer to Julian's call. But instead, a pair of lesser police officers arrived to take notes on the incident and firmly caution Laura and me to do no more walking the streets alone at night. Later in the week, I was especially glad that Julian Brooke had come into Laura's life, because Norman Roxburgh, the obnoxious man in her restaurant administration class, was still giving her trouble.
He even grabbed my arm and tried to keep me from getting into the taxi last night after class. I can't reason with him, Nicky. He really hurt me. As if I didn't have enough black and blue marks from that awful little encounter in the park.
That is awful, but what can you do about him?
I've already done the only thing I can. Switch classes. They're on the same nights, but begin and end an hour earlier. So hopefully I won't have to see anything more of Mr. Roxburgh.
But a lot more of Julian Brooke? Laura only smiled, but the look in her sea-green eyes answered my question. It was Friday evening, and we were both dressing for our dates, hers with Julian, mine with Chris and Lisa and Guy Sabrin. Aunt Emily was also coming by to pick up the birthday cake she'd asked Laura to bake.
Do you think your Aunt Emily's friend will like it?
Oh, he should love it. According to Aunt Emily, Donald Hamill is a nice boy with a lot of soul.
Leave it to your Aunt Emily to take in a couple of homeless boys off the street.
That worries me, especially from the way she describes the other one. She thinks he may be using drugs.
That could be risky.
You know, Aunt Emily, we should all live life to the fullest while we... That's probably her now. I'll get it. But it was Julian Brooke, looking youthful and attractive, in a narrow-cut royal blue coat that set off his fair skin and dark blonde hair. I ushered him into the living room and told him Laura would be out in a few moments. He settled on the sofa with a cocktail, and as I left the room, I saw him bring out a pad of paper and a pen and start sketching. Laura had told me he was a designer of modern furniture. This time it was Aunt Emily, in a pair of plum velvet knickers, white silk knee socks, and a white silk blouse with ruffles of lace at her throat and wrists. She looked like a transplanted court page. And to my surprise, she had her 2 homeless boys in tow.
Boys, this is my niece, Nicole. Nicky, this is Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha.
She sat down cross-legged on the floor, as she always did, and Donald settled beside her, cradling his guitar in his lap and stroking it fondly as though it were a baby. Tony Bartha, meanwhile, stayed scowling in a corner apart from the group. Aunt Emily's sparrow-bright eyes darted at once to the sketch Julian Brooke had been doodling. It wasn't furniture design after all, but a skillful line drawing in red ink of a sailing ship, its clouds of canvas billowing in imaginary wind, the figure of an angel blowing a trumpet at its bow.
That's a really far-out sketch, Mr. Brooke. Is she a clipper ship?
She's the Flying Cloud, a beauty. You a sailing enthusiast, Mrs. Teasdale?
Oh, yes. I love beauty in motion. You know, it's funny. I could swear I saw a very similar sketch of a clipper ship recently. Only where?
Do you ever pop into the Warwick Tea Room by any chance?
Of course, that's it. I go there sometimes after church for Sunday brunch. They have a whole wall of clipper ships, all done in red ink, as it happens.
Precisely. They're all there. The Cutty Sark, the Moppelet, the Flying Spur, Sir Lancelot, Ariel.
Oh, ships have such romantic-sounding names. I must think of a magic, exciting name for my motorcycle. What do you think, Nicky?
I'm sorry, Aunt Emily. I'm only glad it's winter and you're not riding that thing.
Lovely girl, my niece, but so conservative. Aha! Let's hope this is that man of yours. I'll bet you he could think of a name.
It was Chris with Guy and Lisa. They made a striking-looking couple. Lisa was a statuesque blonde with a Valkyrian profile, her thick golden hair braided into a coronet, adding a queenly touch to her Earth Mother figure. Guy Sabrin was lean and suave-looking, his dark satyr face set off by a pair of bushy brows that curled upward like the horns of a devil, and a carefully groomed black Van Dyke beard.
A devil's beard.
What, Aunt Emily?
That detective investigating Kathleen Windsor's murder. He's been asking me to describe the man I saw her with in the car that day, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what he looked like. But see, Mr. Sabrin reminded me.
He had a Van Dyke beard like mine?
Yes, Mr. Sabrin. The man had a beard like yours. Exactly like yours.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, what's things like out Route 59? Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen the kids' world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
With the apartment full of people and the whole neighborhood nervous about the recent murders, leave it to Aunt Emily to say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
You have a devil's beard, Mr. Sabrin.
Please, Mrs. Teasdale, it's a Van Dyke or a space beard if you like, but don't call it a devil's beard. You'll frighten my wife.
She's perfectly right, darling. You do have a decidedly satanic look.
I have some very special good news to relate later tonight. Haven't I, Lisa?
Oh, what is it? Can't you tell us now?
No, I've bought a special bottle of champagne to open with supper after the theater. My news will have to keep until then.
Chris and I exchanged a look. It was going to be a typical Guy Sabrin evening. His tickets to a play written by his friend, followed by his big news over a bottle of his champagne. He had to be the big shot. The last big news he'd had to share with us was the announcement of his promotion to senior salesman with the distillery firm he worked for. He had bought Lisa a mink coat to celebrate. That was Guy Sabrin's one redeeming quality in my eyes, his almost slavish devotion to Lisa.
Well, your celebration may keep, but Donald's won't. Some of the boys and girls from the drop-in center are coming to share that beautiful cake you made, Laura. Have you thanked Miss Prescott, Donald? Donald?
Oh, please, Aunt Emily. He doesn't have to. I was happy to do it.
Donald is painfully shy, I'm afraid. But not when it comes to his music. Why don't you thank everybody with a song, Donald? That lovely one you wrote. It always makes me cry. It's called City of Night. Go ahead, Donald.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses, shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete, murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, someone to care. Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
No one spoke for a moment. Aunt Emily was wiping the tears from her eyes, and I felt a lump in my throat. I'd found myself thinking about poor Kathleen Windsor alone in her apartment, the lonely, love-starved prey of a depraved killer. Then I looked at Donald and saw his sensitive mouth begin to tremble and moisture brimming in his own eyes.
Donald's not used to people being good to him.
My thoughtful Chris moved over to talk to the boy, while Laura put the cake in a hat box for Aunt Emily to carry home. It seemed Aunt Emily was right about Donald Hamill. He was a nice boy with a lot of soul. She was equally right about Tony Bartha, who had done nothing but stand in the corner and look sullen the whole time. I didn't care much for his attitude either. The so-called comedy by Guy Sabrin's friend turned out to be a dismal tragedy. But Lisa's buffet dinner was more than making up for it.
If there was any humor in that comedy, I'm afraid it was too sick to live.
Of course, the rising young novelist Christopher Galloway is a far better judge than an unpublished amateur playwright like myself.
Well, I've never written anything more than an occasional postcard, but I judged the play tonight to be an unqualified bomb.
I guess you're right. My old buddy missed the mark with that one.
Darling, why don't you bring out your champagne now?
Right. We've been waiting all evening for this big news of yours, Guy.
It's worth waiting for, I promise you. Here we go. Very special champagne for a very special occasion.
Oh, look at those beautiful bubbles.
And I'm ready to toast. If you'll just tell us what we're toasting.
A toast to my beautiful wife, Lisa, who is soon to make me a father.
Oh, Lisa, that's wonderful.
Congratulations, Guy. Now, that is big news.
Ah, that isn't all. I have a little something else that's a surprise to Lisa as well. A small present, my love, in honor of the occasion.
Guy, what is it?
Open it and see.
Emeralds. But how?
I have a bit of news all my own, darling. I was just given a bonus as the firm's top salesman.
Guy, that's marvelous.
Yeah, nice going, Guy.
But I noticed Lisa didn't say a word. She stared at the emerald necklace for a long moment, then quietly snapped the case shut and put it away. While Chris humored Guy, I followed Lisa into the bedroom. Oh, Lisa, you're worried about something. It's not the baby, is it?
Oh, no. The baby's the most beautiful thing that's happened.
Then what is it?
It's Guy. He worries me. A mink coat, an emerald necklace. We can't afford such things.
But Guy explained. First his promotion, and now a bonus.
He's making all that up. I know he is. He didn't get promoted. And there hasn't been any bonus. That's what worries me so, Nicky. Where is Guy getting so much money?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail
Certainly, State Farm has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates.
State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value.
But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
Sure. We had tuna casserole last week.
It's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Well, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
Yeah, before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Well, close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
It was Aunt Emily calling to tell Laura how much everybody had enjoyed her Schwarzwalder Kirschtorte. Donald had had a successful party with the kids from the drop-in center. He had played his guitar, and they had all rapped around the clock, as Aunt Emily put it. But then she got on the subject of Tony Bartha.
I've seen him hanging around Crestview Public School several times lately.
Why would someone his age want to hang around an elementary school?
My point exactly. And the other day I saw him talking to a man in a big flashy car parked at the corner by the school. When he saw me, they stopped talking and the man quickly drove away.
Did you ask Tony about it?
Yes. He said the man had just been asking for some directions. But I don't think I can take Tony at his word.
Aunt Emily, do you think there might be a connection between Tony's taking drugs and... well... could he be selling them to school children?
That very thought occurred to me. He's no good, I'm afraid. Certainly he's no good for Donald.
Then you shouldn't be letting him stay at your house.
I've decided I'm not going to any longer. I'm telling him tonight that he has to leave by Monday. He can sleep at the center until he finds someplace else to go.
I hope he doesn't give you any problem about leaving. He's such a surly character.
Oh, he'll give me some of his lip, I suppose. But don't worry, I'll just tune him out. Right here.
By the time Sunday afternoon rolled around, Laura was out on still another date with Julian Brooke. And after slaving all weekend over a hot bobbin, I was eagerly looking forward to my promised afternoon and evening with Chris. We were going to go antique shop browsing in Old Montreal, then have dinner.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Nicky, but I have to write this afternoon. You go ahead and I'll meet you wherever you say for dinner.
But, Chris, you promised.
I know I did, Muffet, but I didn't get my quota of pages done this morning, so I'll just have to keep at it.
But it's only a matter of a few hours.
A few hours counts a lot when you're on a deadline. Now, you know how it is when I'm in the middle of a book.
I know that the book always seems to be more important than anything else.
That's not true, Nicole, but it is my work, and I expect you to understand. I said I'd meet you for dinner. Now, isn't that good enough?
And what am I supposed to do between the time the shops close at 5 and you meet me at 7? Walk the streets?
Go into Notre Dame Cathedral and pray for my soul. I'll be here, Nicole. If you still want to have dinner, call me.
The only times Chris ever called me by my given name, Nicole, was when he was angry. That's the way it would always be with Chris and me. There would always be a book between us. A damned book. Oh, I knew I was being childish, but I was feeling neglected. I looked at the summer frock I had just finished hemming and thought of my trip to Jamaica. Maybe I would meet someone else. Someone who wouldn't put his work ahead of me. One thing I was sure of, I wasn't going to call Chris back. I'd find somebody else to go shopping and have dinner with. And if it couldn't be a man at the moment, well, there was always Aunt Emily.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but it appears I've got hold of that flu bug of yours. In fact, as soon as one of the boys come in, I'm going to send him over to borrow a heating pad from you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course, Aunt Emily. And I hope you feel better soon.
Oh, I will, dear. You know me. I never stay down for long. And it's just as well about this afternoon. Antiques aren't really my bag. They're too old for me.
Oh, you're right, Aunt Emily. They are.
Oh, there's the door. Probably one of the boys now. Ciao, dear.
So I stayed home, watched TV, and cooked myself a lonely hamburger for dinner. Too stubborn to call Chris and apologize. Neither of the boys had showed up to borrow the heating pad for Aunt Emily, so I decided to take it over to her myself. Perhaps I could cheer her up a little, I thought. But I knew it was far more likely it would be she who cheered me up. Feeling depressed over my quarrel with Chris, I gave no thought to my walking alone to Winnicott Road. Aunt Emily's apartment building was on the corner. The main entrance was on Côte Saint-Luc, but I always used the side door on Winnicott. My aunt's apartment was on the main floor, number 3. I was about to knock when I noticed the door wasn't quite closed. The boys probably hadn't closed it on their way in. I'd tell Aunt Emily to caution them not to be so careless. I pushed the door open and walked in, calling out so that Aunt Emily wouldn't be startled. Aunt Emily? Aunt Emily? It's Nicky. The apartment was deathly quiet. Aunt Emily must be asleep, I thought. I crossed the living room, passed the door to the kitchen, and stopped dead. I saw her lying there on the cold linoleum, lying stiffly on her back with her bluish-tinged, fear-contorted face staring up at me. The realization slapped me across the face. Aunt Emily had been murdered.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Now, here are the bunkers, Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier, Phantom, Skyhawk, Cobra, Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Big Red Chewing Tobacco V8 Juice and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
As in every winter, Montreal is crippled by seasonal blizzards. But residents along Winnicott Road are also paralyzed by something they're not accustomed to. The threat of being raped and murdered. Tension in the vicinity is running high. Doors are locked and chained. Friends and neighbors eye one another with suspicion. For Laura Prescott, having been assaulted in the park, a new boyfriend has brought an element of security into her life. But for her roommate, Nicole Nugent, the killer, whoever he may be, has struck tragically close to home. The third murder victim is Nicole's own Aunt Emily, the picturesque, blithe spirit who was apparently loved by all. Three questions linger in the minds of all concerned. Who is this madman lurking about? Why is he doing these terrible things? And finally, and most desperately, who will be his next victim? Face of the Foe continues in a moment.
Hello, this is William Conrad. If you're planning a trip abroad this year, you'll be returning to the United States through customs. You'll be asked to declare, either orally or in writing, everything you've acquired abroad and have in your possession at the time. Your baggage and belongings will be examined, and during thorough examinations for illegal narcotics, you may experience a slight delay. In order to clear customs more quickly, it's a good idea to keep all sales slips and have them handy when you make your declaration. Also, do your best to pack the articles you've acquired abroad in the same suitcase. Know before you go about customs rules and regulations. For free information, contact the U.S. Treasury Department's Bureau of Customs District Office nearest you and ask for Customs Hints for Returning U.S. Residents. You'll find the Customs Office listed in your phone book under U.S. Government.
It was Monday morning, the day after Aunt Emily's murder. The sky was gray and heavy, with sweeps of angry black clouds that foretold a storm. The heavens, I thought, were protesting the slaughter of the innocent. Chris was with me, our quarrel forgotten and his book willingly set aside. Laura was there, along with Julian Brooke, his gentlemanly manner abandoned as he expressed outrage over Aunt Emily's murder, with his mouth set in a firm, hard line. And Lisa and Guy had come. Guy, for a change, silent and subdued. Lisa, beautiful and serene as ever, had taken me in her arms and rocked me gently, urging me to cry. But the tears wouldn't come. And now there was Lieutenant Philippe sitting wearily across from me, his cynical gray eyes looking bleak as death.
We know you're tired and under great strain, mademoiselle. We too are tired and under strain. There must be no more of these violent murders.
It's too late to say that now, Lieutenant. My aunt is gone.
Yes, I know how you must feel, mademoiselle, but the danger continues until the killer or killers are apprehended.
There is nothing I can tell you, Lieutenant. I can't imagine who would ever want to kill my aunt.
Your aunt had 2 boys staying with her. Both boys seem to have disappeared.
But she was good to them. They wouldn't have any reason to hurt her, except...
Except what, mademoiselle?
Well, one of them, Tony Bartha. My aunt was going to ask him to leave. She thought he was into the drug scene. He might have become angry and...
Then, Mademoiselle Nugent, there was someone, after all, who might have had reason to harm your aunt,
I suppose so, Lieutenant.
It seems there's always someone.
Lieutenant, was my aunt sexually molested?
No, mademoiselle. She was spared that indignity. Although, as in the case of Elsie Grunberger, it may only have been that something frightened the killer away.
And so my Aunt Emily, who loved life and lived it with such zest, now lay stiffly in a mahogany casket between a pair of flickering tapers in a flower-banked room of Hanson's funeral parlor, her eyes sealed forever against the world of Maya. A bewildering variety of people came to pay their last respects. The stunned and frightened remaining members of St. Simon's Choir, of course, and a dozen young monks from the Hare Krishna temple in saffron-colored robes with tilaks painted on their foreheads. A group from the drop-in center with Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha conspicuously absent. A supermarket clerk, the woman from the cleaning shop, the tea importer on Blurry where Aunt Emily had gone every month for her special blend of Darjeeling tea, who told me Aunt Emily had known almost as much about tea as he did, and a grizzled old shoemaker who said that Aunt Emily had been a woman after his own heart. She had always demanded that thick, stout soles be put on her shoes, none of those fashionable skinny ones that wore out in no time. The shoes were for walking, weren't they? And she always had him put cleats on her heels so people could hear her coming. That was my Aunt Emily. I thought of her gleaming red motorcycle, stored away for the winter in her garage, and I knew what Aunt Emily would want me to do with it. If Donald Hamill ever returned, it would be his. It was the night following Aunt Emily's funeral, and Chris had suggested supper for just the 2 of us by the fire in his comfortable bachelor apartment.
You're not eating anything, Nicky. What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was thinking about my trip. Oh, this has certainly taken the shine out of it.
Oh, but your Aunt Emily would be the first to urge you to go, despite everything.
I know. That's why I'm going, despite everything.
3 weeks in Jamaica is just what you need.
But it seems a bad time for me to go away and leave Laura alone in the apartment.
Well, if you think she's nervous about it, why don't you suggest she go and stay with a friend while you're gone?
Yeah, I think I will. Well, one thing we've decided, we're having a peephole installed in our apartment door.
That's a good idea. You know, there's still that question of whether or not Kathleen Windsor and your Aunt Emily willingly admitted the murder or someone they knew and trusted.
I'm exhausted from trying to figure out who did it and how. I'll just have to trust that Lieutenant Philippe will eventually catch the murderer.
Lieutenant Philippe looks too tired to catch anybody. But you're right, Buffett. You try to put everything out of your mind except your trip.
And giving you my answer when I get back.
You don't even have to worry about that. Considering all that's happened, I can wait a little longer for your answer.
Oh, Chris, you're so dear. I don't know why I keep putting you off.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away.
Is that why you've always called me Muffet?
Because you elude me. It's not just my preoccupation with writing that bothers you, Nicky. That's just part of it. You're afraid of love. You like the shallows, the quiet waters. But you're afraid of the whirlpools of love, afraid of being caught up, whirled away, lost to the maelstrom.
You're right, Chris. I am afraid.
But you have to take chances in life, Muffet. Make an act of faith and surrender yourself to the whirlpool without fear. That's what living is all about.
I knew Chris's words about life and love were true, and I was going to do a lot of thinking about them all the time I was gone. The trouble with me was I was a coward about life and love and death.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. We'd go after big mouth in close to the bank, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beach nuts the word for chewing tobacco, and it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nuts, a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment. Now, here are the bunkers, Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
Before I knew it, it was Saturday, and I was in a plane, the terror and tragedy diminishing behind me as I headed for 3 sunny weeks in Jamaica. The first thing I did on my arrival in Port Antonio was enroll in the Meet the People program at the local tourist board. I was introduced to 2 Jamaican girls my age and taken on a round of activities that left little time to think of the grim events at home. Sightseeing, swimming, water skiing, rafting down the Rio Grande, and riding the trails up into the Blue Mountains. I was so busy that my first week in the islands flew by. Montreal and murder were beginning to seem very far away. But then I received a letter from Laura.
Dear Nicky, we've been having sleet, snow, rain, and cold ever since you left. Doesn't that make you feel smug from where you sit under the Caribbean sun? No need to worry about me. Every time I peek through our new peephole, it's into the smiling face of my handsome English escort. The more I'm with Julian Brooke, the better I like him. And I'm with him a lot. One bit of news for whatever it's worth. Guess who I saw coming out of the parish house next to St. Simon's Church? None other than our scowling neighbor from apartment 4, T. Oliphant. But without the mysterious brown cotton under his arm for a change. What do you make of that? Love, Laura.
I wasn't sure what to make of it. Aunt Emily and the 2 other murder victims had been members of St. Simon's Choir. Lieutenant Philippe had suggested the killer therefore might very possibly be associated with St. Simon's. And now it appeared T. Oliphant was. Yet neither Kathleen Windsor nor Aunt Emily had shown any sign of recognizing him when he passed by them in the lobby of our apartment building. Then with a shudder, I recalled how he had looked at both of them in the same way, with that ugly sneer of his. I was glad to be so far away from Montreal at the moment, and relieved to know that Julian Brooke was looking after Laura. I was determined to enjoy my final week in Jamaica. I had splurged in a plush hotel suite overlooking the dazzling white sandy beach and sparkling blue sea at Montego Bay. I took a leisurely breakfast on the balcony each morning, lazed on the beach until the afternoon when I went sightseeing. I thought about Chris hard at work on his book, but my mind refused to dwell on anything so serious as the question of our marriage. Then, all too soon it seemed, my vacation was over. And on my very last day in Jamaica, I received another letter from Laura.
Dear Nicky, I decided to take your advice after all and stay with a friend until you come back. There's been the bother of several anonymous phone calls. You know, the kind where you pick up the receiver and only hear someone breathing on the other end. A little frightening after all this murder business. Chris is in Toronto for a quickie conference with his publisher, so Julian and I will meet you at the airport. Nicky, here we are.
Oh, Laura, it's so good to see you. Hello, Julian.
Welcome home, Nicole.
Nicky, what a glorious tan. Wait till Chris sees you.
Oh, I suppose you arranged this Montreal snowfall just for me.
To make you feel at home.
Laura and I had in mind taking you off to my place for a drink and a bite to eat as a bit of a homecoming celebration, if you're not too tired.
I'm not too tired. I'd love it.
Good, then let's collect your luggage and be off.
Julian Brooke had to be a very successful furniture designer. He drove us in his sleek black sports car to an opulent glass and steel structure in Westmount, where he escorted us up to his second-floor apartment, into a spacious combination living room library, elegantly furnished with sleek modular furniture and an impressive display of rare books, paintings, and sculpture. He poured us cocktails and graciously toasted my homecoming. I could see from the look he and Laura exchanged over their glasses that their relationship had been progressing well. A few moments later, a waiter appeared at the door with a catered dinner of delicious seafood.
Just one of the services of the establishment. Catered meals at the tenant's request from the Penthouse restaurant.
As you can see, Julian believes in living in style.
Well, why not if you can afford it?
You're not the only world traveler, Nicky. Julian is taking off for Rome next week.
But not for a vacation, however. Purely business. I'm going to see Giorgio Bartoli, the Italian designer, about that new plant I'm opening.
Oh, it sounds exciting. Don't get him started, Nicky. His passion for innovative furniture is almost equal to his passion for boats.
And speaking of passions, I'm taking Laura to see her favorite Spanish dance company at the Club Midnight next Saturday evening. Do you suppose you and Chris might join us? It'll be my leave-taking party just before my plane takes off.
Well, sounds lovely to me, but I'll have to check with Chris, of course.
Julian will be going right to the airport, so if you and Chris come, I can ride home with you.
Laura, tell me about the phone calls. The ones you mentioned in your last letter.
Oh, I imagine whoever it was has become discouraged by now, since I haven't been there to pick up the phone.
I'm afraid it isn't so much those calls that caused Laura to abandon the apartment while you were away.
Then what was it? What else has happened?
I didn't want to write you about it while you were still on your vacation, Nicky. But now that you're back, you'll have to know.
Know what?
There's been another murder, I'm afraid.
Oh, God, that makes 4. Was it another poor woman strangled?
Yes. In an apartment on Queen Mary near Godfrey. Just a block over from Winnicott Road.
Was she a member of St. Simon's Choir like the others?
I don't know. The papers didn't say. It was a very sparse account.
The police are under a tremendous amount of pressure, I suspect. 4 murders, and they don't seem any closer to an answer.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides. 100%
100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah, to keep it running.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier. Phantom. Skyhawk. Cobra. Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. Few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco in the Marine Corps.
Another murder, the fourth, just 2 weeks after Aunt Emily's. And it had happened in a building just a 10-minute walk away from Laura's and my apartment. The police, looking for logic, searching for clues to construct a pattern, concluded the killings were the work of a disordered mind, a mind that knew no logic, had no pattern. When Chris called on his return from Toronto, I was grateful for the sound of his voice and the feeling of his solid, reassuring presence near me again.
I hope Jamaica was more fun than Toronto.
It was beautiful, but I'm glad to be home, now that you're home, too.
Well, that makes two of us, Muffet. And you might be interested to hear that somebody else is back in Montreal, too.
Who?
Donald Hamill.
Donald? Where is he?
At the moment, bunking in with me. I found him and his guitar camped on my doorstep when I got in late last night. After that little talk he and I had at your place on his birthday, I guess he felt comfortable with me.
You're a comfortable kind of person, darling. Where has Donald been?
He hitched out of the city in a panic, but then decided to come back and try to clear things up as far as he was concerned. He's agreed to let me take him down today to give the police his story.
What is his story? And where is Tony Bartha?
Donald says he doesn't know where Tony is. When they left your aunt's house that last day, they split up. And according to Donald, that's the last time he saw Tony.
And Donald didn't ever go back to Aunt Emily's?
Yes, he did. About 6:30, according to him. He found the door open and your aunt lying dead on the kitchen floor.
Then maybe it was Tony who killed her.
It could have been. Anyway, that was Donald's first thought. He panicked and took off.
Do you think the police will believe his story?
I don't know, but I think I do.
So do I.
Well, I'll let you know what the police think over dinner tonight. How about the Carmen Espresso at 7, okay? Oh, Nicky, was that tan your most gorgeous than ever.
Oh, Chris, thank you. Now I know how much I missed you.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Nicky, you're back.
Oh, Guy, I didn't see you come in.
Hello, Guy. Oh, I'm glad I ran into you, too. I have something to show you. Look. It's a surprise for Lisa. Do you think she'll like them?
Why, they're really beautiful earrings, Guy.
Those green stones are emeralds, in case you're wondering. I hope Lisa likes them.
How is Lisa?
More beautiful than ever. Maternity becomes her.
Lisa could never be anything but beautiful.
I know. Every time I look at her, I find it hard to believe she's my wife. Do you really think she'll like the earrings?
That was Guy Saverin's big problem. He was so unsure of himself that he could never stop putting on a big show, even with his wife. Poor Lisa. I knew how she was going to feel about another of Guy's expensive gifts. Or was he getting the money to buy them? That's what I wondered. Fortunately, for the sake of my intimate reunion dinner with Chris, Guy was too eager to spring his latest surprise on Lisa to linger long at our table. Between his deadline and the extra work I found piled up at the office after my 3 weeks away, Chris and I had no other chance to be together the rest of the week. By Friday evening, I felt up to nothing more than a light dinner and early to bed. As I opened the door on the quiet apartment, I realized it was the first time I'd been home alone since I came back, since the police had issued their grisly warning. I closed the door firmly and slid the chain lock into place. As I started for the kitchen... Hello? 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 Who is this? Say something. I dropped the receiver back on the hook, drawing my hands away as though the phone were on fire. A chill shot up the length of my spine. I should have let the receiver off. But perhaps this time it was Chris or Laura calling home for some reason. Why be frightened of a silly telephone? Even if it was that creep calling back, I could just tell him to bug off. Hello? Maybe I wasn't so brave after all. I decided to leave the phone off the hook and hope that no one would try to reach me. I'd have a quick dinner and get into bed. And tomorrow I'd suggest to Laura that we have our number changed. The monotonous hum of the phone off the hook was a little unnerving, but better than that sudden shrill ring in the empty apartment. I was about to take to my bedroom and hopefully let sleep shut out all my disquieting thoughts of prowling psychopaths in the night when... It was someone at the door. But who? No one had pressed the buzzer from the lobby. If it were Laura without her key, she would call out, not frighten me with that strange soft knocking. Who is it? Why didn't they answer? I was almost afraid to look through the peephole, but it seemed whoever it was wasn't going to go away. I put my eye to the opening and looked out, straight into the cold, thick-blend stare of T. Oliphant.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
One more for the road. He took just one more for the road. He took just two more for the road. Who knows why? Three more for the road. He wanted four more for the road. Who knows why? Five more for the road. He needed six more for the road. Who knows why? Well, the road was shining like a silver ribbon, and the family was looking at the view, and the kids were laughing, and they all were living, and they never even knew what hit 'em. What hit 'em? What hit 'em? What hit 'em? The road was shining like a silver ribbon, and the
Get the problem drinker off the road, for his sake and yours. Write to Drunk Driver, Lux 1969, Washington, D.C. We'll tell you how you can help. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Winter at times seems interminable. After the first snowfall, the excitement is gone and it's all the same. Cold, bleak, and dreary. For Nicole Nugent, a 3-week vacation in sunny Jamaica was just what the doctor ordered. And she returned to Montreal well-tanned, well-rested, and well-healed. She had missed her friends, and that was good. Friends are everything. But she'd also missed something else. A fourth unsolved, inexplicable murder, and it was bad. It was the fourth such grisly event in a very short period of time. The victims were all women, all belonged to the same church, all lived in the same neighborhood, Nicole's. And now Nicole Nugent is spending the evening at home, alone. There's a muffled knocking at the door, and she's looking through the peephole at a face, and one that she suspects might be the face of the foe. The conclusion of our story follows after this word.
Hello. My real name is Florencia Vicenta de Casillas Martinez Cardona Moss. No, it's not a new rock group. I'm known professionally as Vicky Carr. But my real message today sings out good news for all of you. A new federal aid program to provide education and training after high school, especially if you don't have the money for it. It's called Basic Grants, and helps provide money for full-time students entering for the first time a college or university, vocational school, technical institute, or a hospital school of nursing. It helps you pay for tuition, books, and other expenses. Basic Grants makes it possible now to prepare for the special vocation or career you've been hoping for. And best of all, it's not a loan. That's right. You don't have to pay it back. So apply right away. Simply contact the school or college you're planning to enter, or post office, or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C. Buena suerte, mis amigos.
I stepped back from the door and flattened myself against the wall, unmindful that he couldn't see me. I wasn't going to answer. T. Oliphant terrified me. I remembered the awful look he had given Kathleen Windsor the night she was murdered, and Aunt Emily just a few days before her murder. And then I remembered something else. The time that he had looked at me in the same way. The knocking had stopped. I had been standing against the wall for several minutes. Perhaps he had gone. I looked through the peephole. There was no sign of T. Oliphant. I had a dinner date with Chris before we were to join Julian Brooke and Laura to see the Spanish dance troupe at the club midnight. The festive mood of the evening, however, got off to a slow start. I felt uncomfortably out of sorts with a vague headache that I hoped would not develop into one of my crippling migraines. And Chris was tired from working on his book at such a hard pace. I suspected he was weary of his responsibility for Donald Hamill as well.
I always worry a little when I go off and leave him alone. He's a good kid, but so naive and impressionable. He could get into trouble a block from home.
I guess that's why Tony Bartha was able to get such a hold over him.
Well, at this point, I wouldn't say Donald's his own man. Tony persuaded him to try heroin once, you know. Donald didn't like it. But Tony held the fact that he tried it over his head like a sword. Threatened to tell the police Donald was a junkie if he ever breathed a word about Tony's drug-pushing activities.
Is Donald frightened now that he's told the police everything?
No, just relieved. Like I say, he's a good kid. I like him.
So did Aunt Emily. As soon as Donald knows where he's going, I want to give him her precious red motorcycle. I know she would have wanted him to have it.
Oh, he'll love it. Probably almost as much as he loves that guitar of his.
When we joined Julian Brooke and Laura in the Starlight Room, we found Julian preoccupied with the weather, concerned that the snowstorm might prevent his plane from taking off.
If it keeps up, I think perhaps I'd better check with the airport.
The storm should let up by morning. It wouldn't be too much of a problem if your plane couldn't leave till then, would it?
No, I suppose not. Well, let's not let a little snow dampen our party. Now, what would you two like to drink?
Nicky?
Manhattan, I think.
Scotch and soda for me, please.
I'll tell you what, I'll go track down our waiter on my way to the phone. I may as well settle this airport business if I can, so we can all relax and enjoy ourselves.
Don't be too adamant about leaving tonight, darling.
You know I wouldn't leave at all if I didn't have to.
It's too bad he can't wait until tomorrow to leave.
He's anxious to be there as quickly as he can. The opening of this new plant is very important to him.
Laura was in luck. Julian came back with the word that the airport was socked in by the storm. There wouldn't be a plane out until morning at the earliest.
I'd like to say I'm sorry, darling, but I'm not. Now you don't have to dash off before the evening's over.
That upsets my plans in Rome a bit, but there's nothing I can do. And of course, I'm not in any hurry to leave you alone.
Well, no reason then why we shouldn't settle down to a pleasant evening.
But only a few moments later, Chris was called away from the table to answer a telephone page. Julian had finished his drink and was doodling on a cocktail napkin, another ship in red ink, when Chris returned. Chris's face was set in a deep, worried frown.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to leave. It's Donald. He's in trouble.
Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh, find me, my city of light.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important to State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. So I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
Like a good neighbor.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen the kids' world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
I'll be back if I can, or I'll call you later, Mother.
It's all right, Chris. Do whatever you have to. I understand.
Look after my girl, will you, Julian?
My pleasure, old chap.
I watched Chris's big frame weave hurriedly among the crowded tables and disappear. Almost instantly, I wished I had gone with him. I was aware of the fourth chair at the table, now glaringly empty. Laura and Julian were a twosome. They didn't need me. I looked across the table at them when their faces suddenly blurred. I knew right away what was wrong. It was a migraine attack coming on. I had them 3 or 4 times a year, and I knew that after my sight blurred, a violent headache and nausea would follow in swift succession.
Nicky, what is it?
Oh, Laura, it's happening again.
No, Nicky, not now, not here.
I'd better go. It's so bright in here, and the noise.
Well, what is it? What's wrong?
Nicky gets these attacks occasionally. Migraine. They're quite painful. She'll need to take the prescription the doctor gave her.
It's all right. Now, you both stay where you are. I'll take a taxi.
Oh, no, Nicky, we'll go with you.
Of course.
No, Laura. You've been so looking forward to this evening, and it's Julian's last night in town.
But I know how sick you get. You can't go home alone.
I'll be all right once I get there. There's nothing for anyone to do. I'll just take my pills and get into bed.
If that's all there is to do, I'll see you home. I can get you there faster than a cab, especially in this storm.
No, really.
I insist. Laura can wait here so she won't miss any of the show, and I'll return as soon as I know you're comfortably bedded down.
Are you sure you'll be all right alone, Nicky?
Of course. Once the medicine takes hold, I'll sleep.
Help her out quickly, Julian. She looks faint.
I'll ask the head waiter to look out for you, Laura, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. We're in for some slow going, I'm afraid. It's bumper to bumper along the strip.
I'm all right, Julian. You're being very kind.
Just hold on. You'll be home soon. We're here, Nicole. Now, can you make it all right?
What? Oh, yes.
Here, let me help you.
Slowly, please, my head. Oh, it hurts. I'm feeling quite sick.
What a shame having something hit you like this.
I'll be better soon, after I've taken my tablet.
Yes. Well, I'm going to see you comfortably inside before I leave.
I fumbled in my purse for my key, but with my blurred vision, I couldn't fit it into the lock. Julian took the key from me, led us into the lobby, and guided me gently to the door of the apartment.
There you go. And here are your keys.
Oh, thank you, Julian. I'll be all right now. You get back to Laura. She'll be worried.
I want to make sure you're settled first. Let me take that wet coat. You better let me help you off with your boots.
No, I can manage them. I bent down to pull off my boots and felt myself sinking under a wave of nausea and dizziness. Julian caught me. His strong hands were on my shoulders, and then, suddenly, at my throat. Julian! What he...
Too bad you became interested in China clippers, Miss Nugent. That was your Aunt Emily's mistake.
I don't understand.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, what's things like out Route 59? Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. The Zero Hour continues after this.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
Sure. We had tuna casserole last week.
It's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Oh, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
Well, before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Now close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
Julian Brooke was the strangler. His hands were at my throat. I tried to scream through a windpipe that was being choked off. There was a rushing noise in my ears, and the ugly, distorted face hovering over me began to dissolve. I was falling into a well of blackness. Slowly, I floated back to the surface, hearing before I could see. Sounds of a scuffle, glass breaking, and suddenly, blessedly, I heard Chris's voice.
Nicky, are you all right?
Gradually, light and colors came together, and the scene took shape around me. Julian Brooke was standing in the middle of the living room, flanked by two policemen. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his hands were manacled. Lieutenant Philippe was there, and Laura, standing off in a corner, motionless as a statue, her face a white blur. The coffee table was overturned, and broken glass littered the floor. Chris was holding me in his arms.
It's over, Buffett. It's all over.
You'll be all right, mademoiselle. We've called for a doctor.
Don't try to talk now, Nicky. Don't talk, just rest.
Monsieur Galloway is right, mademoiselle. Do not try to talk now. There will be time.
Time to sort out the terrible puzzle whirling round in my brain. Charming, well-bred Julian Brooke had tried to kill me. He had killed my Aunt Emily. Why? What did he mean about China clippers? How did Chris and the police arrive in time to save me? And poor Laura, how was she going to take all this? Somehow that concerned me more than anything else.
It's just so hard to believe that it was Julian all along.
There are still so many things I don't understand.
Oh, I'm not sure I want to. It's all so dreadful. I just thank God you were saved.
Everything is still a jumble in my head. I hope Chris gets here soon with Lieutenant Philippe.
And then you'll really hear what an utter fool I've been.
What do you mean?
The money for my restaurant. $50,000. I gave it all to Julian Brooke.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Prescott. Your money is safe and it will be returned to you. But to begin with, Mademoiselle Nugent, let us hear the exact words Julian Brooke spoke to you as he was making the attempt on your life.
He said, Too bad you became interested in China clippers, Miss Nugent. That was your Aunt Emily's mistake.
And you had no idea what he meant by that?
I still don't, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Galloway will explain.
You see, Nicky, Julian Brooke thought that you had the sketch.
What sketch?
Well, let me begin at the beginning, darling. Remember the night after Kathleen Winds's murder? You had the flu and I brought in some Chinese food for us?
Yes, I remember.
Well, you had just read about the murder in the paper and were pretty upset. You went in to take an aspirin. That's when I noticed the sheet music on your coffee table. Just one sheet. And it had Kathleen Windsor's name on it.
She'd just come from choir rehearsal, and she had an armful of music and books that she put down on the table.
Yes. Well, I thought you were upset enough about the murder you didn't need anything around to remind you of it. So I just stuck the sheet of music in my pocket. I was wearing an old jacket that Saturday that I haven't worn since. So there was nothing to remind me of the music until last night.
What happened last night to remind you of it?
I saw a sketch Julian had been doodling at the table, a sailing ship done in red ink. I picked it up.
He drew one here when he was waiting for you one night, Laura. I thought it was just a hobby.
And his downfall. You see, Monsieur Galloway here remembered he had seen what he thought was a similar sketch on the back of Kathleen Windsor's piece of sheet music.
Which would suggest that Julian Brooke knew her.
We had been ferreting about all this time for a man in Kathleen Windsor's life. When Monsieur Galloway informed me of his discovery, I felt certain we'd found him.
But, Chris, how did you and the police get here so quickly? How did you even know Julian brought me home?
Well, I'd gone to the police station directly from the club and answered Donald's call, remember?
Oh, yes, Donald.
Well, the police had finally gotten Tony Barth on a drug charge, and Tony had tried his bit about implicating Donald. But it's okay now. Tony was exposed for what he is, a liar. Donald's in the clear.
As it turned out, Monsieur Galloway and I had other fish to fry.
When Lieutenant Philippe confirmed my suspicions, I called the club midnight to warn you about Julian. Laura answered the page and told us Julian had taken you home.
I took a taxi from the club.
And the police and I got here as soon as we could.
And you got here just in time. If we hadn't got caught in traffic.
Yeah, well, thank God for icy roads. Brooke tried to make a run for it, of course, headed for your balcony. But the lieutenant here brought him down with a beautiful flying tackle.
At the expense of your glass coffee table, I'm afraid.
But I still don't understand. Why did Julian Brooke try to kill me?
When he saw his sketch was gone from the table at the club, he thought you had taken it, that you must have connected it with the sketch on the back of Kathleen Windsor's music, as he knew your Aunt Emily had.
Then that's what he meant when he talked about China clippers and Aunt Emily's mistake.
Precisely, mademoiselle. He explained to us that he tried to divert your aunt by calling her attention to the sketches of clipper ships on the wall of the Warwick Tea Room. But these sketches are in black ink of British clipper ships, while his sketch in red ink was of the Flying Cloud, a very identifiable American clipper ship with an angel blowing a trumpet at its bow.
Then he knew Aunt Emily was sure to remember where she'd actually seen it. On Kathleen Windsor's music.
And he learned that Kathleen Windsor had come here to you directly from her choir practice the night of her murder. Thus he assumed you also must have seen the sketch he had drawn on her music.
A murderer shouldn't go around leaving his trademark everywhere.
That isn't the only evidence Monsieur Brooke left around. Because he intended to leave the country that night, he had brought his bag to the club midnight. We found its contents most interesting, particularly those beneath its false bottom.
What did you find?
For one thing, your money, Mademoiselle Prescott. Fortunately, he had not spent it as he had Kathleen Windsor's.
You mean he swindled us both in the same way?
With the same story, that he needed the money temporarily to open his new furniture plant, but not quite in the same way. With you, Mademoiselle Prescott, his approach had to be more subtle. Thus, he staged the attack on you in the park so that he might become your rescuer.
But how did he even know I had $50,000?
From your unwise advertising in the paper, mademoiselle. He first called you in answer to your ad for a restaurant property, do you recall?
Yes, I certainly do. I thought he was a practical joker. But the voice, it wasn't Julian's.
I'm afraid it was, mademoiselle. Monsieur Brooke is a master of disguises. Another item we found in his bag was a false mustache and a Van Dyke beard.
Then the man Aunt Emily saw in the car with Kathleen Windsor was Julian Brooke.
Yes, the same man, different name. Kathleen Windsor knew him as Stephen Harcourt, while Elsie Grunberger had met him under his real name, Charles Potter.
Julian murdered Elsie Grunberger, too? I mean, Charles Potter?
Yes, it was the first time he killed. He had to do it to protect his investment in the Windsor woman. Elsie Grunberger had been a friend of the rich widow Potter had fleeced out of her savings. Unfortunately for Elsie, she caught sight of him with Kathleen Windsor one day, and he knew she recognized him, despite his disguise. He followed her home and killed her.
Well, then the arrest of Julian Brooke, Charles Potter, solves 3 of your murders. What about the 4th, the most recent one?
That, regrettably, is still on our books. Charles Potter denies having had anything to do with it.
It is a month now since that fateful Saturday when the mask was ripped off Julian Brooke and the face of the foe revealed. Laura has found a location for her restaurant and is hard at work trying to forget all that happened. Meanwhile, I've learned not to judge people by the faces they wear. T. Oliphant may be something of a woman-hater, but it turns out that all those brown cartons of his contain toys that he makes and delivers regularly to St. Simon's Parish House as gifts for needy children. Donald Hamill has been placed in a good home where he continues to carry on his love affair with his guitar when he's not vrooming around on Aunt Emily's red motorcycle. The snow lies deep now on the graves of Aunt Emily, Kathleen Windsor, and Elsie Grunberger. But of course, Lieutenant Philippe continues to caution us to lock our doors, reminding us that there is still a murderer loose in Montreal.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses, shutter doors on the hearts, broken dreams in the concrete.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Sir, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll never join anything again.
No, we're not asking you to join.
See, I'm a disgruntled member of the Mammal of the Month Club. Now, my March selection was supposed to be a cuddly raccoon. Instead, they delivered a gnu, and I live in an apartment. Man, a gnu's a big antelope.
Sir, we're asking about organizations like the American Cancer Society.
I never joined them, but I contribute a lot.
Good, because the American Cancer Society needs plenty of support for all the things they're in. For instance, there are numerous educational activities like telling people how important checkups are and knowing cancer's warning signals. That helps save lives.
I thought the Cancer Society was mostly research.
No, it's service, education, research, and then some.
Well, maybe I'll join the American Cancer Society.
Good. The society needs volunteers as well as contributions.
You know what my June mammal selection was? A South American sloth. hangs around upside down all day long for my chandelier, my drapes, the wall sconce. Imagine a sloth on a sconce. Or was the sconce on a sloth? I don't know, but they were both.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Patricia Powers' Face of the Foe. Next week we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So, on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by State Farm Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tony Hillerman's haunting tour of terror. The Blessing Way. Starring Ed Nelson, Barbara Anderson, and Tig Andrews. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance and the makers of Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Dr. Bergen McKee, anthropology professor, had been busy doing his homework. An old Navajo woman had told him stories about wolves and witches. Though as a scientist he needed documentation, so he set out to prove his theory, that superstition arises from fear. In short, witchcraft is a scapegoat for those who cannot explain away their woes rationally. Dr. Bergen McKee went to an abandoned grazing grounds and came across 5 dead rams, their throats slashed. Coyotes, he conjectured. But how could a relatively small animal scale a 6-foot fence? And where was his colleague, Dr. Kenfield? Why hadn't he returned to camp? And why was there a letter from him signed John when his name was Jeremy? Dr. Bergen McKee has several questions for which there are no scientific answers. And he has a fear. Irrational, perhaps, but real nonetheless. He's beginning to get the feeling that something is wrong in Many Ruins Canyon. Something dreadfully wrong. The Blessing Way resumes, following this word.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Properly cooked vegetables add interest and enjoyment as well as nutrition to a meal. Cooking only long enough to make the vegetable tender tends to preserve more flavor and better texture than prolonged cooking. And when you buy vegetables, demand freshness. Check the characteristic signs of freshness, such as bright, lively color and crispness. Handle produce carefully. Someone must pay for vegetables lost by rough handling, and in the long run, it'll probably be you. Incidentally, don't buy just because of low price. It doesn't pay to buy more vegetables than you can properly store in your refrigerator or you can use without waste. Most vegetables can be stored for 2 to 5 days, and it's really penny foolish to buy fresh vegetables affected by decay. Because even if you do trim off the decayed area, rapid deterioration is likely to spread to the salvaged area. A few cents extra for vegetables in good condition is a good investment.
owl had flown so close to my face that I needed all my powers of self-control not to cry out. Something out there had frightened that bird, and owls are not easily frightened. I studied the worn outcroppings of sandstone across the canyon, straining to hear. I felt like a young child afraid of the dark, the unknown. An irrational fear, I thought, but perhaps not. I could think of nothing that had happened to this point that made any sense. One dead man with sand in his lungs, 5 dead rams with their throats slashed, and a wrong name signed to a simple note. So why be logical now? I moved cautiously away from the tent, back into the darkness, climbing slowly over small boulders, carefully skirting larger ones, until I reached a pocket of water-cut rock directly under the oak of a hanging cliff. The light of the climbing moon had moved halfway across the canyon floor. Nothing stirred. What I scanned was a quarry of immense, motionless, brooding quiet. Then I caught a motion. I stared until my eyes were burning. A sinister shape, half hidden by juniper. A boulder? No. A head. A dog's head. And it was moving again, inching slowly out of the shadows into the moonlight. First a muzzle, then the head, its ears upright, the mouth hanging unnaturally open. I rubbed my eyes to be sure. It was definitely a dog's head, though unusually high, unless he were perched atop a ledge. Suddenly there was motion again, and the dog became a man, a large man with a wolf skin over his shoulders, the empty skull atop his own head. He dipped into the moonlight for a split second, and then disappeared in the shadows. Was it a man, or was it really a wolf? No, it was most assuredly a man running swiftly toward the campsite. He held something in his right hand, something metal that reflected the moonlight. A long barrel, then an ammunition clip, a machine gun. It was a man in wolf's clothing, stalking what he assumed to be a slumbering sheep. He was stalking me. What's he doing now? He was in plain sight, no longer making any effort at concealment, fooling with my truck. I was suddenly struck by the wild hope that he would just jump in and drive off, nothing more than a common thief. But no, he was going nowhere, nor was I. It was obvious the man had in some way disabled the truck. My only means of escape now was my own 2 feet. I touched the sandstone walls of the pocket I had chosen as shelter. They were smooth and steep. If I could only wiggle my way up through the crevice. But how could I manage that without making a noise? The man, or wolf, whatever he was, had gone into the tent. I could see a flashlight beam through the canvas. He'll see my notes. He'll know who I am, if he doesn't know already. Should I make a run for it now? Just take off across the canyon floor and hope to dodge a hail of machine gun bullets? Silly thought. There wasn't time to act. He was outside the tent again. No more than 50 yards away and facing this direction, looking at precisely the spot in which I stood.
Dr. McKee? Bergen McKee? I need to talk to you about Dr. Canfield. John's hurt. He needs help.
The man's words repeated themselves, ricocheting off the canyon walls, driving home all of my worst fears. He referred to Dr. Canfield as John. He called me by name, so he knew who I was. But who was he? All I knew was the man standing there in the darkness, this man in the wolf skin brandishing a machine gun, this man who had stalked me like an animal had come for one reason and one reason only, to kill me.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if a consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on 2 things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. Rule number one, we only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hello. My real name is Florencia Vicenta de Casillas Martinez Cardona Moss. No, it's not a new rock group. I'm known professionally as Vicky Carr. But my real message today sings out good news for all of you. A new federal aid program to provide education and training after high school, especially if you don't have the money for it. It's called Basic Grants and helps provide money for full-time students entering for the first time a college or university, vocational school, technical institute, or a hospital school of nursing. It helps you pay for tuition, books, and other expenses. Basic Grants makes it possible now to prepare for the special vocation or career you've been hoping for. And best of all, it's not a loan. That's right. You don't have to pay it back. So apply right away. Simply contact the school or college you're planning to enter, or post office, or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C. Buena suerte, mis amigos.
Suddenly, the man ran across the canyon bottom, the wolfskin dangling from one hand. But I knew I was far from being out of danger. The man would surely climb to higher ground in order to improve his vantage point. From up high, he'd be able to see the entire canyon, and me. Now was my chance. While he was moving, so could I. I worked my way steadily down the canyon, keeping close to the sheer sandstone wall. Finally, I reached the bottom where dense brush grew in massive clumps from the muddy soil. I found a small opening underneath one bush and squeezed in silently. Then, for the first time in hours, I shut my eyes. I hadn't heard a thing for who knows how long. I had lost touch with time. All I knew was it was dark and the stars were out. Was the man gone? I had waited for what seemed like a full hour, and then moved. I crouched in the shadows, listening. He really was gone. But how far? And why? And it came to me. If that lunatic had gone to all this trouble to learn who was living in the tent, he would also know of Ellen Leon. The letter announcing her impending arrival was on the table. The wolf. Oh, the wolf. He would only have to wait for her. Well, I'd have to do the same. I decided the hell with self-preservation in the sedentary academic life. If I was going to get killed, I might as well do it with style. I no longer had the faintest hope that the morning would bring Jeremy Canfield driving up the canyon, but it would bring Ellen Leon. I took one deep breath, let it out slowly, then sprinted across the sand to the south wall. I had to get as far and as high as I could and find a place where I could watch the floor of the canyon. I'd wait there to intercept the car and Ellen Leon. I was making good progress, having scaled a third of the way up the south wall. There was a large boulder up ahead, surrounded by enough sandstone to afford me a blind. It would be a perfect viewpoint. Only it was so dark, I could barely see my way. It must have been nearly dawn, the darkest time of the day or night. The moon was down, and now the only light of all was from the distant stars. Now, I was only 5 feet away. But there was a gap, 5 feet of space I'd have to get across. It couldn't have been more than a 10-foot drop. I could see the stars reflected in a puddle of collected rainwater on the rocks below. I reached out and felt the rough bark of a tree limb. I held on to it with both hands and... I had fallen flush on my face, but had gotten one hand down to break my fall. I scrambled to my feet. I was out in the open. Suddenly there was a roaring in my ears and a screaming pain in my hand. The lights went out. When I regained consciousness, the sounds inside my head were gone, but not the searing pain in my right hand. I looked at it and saw that the little finger was bent grotesquely backward. A complete dislocation. Then I realized what had happened and where I was and what was at stake. The dawn had arrived. Ellen Leon would soon appear, and that madman was up there somewhere. I tried to pull my finger back into place, but the pain was too much. I rolled over and looked at my reflection in the pool of trapped rainwater. I looked a sight. The skin had been scraped from the right side of my cheek when I fell. 2 days' growth of beard had sprouted, and my hair was caked with mud. With my left hand, I tried to wash the dirt and dried blood from my face. I was moderately successful, but nevertheless, Ellen Leon would be confronted by a grubby man with a torn and dirty shirt, hardly an appearance to inspire confidence. Well, that finger, I'd have to hide it from her, because what I had to say to her, improbable as it would seem, was the truth. There was an insane man dressed like a werewolf somewhere in the canyon, and he meant to kill us both. Then I heard it. A car was coming. From the echoes, I knew it was already in the canyon. Maybe it wasn't Helen Leon at all. Maybe it was Jeremy. And the whole thing was all just a bad joke. Maybe it was the wolf coming back to finish me off. Then I saw it round in a bend. A Volkswagen, and behind the wheel I could see the driver was wearing a hurried expression. It was Helen Leon.
You know, a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, the man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hello. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. This is a commercial. The product? It's in your car. Know what it is? If you're a dummy, you're sitting on it. Right. Safety belts. You know about safety belts saving lives and preventing injuries. So now I'll tell you another good thing about them. Do you like who you're riding with? Of course you do. That's silly of me to ask. Have you done anything for each other lately? I know a very good way to show you care about each other. You do care about each other. Good. You ready? Tell each other to fasten your safety belts. I'll wait. Good. Belts on? Now, don't you feel better? Don't you feel good? I do, and I'm not even in my car. Isn't that a nice way to show somebody you care? When you think about it, it's a nice way to say, I love you. This message has been brought to you by the National Safety Council and me, Carl Reiner.
As soon as I saw it was Ellen Leon, I dashed out onto the road.
Miss Leon?
Miss Leon! Miss Leon, stop! Miss Leon, unlock the door. I'm Burton McKee. I was supposed to meet you here, Dr. Canfield and I. You have to let me in. Turn the car around. Headed out of here.
What's wrong? Where's Dr. Canfield?
Look, I'm not sure exactly what's wrong, but I want you to get out of this canyon until I find out. There's a man somewhere up this canyon who isn't acting rationally. I think he may have done something to Dr. Canfield, and I don't know where the hell Canfield is, and I can't start looking for him until I get you out of here.
Oh.
Canfield was gone when I got back to camp yesterday. He left me a note, and he signed it John. His name is Jeremy.
Well, what did the note say?
Oh, something about taking a Navajo to Chicnos Pass, something about a snake bite. Look, that's not the point, Miss Leon. He signed it John. Listen. Now, you wait here. Come back. Miss Leon?
Sounds like a motor. What is it, a truck?
Look, I'm going to find out. All right. We'll both find out. This woman, Helen Leon, had a certain Girl Scout quality about her. Delicate and yet determined. I was sure she doubted my story, but I'd expected that. Somehow, I'd have to stress the urgency of the situation without giving her further cause for alarm. It was less than 50 yards to the bend of the canyon. My hand throbbed violently every step of the way. When we reached the bend, I cautioned her to stay back. I peeked around the rocky point. There was a gray Land Rover parked a ways down the canyon. A cable from the winch reel on its front bumper was attached to a fallen ponderosa pine. The massive trunk of the long dead tree was being swung slowly across the canyon.
What is it, Dr. McKee?
It looks like we walk out.
What in the world is he doing?
He's blocking us in with that tree.
Is that the man you saw last night? The man with the wolf skin?
Yes. With all the racket the winch motor was making, the man couldn't hear us walk back to Ellen's car, started up and back off. At least she hadn't asked me how I knew that this was the same man. I don't know what lie I'd have made up. I couldn't have told her that I'd seen a long machine gun barrel sticking out of the Land Rover window, nor could I divulge the fact that I now had a pretty fair idea who the man was. The terrifying truth was, I'd met him before, face to face. It was the hat that gave him away. The man operating the winch was wearing one. A black felt hat with a wide brim, with a silver concho band around the crown. It was the big Navajo from Shoemaker's.
Is your hand broken?
No, I sprained my finger.
But it hurts a lot.
It's all right.
It would feel better if you'd let me bandage it. Don't you have a first aid kit at your campsite?
Look, I think it'd be better if we kept going. I want to find a place where we can climb out of here.
Maybe Dr. Canfield's back by now.
Maybe.
Can't we just...
All right. It's just up ahead. We'll need a few things anyway. Stop at the camp.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Canfield wasn't there. I hadn't expected him to be, but she had. She sat glumly in the tent while I rounded up supplies. Hardly, I filled my canteen, shoved 2 cans of meat into my pocket, grabbed a box of crackers in my pocket knife. Then I trotted over to where my truck was and raised the hood. I could feel her watching me from behind, but I didn't turn around. Instead, I examined the engine. The spark plug wires were ripped out.
Dr. McKee, really, shouldn't we have waited back there just for a little while? I'm sure Dr. Canfield will be coming right back. And if he doesn't, I'm sure this man will help us. This is absolutely insane. I'm turning the car around. What are you doing? Take your foot off of mine. You'll get us killed.
Now, get this straight. I had a hard day yesterday. I was up all night. I'm tired. My hands hurt. And I'm worried about Jeremy. Now, you're going to behave and do as you're told. And I'm telling you again, we're going to climb out of this canyon. Look, if I'm wrong about that guy, I'll apologize. I can't take that chance now. Please. You have to trust me, Miss Leon. You better slow down. The road's getting too narrow. Wait, I saw something.
What is it?
Tire tracks, you see? Along the bank there. Somebody's been here.
Dr. Canfield?
I need to find out. Put the car over there. Now get it past the brush. Out of sight.
Then what?
Wait in the car. I'll be back for you. The tire tracks told me a lot. They were obliterated along the road, but visible on the bank. That meant whoever made them had done so before last night's rain. There was only one set, and from the angle of the flattened brush, I assumed that whatever went in, it hadn't come out. At least not this way. The road stopped completely, but the deep tread marks went on. Over rocks, through the brush, until I could see where they were heading. There was a brush-covered outcropping of rock 50 feet away. Quietly, I approached. My heart was racing. It could be a trap set by the big Navajo. Slowly, very slowly, I peeked around. And saw a truck. Jeremy Canfield's camper. It was locked up tight, and the muddy streaks on the windshield suggested it hadn't been moved for a while. I looked in through a side window. No keys in the ignition. No Jeremy either. I wheeled around and saw up on the rimrock a flash of red. I stood frozen, looking at an Indian boy wearing a bright red baseball cap sitting atop a chestnut-colored horse. The boy had a rifle in one hand. It was pointed up at the sky. We stared at each other. Neither of us moved a muscle. And then he rode off. It was like a hallucination. He quite literally disappeared. The camper compartment was locked. I found a rock and broke out the glass, reached through it with my good hand, and undid the latch. The tailgate dropped open, and out slid a pair of familiar boots. Jeremy Canfield's. He was still in them. I reached in and rolled him over. The great roaring in my ears returned as I stumbled back. I had seen the face of Jeremy Canfield, the bulging eyes ablaze with terror, the mouth wide open, shouting out a silent scream, and rimmed with sand.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your American Cancer Society presents Peter Falk and Lee Grant in The Regular Checkup.
Let's begin your checkup with an update of your medical history.
Before we do that, I've been trying to get my husband in for a checkup. Maybe if I use all the simple tests you give, he'll come. Not counting the lady things.
I see. Well, we'll check blood pressure, take x-rays, urine analysis, blood tests, procto, electrocardiogram. Then there's neck and abdominal palpation.
That's checking the neck and stomach with your fingers.
You've been watching Marcus Welby?
I heard that on a soap opera.
I see. Next, there's the otoscopic test.
The ears, right?
That's terrific.
I pick up a lot of doctor stuff on TV.
You certainly do. So let's get your husband in.
He's afraid you'll find he's in perfect health and he won't be able to complain.
I see.
Help your doctor help you with an annual checkup. Help your American Cancer Society with a generous check. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
Did you say God? Well, I know him by everything you say and do. Did you say God? Well, I've seen him every time I look at you. He's touched you with his love and with his truth. Don't look any further. You are his proof. This hand in your hand in my hand, and you give him music play. Brother to brother, helping each other, you know we're gonna find a way. This hand in your hand in my hand, and you give him music say. Sisters and brothers, loving each other, we're gonna make a better day.
This message is brought to you by Religion in American Life.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Blessing Way. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by State Farm Insurance and Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tony Hillerman's haunting tour of terror. The Blessing Way. Starring Ed Nelson. Barbara Anderson. And Tig Andrews. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, the makers of Quaker State Motor Oil and the makers of Digel. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Sometimes a challenge is a good thing. It helps to break up the monotony when one has been doing the same thing over a long period of time. Dr. Bergen McKee is a university professor with tenure, Anthro Department, and for the past several years satisfied with life behind ivy walls, inside an ivory tower, correcting term papers and smarting from the after effects of his shattered marriage. Dr. Bergen McKee needed a challenge, and this is precisely what he got. He's faced with the problem of climbing out of a deep canyon over rugged terrain. The little finger on his right hand has been dislocated. He's been up all night, and he's accompanied by a young woman who accepts nothing he says as truth. But then his story is hard to believe. There's a madman dressed like a werewolf running loose in the canyon. He's burying people alive. And Dr. Bergen McKee must rise to meet the challenge or tumble into infinite darkness. For if he fails, he and the lady will most certainly die. The Blessing Way will continue. But first...
Sometimes a 24-hour pass very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. With no place to go, nothing much to do. The answer for millions of servicemen and women around the world has been the USO. For over 30 years, a place to come in, read, write letters home, listen to music, dance, have a hamburger and a shake. Most of all, a place to feel welcome. But there might not always be a USO, even though there are still 2 million servicemen and women who need it more than ever. There might not be a USO because there's not enough money to go around. USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign. So please give. Our work isn't done.
Canfield was dead. Killed, no doubt, in the same fashion as Louis Horseman had been. I raced back to where I'd left Ellen Leon. She was sitting on a rock, holding her ankle.
Oh, I'm so clumsy.
I told you to wait in the car. What happened?
Well, you were gone a long time. I was going to look for you, and I fell. I twisted my ankle. It hurts.
Can you walk on it?
I don't think so. You may have to go on without me.
No. Look, I can't leave you here.
Dr. McKee, I know you're just trying to protect me. I can appreciate that.
Let me see that ankle. It doesn't look bad. No swelling.
We really ought to take the car back to the camp and wait for Dr. Canfield.
We're not going back. I found Canfield's truck. Somebody broke in the back window. He's gone. Now, we've got to climb out now.
Please, you're hurting my arm.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
Please, Dr. McKee, you've got a concussion. You just can't go stumbling around like this.
You don't understand. Hey, Miss Leon, come back! I was too surprised to move for a moment. There was nothing wrong with her ankle. She had run off to the car, rolled up the windows, and locked herself in. I tried to keep my voice at a normal level. Really, Miss Leon, I'm not crazy. And we really do have to get out of here. Roll down the window.
Not until you give me your word you'll come back to the camp with me.
Don't make me use this rock. Now roll down the window.
No!
I promise. Let me in and we'll go back. No, I mean it, Miss Leon. Now you get out of this car or I'll drag you out. Get out!
That's right. Get out.
I knew without turning around who it was. He came around the side so I could see him and he could see me.
Hold perfectly still.
He was a tall man, taller than I'd remembered him from Shoemaker's, but the same man. The sun was reflecting off of his silver hatband. In his hand was a gunmetal blue machine pistol.
You're Bergen McKee, and the young lady would be Ellen Leon.
What do you want?
Just the pleasure of your company for a while. Right now, I want your boyfriend to take his hand out of his shirt. Very, very slowly. That's it. Well, I say I've been too suspicious. That's quite a finger. Bergen, I'll have to ask you to put your hands against that pinyon tree while I see what you have in those pockets. Ellen, you stand over there. Get some keys, your wallet. Well, neat. Are you planning on getting away? Look, you hold that position while I check Ellen. Look, I want no movement at all. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Ellen, you hold your arms out to the side. That's a good girl.
Why are you doing this?
Ellen, I'm not talking to you, so don't talk to me. If you insist, I'll have to shoot you. All right, the two of you now walk ahead of me and do as you're told, and no one will get hurt. See, I carry this gun cocked with the safety off, and I'm very good with it. Now, let's go.
He had us hike across a canyon a ways, and then up over dense brush and tumbled boulders. It was a difficult climb. Then, as I grew more tired, my hand hurt worse. Ellen, Girl Scout that she was, made it without need of assistance. I'd like to have seen my former wife do the same. The truth of one of the last things I heard Jeremy Canfield say echoed in my mind. Not all women were like Sarah. Certainly, Ellen Leon wasn't. There was a bitter irony to the whole thing. Ellen had come here in search of a missing man. I considered the possibility that he, too, was now permanently missing, with lungs full of sand, and the thought of the same terrible end for her was too much to bear. When we reached the summit, we paused to rest. I had to say something.
I'll walk right over there to the truck.
Why not let the woman go? She's of no use to you.
Why, Bergen, how considerate of you. But I'm afraid Ellen must go with us. You see, she's seen me.
She won't tell.
That's funny, Bergen, funny. Really it is. I can think of two people who said that very same thing. I get in the truck. No, wait. Let me see that hand first. You right-handed?
Yes.
I was afraid you would be. The finger looks bad. We may have to soak it to get the swelling down.
I'm touched by your sympathy.
No, it's not really that. It's just that you're going to have to write a letter for us.
What if he refuses?
Well, then I'll have to kill you. Both of you.
Sun is shining, things are growing, things are going well with you and me. Future planned together, rich will ride together, and things look bright as they can be. We're helping boys killing people, what's boys killing people, for not a future is life. And that's the power of your life. We have to plan the future, because the future is now.
Metropolitan life knows how important the future is to you and your family. We've been preparing hard for the future so that your Metropolitan representative is qualified to help you prepare for it better. Because the better prepared you are, the better your future will be.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Josiah had a delicate ear operation. Maria gave birth to a premature infant. Raziel had a tooth pulled. And Angelica underwent cataract surgery. Each one came to the SS Hope, the famous white hospital ship, for care and treatment. Each left healthier, happier. But Hope does more than treat patients. At the side of Project Hope's professional medical personnel, there was a counterpart physician, nurse, dentist, or medical assistant from the patient's country who was working and learning. These medical trainees and professionals will continue to treat other Hoseias and Marias in their own country as Project Hope's living legacy. Help Hope live on. Write Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
There is no comfortable way to ride in the back seat of a moving vehicle lying face down with one's wrists tied together and rope to one's ankles. Nor could I draw much comfort from the conversation coming from the front seat.
So this Dr. Green at Albuquerque knew you were coming to this canyon. Who else knew, Ellen? Hey, what about your husband?
I don't have a husband.
On a pretty girl like you, I find that surprising.
Life's just full of surprises, isn't it?
That's right, Ellen, that's right. You know what else surprised me? That Bergen sat around in the canyon and let me cut him off. Why did he do that?
Why don't you ask him?
I'm asking you.
Because I was a fool.
Didn't you believe there was a Navajo wolf?
He had that terrible bruise on his forehead. I thought...
Well, I would have got him anyway.
No. If it hadn't been for me, Dr. McKee would have gotten away.
Oh, you don't know about us Navajo wolves. We turn ourselves into coyotes, dogs, bears, foxes, owls. We fly through the air when we need to.
He outsmarted you last night. You said so yourself. And he outsmarted you again today.
You're opposite. You don't know who I am, and nobody gets away.
From the big Navajo's questions, it became painfully obvious why Ellen and I were still alive, and why he wanted me to write that letter. One depended upon the other. For some reason, he didn't want anyone to come looking for us and find something else. Perhaps Louis Horseman had accidentally found something. Jeremy Canfield could have, too. I was bobbing in and out of consciousness. I think we stopped once or twice, and then we were stopped. I was sure. There was another voice I hadn't heard before.
I see you got a woman, George. Where's the man you were after?
He's in the back. Get any calls while I was gone?
No calls. They better let us know soon.
Oh, they'll let us know. Won't be too long now. You see anything?
Just that kid on the horse again, up in the top. Way off across the mesa. I couldn't hit him from here.
Get out of the car, Ellen. Come on, will you? I'm in a hurry.
I could feel the big Navajo untying the ropes that bound me. The other man had called him George. So now I knew his name, but I still had no idea what he wanted. When I stood up, I saw we were in a narrow side canyon. A few hundred yards above us was a series of ancient cliff dwellings, built high on the canyon wall. But then the world started spinning again. I started to fall, but someone caught me and propped me up against the side of the Land Rover.
Bergen's going to write that letter for us, Eddie.
He hasn't written it yet?
Oh, no, he will. But you see, he hurt his hand. Go on, show Eddie your hand, Bergen. Come on. I said show him. There, you see? Why take a chance?
Too much money involved to take chances.
Don't talk so much, Eddie. No, we're going to leave these two behind. The less they hear, the better.
Oh?
Eddie was a pleasant-looking, tall, wiry young man. Blonde hair and blue eyes, the Huck Finn physical type. But he wore a shoulder holster, housing a .38 caliber pistol. Another crazy man, I thought. But not cold and calculating like George.
You were asleep when we cleaned out your camp, Bergen. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, would it matter?
Oh, we've no reason to kill you or Ellen. Now, you may doubt that, but it's true.
What have you done to Dr. Canfield?
Ellen.
What happened to Dr. Canfield was really a shame. You see, he seemed like such a nice fellow. Full of jokes, but don't you see? Dr. Canfield made one very bad mistake. He signed his letter John.
But that's his name.
No, Bergen, that wasn't his name. If it had been, I'd have caught you yesterday. And Ellen would be free as a bird.
You killed Dr. Canfield?
Yes, I'm afraid I did, Ellen. I'm sorry about that, but it couldn't be helped. Now, if Bergen here cooperates and writes what I say, we can leave the two of you up in one of those cliff dwellings with food and water. And maybe you can figure out a way to get down after we're gone. You see, it's your only chance. And I suggest you take it.
What do you want me to write?
Well, you'll have to say you're leaving here, all three of you.
All three of us?
That's right. You, Ellen, and Dr. Canfield.
The big Navajo handed me a ballpoint pen. Then I delivered quite an authentic performance of suffering. The pain shot clear up my arm. My hand shook, and real beads of sweat popped onto my forehead as I managed a very sloppy, "Dear Dr. Green." Well, that's fairly close.
Not close enough.
I could write it left-handed and say I hurt my right one.
Now, why would you write Dr. Green a left-handed letter with Dr. Canfield around? Well, Eddie?
Whatever you think. I don't know the odds.
Yeah. Let me see that hand again.
Why not shoot us now and get it over with?
Don't challenge me. I'm liable to take you up on it.
But maybe if I soaked it,
Eddie, take him up to the cliff place. The girl, too.
You think we got time for
Just
that?
do as I say. Now move.
Today, we're driving the big family car less as we use our gas-saving small car more. Now, an underused car doesn't always get enough exercise to eliminate harmful engine deposits, so it needs quality protection, like Quaker State Motor Oil, made to protect against harmful deposits. Quaker State is now available more places than ever. It's one good thing we don't have to give up.
Quaker State your car to keep it running,
Occasional acid indigestion and heartburn can be more than just acid alone. Often there's trapped gas, too. That's what we call gassed indigestion. Digel is made for gassed indigestion because Digel is different. It does more. Digel reduces excess acid while its patented simethicone gets rid of trapped gas fast. Use only as directed. Digel for gassed indigestion. No plain antacid can do what Digel can.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Eddie led us at gunpoint up the slope to the cliff dwellings. They looked like Anasazi ruins. This was probably where Canfield had come. There was plenty of loose sand around. I noticed, too, hidden behind a screen of bushes, several camping articles, including a 2-burner kerosene stove and 2 bedrolls. Whoever they were waiting to get a call from had to be camped elsewhere. But in the deep shade of late afternoon, I hadn't seen the aluminum ladder. Eddie assembled the 4 sections while the big Navajo kept his machine pistol pointed at us.
You got it, Eddie?
All set.
Now, Ellen, Bergen, after you.
We climbed up the ladder to the top of the cliff dwelling. Then down a smaller ladder through a hole in the roof into a dark, dusty, windowless room. Once inside, Ellen and I sat on the floor. Someone took the ladder away. We were trapped, suspended in air. I could see Eddie's chin above us through the hole.
What's he doing?
I don't know. It's the other one I'm worried about.
Are you frightened?
Yes.
So am I. You aren't really going to write that letter, are you?
Not if I can help it.
Do you think there's a chance we can get away?
You picking up anything, George?
Hey, listen.
What's he say?
You hear something? A radio?
No. Do you?
I'm not sure.
What's that?
I think he's coming up.
What will he do to us?
Try not to think about it.
Bergen, I'm scared.
Gurley says tomorrow afternoon will do it.
Gurley's been wrong before.
Not this time. This is it.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, you'll believe it when you count your money. We fly tomorrow.
Ooh, hot damn.
What's that all about?
We'll know soon enough.
Well, now, how are we feeling? Quiet, I see. Bergen, I think we'd better try to get that knuckle of yours back in the joint. I'm going to be busy tomorrow, but by tomorrow night I'll want that letter.
Okay, I think my hand's broken, not just dislocated.
They feel like that when they're pulled out. We can get it back in the socket.
No.
Ellen. Eddie, shine a light down here, will you? That's it. Now, Bergen, this may hurt.
Sadist.
All right, go ahead. I'm ready. I had a dream. A dream I was buried alive. I could feel the sand gathering in my throat, sifting down through the windpipe into my lungs. And then I remembered where I was. My hand felt heavy, but the pain was nearly gone. I could feel it was tightly wrapped in some sort of a bandage. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw the horizontal figure of Ellen Leon against the wall. She was breathing deeply in sleep. Miss Leon, wake up. Miss Leon.
What? Shh. Dr. McKee. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Too fine, I'm afraid. My hand feels much better.
What time is it? How long was I asleep?
I don't know. Look, where did they go?
I heard them outside before, down below.
Both of them?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Where are you going?
Look, nowhere. I'm trying to think of a way we can get out of here.
The big one took the ladder when he left. I heard him say that he was going someplace.
When?
I don't know.
Did you hear the truck leave?
Yes. No. I mean, I'm not sure. I could have been dreaming.
Oh, think. This is very important.
Well, they said something about a girlie. Yes, I did hear the truck.
It's getting lighter. It must be morning. If the big one's gone, we've got a chance.
Dr. McKee, do you have any idea what this is all about? Who's girlie?
I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're crazy, the whole lot of them.
Why did they want you to write that letter?
He explained why.
Well, you know as well as I do that if they're planning to let us go, they wouldn't need a letter. Now stop treating me like a child. That's what Jim would do.
Jim?
My fiancé.
What?
The man I came out here to find in the first place.
Oh, the engineer, Mr. Hall?
Dr. Hall.
Sorry.
Don't be.
Well, I didn't realize you were engaged.
I don't think Jim did either. That's why I came. To tell him it was over.
Why? I'm sorry. It's none of my business.
I want to tell you.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, he's tall and rather slim. He's got blonde hair. In fact, he looks a little bit like Eddie.
Only he's not nuts.
He's nuts about one thing, though.
You.
I wish. No, it's money. Jim's very ambitious. Too ambitious, I think. He gets angry about it. He says he's caught in a system that gets you on a treadmill, and I'm quoting him. He says it takes $1 million to beat the system, pay your own ransom, buy back your own life.
Well, what's he doing out here? I mean, no gold or oil or anything like that.
I don't really know what he's doing out here.
Well, I hope you find him.
Thanks. What's that?
Come here. Look at this.
Face. What is it? Hieroglyphics?
Oh, this is Hopi Kachina.
I forgot you're an anthropologist. Another doctor.
Yeah, but a dumb one. The Anasazis built these cliff dwellings, but the Hopis lived here since. And the Hopi always built an escape hatch at the bottom of one wall to keep from being penned in if they were attacked.
You think there's a way out?
Which side is the cliff on?
This one. Let me help you.
No. I mean, yes, Ellen.
Something fell out of your pocket.
Yeah, cigarettes. Hey, wait a minute. Somebody or something wants us to have a fighting chance.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, when we stopped back at camp...
Yes?
I threw a pocket knife into my shirt pocket. The Navajo must be both crazy and dumb. I still have it. Are you still scared?
Yes.
Well, that's good. We'll need that edge. There are 3, maybe 4 people in this canyon. Within the next hour, 2 of us are going to die.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
200 million people live in America today. Within 30 years, our population is expected to increase by 50% to 300 million. President Nixon, in his recent congressional message, expressed concern over the impact of population growth on the quality of life in America. Specifically, the burdens it will place on education, health, transportation, employment, housing, and our natural resources. At our present rate of growth, we would have to build a city the size of Tulsa, Dayton, or Jersey City every 30 days for the next 30 years to accommodate these additional 100 million Americans. A Planned Parenthood study shows that our population growth can be slowed if voluntary family planning help is made available to every family that wants it. Planned Parenthood provides family planning help all over America right now. Overpopulation, it's everybody's problem. Support Planned Parenthood.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was me in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here. to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Blessing Way. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, Quaker State Motor Oil, and Digel. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tony Hillerman's haunting tour of terror. The Blessing Way. Starring Ed Nelson, Barbara Anderson, and Tig Andrews. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the Ford Motor Company and Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Superstition. Any belief or attitude that is inconsistent with the known laws of science or with what is generally considered in a particular society as true and rational, or so says Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. But who is to say what is true and rational? You decide for yourself. This week, a story of science versus superstition. Dr. Bergen McKee, a scientist of the non-laboratory variety, a cultural anthropologist, a Ph.D., a published scholar on the subject of Navajo Indian witchcraft, but someone who doubts himself as a man. Dr. Bergen McKee is about to set out into the field to complete some unfinished research. Death is something that is embodied in all societies. Murder is quite something else. And for Dr. Bergen McKee, all the textbooks in the world won't be able to wake him from the terrible nightmare that is waiting for him. Our story, The Blessing Way, will begin after this word.
Hosea had a delicate ear operation. Maria gave birth to a premature infant. Raphael had a tooth pulled. And Angelica underwent cataract surgery. Each one came to the SS Hope, the famous white hospital ship, for care and treatment. Each left healthier, happier. But Hope does more than treat patients. At the side of Project Hope's professional medical personnel, there was a counterpart physician, nurse, dentist, or medical assistant from the patient's country who was working and learning. These medical trainees and professionals will continue to treat other Hoseas and Marias in their own country as Project Hope's living legacy. Help Hope live on. Write Project Hope,
Room A, Washington, D.C.
Picture this. A moonlit night above the vast plateau region of northeastern Arizona, Navajo country. Rugged terrain, sandstone laced with granite, cut into hundreds of deep canyons and mazes of arroyos, a crazy quilt of erosion. The valley bordered on the east by the Lucachucan Mountains, rising still and stoic from the depths of what the Navajo call Many Ruins Canyon. Along the western slope, a faint flickering light, practically invisible. It is a small fire, built in the extreme corner of a natural enclosure, giving the face of Louis Horseman a reddish cast. It is a young face, thin and sensitive, with large black eyes and a sullen mouth. Louis Horseman hears nothing but the fire and the wind. It is only when he raises his eyes that he sees the towering shadow of the two-legged wolf who's watching him from behind. Suddenly, he turns and gapes in stark terror at the big man with wolf skin draped across his shoulders, the forepaws hanging down the front of his huge chest, the beast's empty skull pushed back on his forehead, its snout pointing upward.
I won't kill. I won't kill.
400 miles to the east, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Dr. Bergen McKee, age 38, university professor, Department of Anthropology, sits in his apartment at his desk, grading final examination papers.
Well, that's a very good point, Miss Ferguson. I agree wholeheartedly, but you really should quote your source. Dr. Bergen McKee, Social and Psychotherapeutic Utility of Navajo Wolf and Frenzy Superstitions. Albuquerque, University Press, 1967, pages 71 through 73. You'll never get the graduate degree plagiarizing this way. It happens this way every term. Papers come in. I wait until the very last moment before grades are due, then I sit up late and curse my students' ineptitude, slash away with my red pencil, and then wish them all a happy summer vacation on the bottom of the last page. Always the same predictable Dr. McKee. Ogre in tweeds, the monster slayer and proponent of the scapegoat theory, re-Navajo primitive superstition. I fell asleep at my desk and woke up the morning of May 26th in the same position, hardly fitting for a man like myself. 2 letters were on my mind. One of them I'd mailed a month ago to Joe Leaphorn, Navajo Tribal Council, Law and Order Division, Window Rock, Arizona, intimating that I might return to his neck of the woods to resume my studies in the field. I had sent such a letter once a year for the past 6 years, but never went. It was 6 years ago that I'd received the other letter that was on my mind. A note, actually. 15 words in blue ink on blue paper. Berg, I am meeting Scotty in Las Vegas tonight. I won't contest the divorce. Sarah. It was late morning by the time I arrived at the university. I took my mail from the faculty box and had just retreated to my office when...
Berg, where would you look on the Navajo reservation for an electrical engineer testing his gadgets?
Who wants to find him?
A daughter of a friend of mine, girl named Ellen Leone. She says this guy drives a light green van and is doing some kind of research that has to be away from electrical transmission lines, telephone wires, stuff like that.
Well, that narrows it down to about 90% of the reservation.
Well, I told her we'd look for him.
Did you now?
Well, now, you don't want to make a liar out of your honorable colleague, do you? We'll look. If we don't find him, we don't find him. Doesn't really matter. She'll be coming out herself in a few days.
Are you kidding? A woman?
Beyond question.
About 5'5", slim, long dark hair, and wearing a checkered pantsuit.
You saw her in the hall?
I saw her in the hall. Very pretty.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's this?
Hey, Dr. Canville, do you mind? We may share an office, but that doesn't give you the right to tamper with my mail.
I see you've heard from your boy in Window Rock.
Yeah, Joe Leaphorn.
Leaphorn. Is that an Indian name?
He's a Navajo, if that's what you're asking.
Well, where do you want to start hunting for witches?
Jeremy.
Bergen.
Look, how about starting over in the West Slope, beyond the Lukachukas, the Many Ruins Canyon?
That's my specialty, ruins. If you've got some witches in there to scrutinize, there'd be plenty of ruins to keep me busy.
Jeremy, what's the fellow's name with the green truck?
Hall. Jimmy W. Hall, Ph.D. The young woman's name is Ellen Leone. Oh, they're not married, if that's what you're asking. I'm glad you decided to go, Bergen. I think maybe I should ask for a guarantee that your witches won't get me.
My Navajo wolves, being strictly psychotherapeutic, are certified harmless. Here, get.
What's this? Looks like a frog.
Reed Clan Totem. One of the holy people. Good for fending off corpse powder. No self-respecting Navajo wolf will bother you now, I guarantee it.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I took part in a Ford LTD fuel economy test with 2 professional drivers and 2 housewives. Our individual averages ranged from 16.3 to 20.3 miles per gallon. I averaged 19.7, which underlines one fact about mileage. Cars or drivers are never exactly alike. Driving under controlled conditions on regular gas with standard 351 V8 engines, we traveled from Phoenix to Los Angeles, never exceeding 50 miles an hour. The test was conducted by General Environments Corporation, who have filed a report verifying the results. Of course, mileage depends on driving habits, road and driving conditions, total weight, and maintenance, and you may not get the same results. But if I had an advantage, it was probably that I followed the same driving tips you can get from your Ford dealer. Lots of Americans still need and want a solid, well-made family car, and driving reasonably is one way you can be sure of getting the most a Ford LTD has to offer.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusher man? Who's gonna show them how to clean the land? Who's gonna tell them why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show them what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now. Well, let me lay it on you.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean it, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get involved? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, won't help teach your sons to be prepared.
Dr. Green got my graded papers by the noon deadline, and I was on my way to Navajo country inside of 48 hours. We packed most of the gear in the Canfield's camper. I drove the pickup on ahead and arranged to stay with Joe Leaphorn and his wife, Emma, for a day or 2, however long it would take Jeremy to reach the reservation. In the morning, Joe and I drove to his office at Window Rock, where we got down to business at hand.
I'm afraid that's about all we've got that might interest you, Bergen. We don't know what's going on yet with that business in the Lukachuka area. We got some fourth-hand story about a cave of Navajo wolves somewhere back in the West Slope Canyon. The witches are supposed to be coming around the summer hogans up there, abusing the animals and the usual. And as usual, the stories vary depending on which rumor you hear.
Well, what's your interest in all this, Joe?
It might have something to do with the man we're looking for up there. Or maybe it's a genuine witch who really does turn himself into a werewolf. Wouldn't that knock hell out of you scientific types?
But who are you looking for up there, Joe?
Well, read it for yourself.
Louis Horseman, age 22, son of Annie Horseman of the Red Forehead clan. Married to Elsie Tso of the Many Goats clan. Residence, Sabito Wash, 27 miles south of Clegg Toe. Arrest record. Drunk and disorderly, assault and battery, driving under the influence. Well, what's this about a knife?
Horseman cut up a Mexican in Gallup last month, stole a car, and headed for the hills.
Well, how can you find him up there? He can stay hidden forever.
I'm going out to Shoemaker's and spread the word that the Mexican didn't die, that he's alive. The news will get to Horseman, believe me. You coming?
Now? Oh, yeah, sure. It was about a 2-hour drive to Shoemaker's, a trading post that had just about everything: food, supplies, clothing. It was also the only post office in that area of the reservation. I spent most of the afternoon sitting in a canvas chair near the door, talking to the few people who came in about any recent witchcraft stories they might have heard. The only name that came up more than once was that of Old Woman Gray Rocks. It seemed she was the source of one of the better rumors. I jotted down her name in my notebook for future reference. Joe Leaphorn was quite thorough in doing what he'd set out to do, spreading the word. He had repeated the same information over and over, and now he was telling it to the big bare-headed Navajo who was collecting canned goods off the shelves.
He's sort of skinny, about 22 years old, and he wears his hair the old way. Name of Louis Horseman.
I don't know him.
The big Navajo gave Joe a long look and then moved to the clothing racks and tried on a black felt hat with a wide brim.
My head got big since the last time I bought a hat. You got the last one stolen.
The man was big, bigger than most Navajos from this part of the reservation. I was sure Joe noticed this too, and he followed him over to the checkout counter. The big Navajo paid for his groceries and a new, larger hat, then drew from his hip pocket a silver concho band that glistened in the store's filtered light.
This Horseman fellow cut up a Mexican over in Gallup. Got drunk and did it, but the Mac guy didn't die. He's getting better now. They want to talk to Horseman about it over at Window Rock.
I don't know anything about him.
He's the son of Annie Horseman. Used to live over in the west slope of the Lukachukas.
Yeah, whereabouts on the west slope? Law and order know where he is?
General idea, but it would be better if he came in himself. You know, otherwise we'll have to go and get him. Make it worse for everybody.
Horseman, huh? Does he, come? Let's see. What'd you say this kid looks like?
Slender, hat on denims, and a red sweatband.
Be better if he came in.
We got back to Window Rock and the house in time for a late supper. I thanked Joe and his wife for their hospitality and told them tomorrow I'd be meeting my colleague, Dr. Canfield, and the two of us were going to set up camp over in Many Ruins Canyon. Emma was tired, so she wished me luck and went off to bed.
Good night, Emma. I'll be right in. You look beat, Bergen.
It's been a long day, and I don't have much to show for it.
Well, be patient, my friend. You will see our efforts were not a waste of time.
Well, I didn't say it was a waste of time, Joe.
By morning, Louis Horseman will know he is not a murderer.
Wow. Nobody you talked to knew him.
More than one knew him, or knew of him. Like that joker who bought himself the new hat.
Well, he said he didn't.
He also said somebody stole his hat. Of course, he could have been lying.
Why would that man lie about somebody stealing his hat?
If he wasn't lying, who would steal an old felt hat and leave that fancy silver hat band behind?
There was a brief rainstorm that night. It kept me up for a while. That and what Joe had said about the silver hat band. The next morning, I again accompanied Joe to his office. We both spent the greater part of 2 hours sorting through paperwork. Joe updating the entire file of unsolved misdemeanors, while I sifted through volumes of witchcraft reports.
Law and order, Leaphorn. When did he come in? What? Ganado? How the devil did he get down there? You think so, huh? All right. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Horseman?
Better forget lunch. It's Horseman, all right. He's dead.
The sun is shining. Things are growing. Things are going well with you and me.
A future planned together. A ritual life together. And things look bright as they can be.
We're helping 40 million people. 140 million people who know the future is now. At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan your future because the future is now.
The future will be here in a moment. Don't let it take you by surprise. At Metropolitan Life, we've spent over a century helping people prepare for the future. And Metropolitan can do the same for you.
At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan
Zero Hour continues after this.
Hello, I'm Anita Kerr. The Veterans Administration says that if you are a veteran just getting home, you should talk over your future with VA as soon as possible. Find out about GI training and education opportunities. The GI Bill gives you a chance to continue your schooling and get paid while you go. And when you are finished, you will qualify for better employment and make more money than you can now. So, don't take the first job that comes along just because it's the easy thing to do. Think of a career rather than a job, and prepare for it with the GI training time you earned while in uniform. You'll wind up with better pay and a happier future. Visit, write or call your nearest VA office today and get started.
It was 45 minutes to Ganado. Joe was strangely silent throughout the drive. Every so often he'd shake his head. What is it, Joe?
It doesn't figure, Berg. The preliminary report listed cause of death as alcohol poisoning.
Well, he could have got hold of a bad bottle.
Could be. We were looking for someone up in the hills making rot gut with his own still a few years back. We never found him. But what's really bugging me is where they found Horseman's body. I was sure he'd be up in the Lukachukas. Ganado's nowhere near there.
Well, he might have got word and was coming in.
No, wrong direction. I was so sure.
Well, don't feel too bad, Joe. You're 35 years old and you just made your first mistake. The late morning sun was hot by the time we arrived at the edge of Ganado's Tishal Wash. The coroner, Rudolph Bitzy, a short, chubby, middle-aged man, was waiting for us in the shade.
Find anything interesting?
Haven't looked at him yet. Officer Rosenhorst went back to town with the man who found the body. Thing of Beg A.
This the bottle?
It must be. Hasn't been touched. Beg A was pretty upset. Says an owl flew right in front of his truck just before he found the body.
Death omen. Ghosts.
Oh, like I said, he was pretty upset.
Well, let's get to it. Whose blanket?
Beg A's. Says he don't want it back.
Well, here goes.
Oh, my God.
Bitzy closed his eyes.
Looks like he had some sort of seizure.
Now, notice how the legs are stretched out straight?
You could have pushed him out that way after he fell down.
But if you do that while you're lying on the ground, it would push your pants cuffs away from your ankles.
Well, you think he was dead and somebody put him there?
Maybe. And whoever did it didn't know it was going to rain, so they brushed out their tracks with this branch.
Well, why move him here by the road? I mean, in plain sight.
Unless somebody wanted us to find him.
Canfield's camper was parked outside when we arrived back at Joe's office. He was waiting for us inside.
Trick or treat.
Hello, Jeremy. I'd like to have you meet Joe Leaphorn.
Joe, it's a pleasure. I've heard a lot about you.
Joe, this is Dr. Jeremy Canfield.
Doctor?
Well, Berg, when do we start?
I think Joe's got work to do, so why don't we leave now?
Fine with me.
Joe, look, I'll be in touch, huh? We'll be out in Many Ruins Canyon if you want to find me for any reason. I drove the truck, and Jeremy followed with the camper. The afternoon sun shone brightly as we descended the dirt road into the upper canyon. As we dropped deeper into the ravine, the light grew progressively less intense. The cliffs closed in, rising in sheer, almost smooth walls, nearly 400 feet to a narrow slit of sky above. We found a likely camp, a small grotto with enough soil to support an expanse of grass and even a growth of young cottonwoods and willows. We set up the tent and settled in.
There. That's about it.
Well, I should hope so. Was there anything at Shoemaker's that you didn't buy?
As a matter of fact, there was. This letter.
Oh, what letter?
From Ellen Leone. It was sent from Page, Arizona. She's checking the trading posts around Mormon Ridge, and if she doesn't find her man, she'll be here in a day or so. I left her a note at Shoemaker's with a map showing her how to get here.
Well, let's hope she doesn't need it.
Well, I hope she does. You know, not every woman in the world is like Sarah. Sorry, Berg, I shouldn't have said that.
You feel like going for a drive?
No. I'm really bushed. I've been driving all day.
Well, I'll be back in a few hours. I have to see someone about a witch. I found old woman Gray Rocks in her summer hogan in the Lukachuka foothills. She was a squat, wrinkled woman, but ageless. I guessed she was anywhere between 60 to 100 years old. She told me a man named Ben Yazzi's sheep had been knifed to death by a wolf.
Oh, too much knife play going on. I have a cousin who has a nephew who stabbed a Nike over in Gallup.
I heard something about that. I can't remember his name. Did that guy die?
Oh, they say he got well. The boy should come in and talk to law and order. Be better if he did.
Well, how's he going to know?
I heard one of the boys from the Nears outfit went back up into Lukachuka country and told him about it.
Do you know which boy?
Funny you ask me that. A man up on the ridge asked my sister's husband the same thing. The man was Billikani, like you.
Really? When? Was he driving a green van?
Well, it was like a truck they use for delivering bread, with a door in back and a trailer. That was 3-4 weeks ago. I don't know what color.
It was dark by the time I got back to camp, and I was tired and hungry, having not eaten since morning. Jeremy had a half-eaten can of stew waiting on the portable stove. After supper, we each crawled into our sleeping bags and, in silent darkness, watched the moon light the top of the canyon walls.
What was that?
It was a coyote, or she put his lost dog, maybe. Could be one of my witches turned into a wolf for the evening.
I say it's a witch, because this frog rock of yours keeps me safe from witches.
I smiled at myself in the dark. What I'd given Jeremy wasn't really a Navajo charm at all. It was a much older and a Sazi fertility token with nothing at all to do with witches. Of course, it didn't really matter. Wolves, witchcraft, superstition, and the look on the face of Louis Horseman. Little did I suspect they were all connected, or what terror was all about.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
If your house needs insulation, and you don't have storm windows and doors and caulking around the doors and windows, you could be spending 50% more than necessary on heating costs this winter. The National Bureau of Standards recommends 3 inches of insulation in the walls and under the floor of your house, and 6 inches in the attic. Weather stripping movable door and window joints and caulking around the frames will stop cold drafts. And storm windows and doors can drastically cut heat loss through glass. While you're thinking about heat loss, hot water pipes lose a lot of their heat going through cool basements, unless they have an insulated wrapping. So think seriously about spending a little money to save quite a bit. You will also save on short fuel supplies. For more information about cutting heating and cooling costs, send for a copy of the fact sheet Home Energy Savers. It's free from Consumer Information, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
Hi, this is Frankie Lane. Do you remember this
to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Blessing Way. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Ford and Metropolitan Life. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tony Hillerman's haunting tour of terror. The Blessing Way. Starring Ed Nelson, Barbara Anderson, and Tig Andrews. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Wolves play an integral part in Navajo witchcraft and superstition. In a way, a wolf is the devil. There have been reports of wolf sightings on the Navajo reservation. These are of particular significance to Dr. Bergen McKee, Ph.D. He's authored several books on the subject, and he has come to the reservation in northeastern Arizona to continue his research for a new textbook. He's brought with him a colleague, Dr. Jeremy Canfield, and he's enlisted the assistance of Joe Leaphorn, a full-blooded Navajo, an officer in the Law and Order Division, and an old friend of Dr. McKee's. Joe Leaphorn, a man who is good at his job, is not satisfied with the diagnosis that a local Navajo, Louis Horseman, died of alcohol poisoning. The evidence dictates otherwise, but Dr. Bergen McKee, a scientist in his own way, can accept the fact that the man is dead and leave it at that. Little does he suspect what terror lurks in the night to come. The Blessing Way will continue in a moment.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
He was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
I left the campsite before dawn. Called Joe Leaphorn from the gas station on the highway at Chinley and explained what I'd learned from the old woman Gray Rocks. Then ate a leisurely breakfast at Bishbito's diner while waiting for Joe to arrive. I looked up from the grounds of my third cup of coffee and saw him come in.
Thanks for the call, Bergen. You saved me a lot of legwork.
Hey, sit down, Joe. Coffee?
No, thanks. But I will sit down. Leave it to a white man to get through to an old Navajo woman.
I just have a way with women, Joe. Old women. They can't hurt me.
I got something else you might be interested in. Copy of the autopsy report.
Can I see it?
Here, take a look. Then let's go find that boy who went to Warren Horseman.
Subject Louis Horseman. War name unknown. Age 22, address.
Read further down.
Estimated time of death between 6 p.m. and midnight.
Cause of death?
Suffocation. Substantial accumulation of fine granular material in the lung tissue, windpipe, throat, and nostrils. Fine granular material?
We call it sand.
Sand? In his lungs?
And not enough alcohol in his bloodstream to fill a shot glass. The medical examiner said it looked like he got caught in a cave-in, like he'd been buried in sand, buried alive.
You think so?
And somebody dug him out and laid him out there on the road with a bottle of whiskey he hadn't drunk? Not likely. There wasn't any sand in his cuffs or in his pockets or anywhere else.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense anyway.
I think I know a lot about witches. You think you know a lot about witches. How do you kill a witch?
What do you mean? Do you smother them?
Remember that case over in Fruitland? That guy whose daughter died of TB? He shot 4 of them. And then over in Tiknos Pass a couple of years ago, one was beaten to death.
You think somebody thought Horseman was a witch?
Makes a certain amount of sense. But I don't know.
Hey, Joe, you're looking out the window like... You all right?
Why kill somebody like Horseman? Just another poor soul who didn't quite know how to be a Navajo and couldn't learn to act white. No good for anything. That Fruitland case was mine. I heard that Navajo wolf talk, and I let it slide, so we had 5 bodies to bury.
4?
No, it was 5. The guy shot an old hand trimmer and his wife and a school teacher and her husband. Then he thought about it and he blew his brains out.
What are you trying to do? Figure out a way to blame yourself for Horseman?
I could have gone in and looked for him. Now, let's go find that Nez boy. Their family Hogans aren't far from shoemakers.
We took Joe's carryall and went to find someone named Nez. Someone who might have been the last person to see Louis Horseman alive. I waited in the truck while Joe went in. Sometimes a uniform helps when you've got questions to ask. Joe returned with an odd expression on his face. Well?
I found out a little. Kid's name is Billy.
Billy Nez, huh? Did you talk to him?
Wasn't there. I spoke to his uncle. Says the kid took a horse this morning back up into the mountains.
Does that mean anything?
Probably not. The uncle says he does it all the time. Whenever there's work to be done. But he did say Billy knew where Horseman was hiding and went up to tell him like I figured.
And?
Didn't find him. At least that's what Billy told his uncle.
Think he was lying?
I'm sure it's the truth. The uncle told me something else. Billy Nez is Horseman's younger brother.
On the drive back to Chinley, Joe explained how that could be. The family broke up and Billy moved in with his uncle, so he used his uncle's name. The only name that really counts anyway is a war name, and that's a family secret. It's only used in ceremonials like a blessing way. Joe wanted to find a man named Sam George Takes, a law and order sergeant operating out of the Chinley sub-agency. Takes was out to lunch at Bishbito's diner. He was a big, heavy man. To call him husky would be an understatement. He was digging into a hot lunch when we found him.
Yeah, well, you know how it is, Joe. Summer, school's out. He's probably off chasing some girl. No telling when he'll be back.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you do. Hang around some girl's Hogan. Or if your brother is missing, maybe you'll look for your brother.
And he don't find him. He comes home and his uncle sends him in here like he said he would. We find out whatever he knows, which is probably nothing. And that's the end of it. Well, why are you worrying?
Because you know how news travels around here. It could be by now the boy knows his brother is dead, so maybe he connects it with this witching gossip. Then he collects some cousins and uncles and goes looking for the wolf.
Oh, maybe. Hey, either you boys gonna eat? This chip beef ain't bad.
Look, this is your territory, Sam George. Where would you start looking?
Oh, hell, Joe, he could be anywhere. You remember that bootlegger? We looked 4 years for him. We never found nothing.
What about that rocket the military lost 3 or 4 years ago? They ever find it?
I don't know. I don't think they ever did. There was a $10,000 reward.
Be right back. I've got a phone call to make.
Boy, you can't beat this place for a hot meal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gonna have something?
No, I already ate. Look, what's this about a lost rocket?
Oh, they shoot them off over at the Tonopah site, clear over to White Sands, New Mexico. Right over the reservation. Used to lose one now and then, but they got a radar station now over at Tall Poles Butte, track them all the way to the ground.
Yeah, that's science for you.
Yeah. Hey, you're a scientist, aren't you?
It's not the same thing. I'm an anthropologist.
Oh, yeah, old bones and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's close. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where a man called Ben Yazzi's been keeping his summer hog in, would you?
Yazzie. Oh, sure. He used to graze some sheep way up on the high slopes over between Horsefell and Many Ruins Canyons. Nice fellow. How about a cup of coffee?
Well,
Come on, it won't kill you.
Well, there went our motive. Colonel Stump said the reward expired 2 years ago. They never found it, and they hope it stays lost. The bird's obsolete.
We're gonna take a lot of trips this season to places that you may have seen before.
Stores.
To school.
Out to the swimming pool.
To the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
We're still taking a lot of car trips these days, but these days most of them are short trips. Unfortunately, short trips are tough on your car because it never gets the chance to really warm up enough to eliminate harmful deposits, things like rust, grit, and acid. They build up, and before you know it, they start doing lasting damage to your engine. Short trips call for the high-quality protection of Quaker State motor oil. Quaker State is refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest. Then it's fortified to protect your engine against deposits and keep your car running young. Now that you're taking more short trips than ever, it's nice to know you can find Quaker State more places than ever.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment. If your house needs insulation, and you don't have storm windows and doors and caulking around the doors and windows, you could be spending 50% more than necessary on heating costs this winter. The National Bureau of Standards recommends 3 inches of insulation in the walls and under the floor of your house, and 6 inches in the attic. Weather stripping movable door and window joints and caulking around the frames will stop cold drafts. And storm windows and doors can drastically cut heat loss through glass. While you're thinking about heat loss, hot water pipes lose a lot of their heat going through cool basements, unless they have an insulated wrapping. So think seriously about spending a little money to save quite a bit. You will also save on short fuel supplies. For more information about cutting heating and cooling costs, send for a copy of the fact sheet Home Energy Savers. It's free from Consumer Information, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
There was nothing I could do to console Joe Leaphorn. He was the most pig-headed man I ever met. Maybe that's why he's good at what he does. I decided to leave the business of murder to Joe and carry on about my own business, witchcraft and superstition. I stopped back at camp to see if Jeremy was around, but he was gone. From there, I went off to find Ben Yazzie. It was really beautiful country, a bonanza to the artist's eye. Exciting frontier still untouched by what we city folks call civilization. The white man looks at it and calls it a desert. The Navajo name for it means beautiful valley. I drove past several small grassy meadows on my way to the upper slopes. Some were barren, having been heavily grazed by sheep, but most of them were green and full. Benyazi must have been terribly frightened of something and moved his flock to higher country. I honked a horn when I crossed the finely eroded ridge and saw Benyazi's hogan on the slope below. Merely a gesture of courtesy. Official notice that a visitor was coming. No cooking pots hung under the brush shelter. No clothing hung out in the air. No overt sign that anyone was living there at all. Hello? Benyazi? Anyone here? I sat on the running board of the truck and leaned back against the door. It was easy to see why Benyazi had built his hogan here. Steep sandstone cliffs rising abruptly on two sides afforded the hogan shelter from the southwest winds and shade from the late afternoon sun. I studied the cliffs, 200 feet of sheer, smooth, reddish stone with streaks of dark discoloration from seepage, and then a softer layer of gray, pocked and carved with blowholes and caves. To the north and east was an expanse of colossal erosion dominated by another towering flat-topped butte. There was no grass in sight and no sheep. I wondered where Benyazi kept his flock. Surely it must have been nearby. Then it came to me, born on the sudden light breeze that fanned up the arroyo past the hogans. I recognized it instantly. The foul odor of death and decaying flesh. I hadn't noticed it before by the hogans. It had to be coming from somewhere else. I walked slowly down the slope. I listened. Coming from somewhere beyond the ridge, I heard something. I was certain. Faint, but something. I hiked up the ridge, stopping to listen every few paces. But all I could hear was my own shortness of breath and the internal thumping of my jittery heart pounding in my chest. Finally, I reached the top and I dropped suddenly in the ground as a cloud of giant black scavenger birds erupted from everywhere. Ravens. So that's what I heard. I lay there on my belly and looked down into the arroyo. And I saw why. The stench, why the ravens, and why Benyazi was gone. There were two sheep pens built of cedar poles in a semicircle with the arroyo bank furnishing one wall. One pen was empty. In the other were 5 large rams, hooves pointing to the sky, with horrible, gaping holes in their bloody throats.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important as State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time, we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
whose garden was it must have been lovely. Did it have flowers
Whose garden is the earth? Whose beauty the forest? Yours, ours. But if we don't value our gifts, we'll lose them. That's why we need your help in preventing forest fires.
After the initial shock of my discovery abated, I settled on a simple explanation. The rams had been killed by coyotes or dogs or even perhaps a wolf, but a four-legged one. I knew coyotes were active in the area this time of year. Old woman Grey Rocks wouldn't tell me who had seen the witch. It must have been Benghazi. And after all, a witch is more than a man can be expected to cope with. I'd go to Shoemaker's in the near future and inquire as to Benghazi's current whereabouts. His story would undoubtedly support my scapegoat theory. Although I had quite a scare, I was suddenly optimistic. It was nearly dusk by the time I reached the hard-packed floor of Many Ruins Canyon. The clouds overhead were active, and the threat of rain hung in the air. The breeze was cool and carried on it the fragrance of wet pine. Life in the rugged outdoors was agreeing with me, and yet I felt exhausted from my afternoon's outing. I had no complaints, however. Quite the contrary. I was beginning to feel exhilarated by what had begun as a reluctant decision to come back to the reservation after 6 long, lonely years of self-pity and solitude. My self-satisfaction was short-lived, however. Just as I turned the truck up the slope to the campsite, it dawned on me. It couldn't have been a coyote that killed those 5 rams. The cedar poles around the pen had to be at least 6 feet high. I remembered the length of the shadows and the time of day. Benghazi had to have built the corral with coyotes or wolves in mind and designed it to keep them out. No animal could jump a 6-foot fence. Damn. How could I be so careless, so stupid? I switched off the ignition and sat silently for a moment, utterly disgusted with myself. I'd have to go back to Benghazi's hogans and find out exactly how the coyotes had gotten in. A storm was brewing as darkness settled into the canyon. I looked around and realized that Jeremy's camper was still gone. It didn't really surprise me, I suppose. Once Dr. Canfield finds himself some ruins to poke around in, nothing short of a hurricane would catch his attention. And Jeremy, where the devil had it gone? The portable butane stove was unlit. I touched it. It was cold. And it was his turn to cook, too. Good old reliable Dr. Canfield. Though I didn't know why, I was worried about him. It didn't figure he'd be puttering around old ruins by moonlight. And the campsite appeared undisturbed, like he'd left after I did in the morning and hadn't come back at all. He might have left me a note. And then I kept a flashlight in the glove compartment of the truck. I saw the tread marks from the camper tires. And back closer to camp, illuminated by the flashlight beam, I could see the mess kits. Pots and pans, a canteen, first aid items. Where would he have left me a note if he had? I wondered, inside the tent. My light attracted the night flyer's bugs, darted frantically through the shaft of light, thumping off the glass and casting magnified shadows everywhere. It was spooky. Both bedrolls were rolled up. No preparations had been made for sleep. I was convinced that Jeremy had not been back since morning. I looked on the ground. I looked everywhere. And then I tilted the flashlight so the beam exposed the folding table we'd set up the night before. And that's when I saw it. A sheet of white typing paper weighed down by the turquoise stone that Canfield had jokingly called a frog, his charm against witches. I read the note carefully, beginning with the letterhead. From the desk of Dr. J.R. Canfield, Bergen. A Navajo dragged himself up here with a leg all swollen up with snakebite. I'm taking him to Tiknos Pass. Be back tomorrow, John. John. Why John? I read the note again and stared, squinting at the signature. Was this another of Canfield's little games, a joke? Was it something very different, something urgent? Had he issued a warning of some kind by signing his name John instead of Jeremy? But I couldn't sleep. My mind was a day ahead of me. In the morning, I'd drive back to the upper slopes to inspect Benyazi's sheep pens and perhaps drop into Tiknos Pass and see if Jeremy was indeed on a mission of mercy, as the letter said. Then I remembered our visitor. Chances were Ellen Leon would be showing up in the morning in search of a missing engineer. Just what I didn't need. A woman to make demands on my precious time. Finally, I began to drift off on the precarious margin of sleep. I slid out of bed, quietly climbed into my clothes, drew back the tent flap. In a crouched position, I could see the moon had risen halfway up the sky, and the west wall of the canyon was flooded with pale light. Came screeching out of the darkness out of nowhere, all eyes, wings, and the jagged talons. It sprayed my tent and it blew off, but I had seen it, the wet owl. In Navajo folklore, the wet owl symbolizes the ghost of someone who has met or was about to meet violent and sudden death.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Hey, John, you're leaving the service soon. What are you going to do, huh?
Well, I'm not sure, but I know I want a job.
Well, the Army trained you in communications, and you had that extra training through the Veterans Administration.
Right, but if I work nights, I could go to school on the GI Bill and get a math degree, too.
I'd get the degree. Say, how about me? I'd sure like to get into banking. Think I got a chance?
Why not? A lot of banks are hiring veterans. And Uncle Sam can pay you monthly allowances while you're in training. Why don't you talk to the VA people? Hey, I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
How about lunch?
Yeah, okay.
Don't sound like disabled vets, do they? When it comes to work, they aren't disabled either. They've got training, ambition, eagerness to learn. All they need is a chance. You can give it to them. Contact your Veterans Administration or local state employment service office. Hire the disabled veteran. He's got a lot to give.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen a kid's world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Blessing Way. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tony Hillerman's haunting tour of terror. The Blessing Way. Starring Ed Nelson, Barbara Anderson, and Tig Andrews. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance Company and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Dr. Bergen McKee has seen the bodies of two murdered men. He's seen the expression of utter terror frozen on their still faces. Two men, one a young Navajo running from the law, the other a university professor like himself. And he has met the murderer. In fact, at this moment, Dr. Bergen McKee is being held captive by the one who buried those two men alive. And he's not alone. Miss Ellen Leon is with him. And that's the rub. McKee is a man betrayed by a woman. He's been asked to write a letter explaining the disappearance of three people. One he knows is already dead. Dr. Bergen McKee must bargain for time, because that letter, if written, will surely be his epitaph. The conclusion of this week's story, The Blessing Way, follows after this word.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them, and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen the kids' world, and their abilities, and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just like RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
Ellen and I worked furiously racing the light of day. There was no sound from outside, so we had to be especially quiet in our work. Finally, we'd cleared away enough rock so that there was a hole large enough to squeeze through.
Where do you think it goes?
I don't know. The Hopis are smart people. My guess is, since we're on a side cliff, it leads up. It's better.
What if Eddie's out there?
Chances are he is. But down below. Now, you wait here. Just let me see if there's a way out. I'll be right back. I crawled through the hole and found myself in another smaller room, leading out to a shelf that gradually narrowed to a mere ledge. I couldn't risk crawling and knocking off a loose rock. I had to do it standing up. Staying as close to the sandstone wall as I could, I inched my way out. It was almost full dawn now. Sunlight, ready to burst, quivered just below the horizon. Still lucky, I guess. Just on the other side of the tree was a fault running from the canyon floor 50 feet below me, clear up to the top about another 150 feet. A chimney, a way out. Then I heard Eddie. Looking through the dead tree, I could see him. He was packing up the gear in camp. I calculated it to be about 100 feet back to where Ellen was. A third of that distance, I'd be out in the open, a sitting duck. Miraculously, I made it.
Bergen, I was so worried. Eddie's out there. I heard him whistling.
I found a way out, but it's no good. He can see me.
And Eddie would kill you.
Right. Unless I can kill him first. I didn't really have a plan. There wasn't time for that. The big Navajo would be back soon, and that would be the end. So, off the top of my head, I quickly devised a scheme that stood a remote chance of working and presented the least danger to Ellen Leon. I'd go back out on the ledge just to the point where I'd still be hidden. Ellen would then get Eddie's attention by throwing a rock out of the roof hole. In that moment of confusion, I'd dash across to the juniper and hide somewhere back in the crevasse created by the fault.
How can you hope to defend yourself against his gun?
Now, let me worry about that. Just remember, don't give him any reason to shoot you. Don't scream or try to stop him from coming after me. I want him to.
But why?
We've got the edge, remember? Fear. And believe me, I'm scared out of my mind. Ellen was to wait approximately 15 minutes, then heave the stone. Once Eddie had been summoned, he'd have to set up the ladder. Hopefully, by the time he reached Ellen, I'd have found a suitable place to hide. She would tell him that I'd gone for the police, and she would supply him with accurate directions as to my escape route. Up to a point, everything worked perfectly. I was ready in my ambush when the sound of raised voices split the air.
I said you go first. I ain't never shot no woman before. But I ain't got no code saying I won't.
Take your hands off of me. Dr. McKee is gone. You'll never find him. He left an hour ago in that direction.
Come on, move it.
No. Bergen, run! Run!
A single gunshot reverberated throughout the canyon, and a swarm of ravens exploded from a distant cliff. There was a sinking in the pit of my stomach. Ellen was dead. I would be next. I studied my position in the dark cul-de-sac, huddled behind a pinyon tree, between the wall and the crevasse. There were two ways Eddie would come looking for me. If he believed Ellen, he would approach from around the dead juniper, at which point I would have a split-second advantage. But my only defense would be a rock. I could throw it at him before he saw me, but my aim would have to be perfect. And what would I aim for? His head or the gun? If Eddie were cautious, he'd come from the other side, and I'd be too far from him to do anything at all. Then I realized that I was standing behind a weapon, the pinyon tree. I tore the sleeve off my shirt, wrapped it twice around one branch. There was adequate pull, if only it wouldn't snap. My hand throbbed violently.
McKee, I had to shoot your woman. Killing you is going to cost me $30,000. Don't make me do it.
Eddie was on the ledge. I had the branch secured, my pocket knife poised. I could see his left shoulder and part of his back. He had to take one step more. He did, and he saw me.
McKee!
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I took part in a Ford LTD fuel economy test with 2 professional drivers and 2 housewives. Our individual averages ranged from 16.3 to 20.3 miles per gallon. I averaged 19.7, which underlines one fact about mileage. Cars or drivers are never exactly alike. Driving under controlled conditions on regular gas with standard 351 V8 engines, we traveled from Phoenix to Los Angeles, never exceeding 50 miles an hour. The test was conducted by General Environments Corporation, who have filed a report verifying the results. Of course, mileage depends on driving habits, road and driving conditions, total weight, and maintenance, and you may not get the same results. But if I had an advantage, it was probably that I followed the same driving tips you can get from your Ford dealer. Lots of Americans still need and want a solid, well-made family car, and driving reasonably is one way you can be sure of getting the most a Ford LTD has to offer.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
We had tuna casserole last week.
It's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Well, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
Well, before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Well, close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
Eddie's reflexive leap had carried him off the ledge into the crevasse. I looked down at him. He was caught in an awkward jackknife sitting position between the rocks. He was bleeding from the nose, mouth, and ears. His pistol lay on a shelf about halfway down. There was no chance I could reach either.
I fell off. I was going to draw $45,000. 15 when they were finished, and 30 if nobody knew about it. A year from now. I got no feeling in my arms.
Eddie, who's Gurley? What are you people doing in here?
George was getting more because he made the contract.
Eddie, when's George coming back?
George works out of Los Angeles. He'll kill you and your woman. Then he'll go away.
Didn't you kill him? Eddie! Ellen had taken one bullet. It had cut through her cheek, deflected past the jawbone, struck the top of her shoulder, and tore out through the back of her shirt. But she was still breathing. I climbed down the ladder and returned with gauze and disinfectant. I bandaged her wounds and carefully moved her to the adjacent smaller room, then filled in the hole I'd made to escape. Hopefully, George wouldn't find her when he returned. I had to get help or she'd bleed to death. Standing over her, I found that I was crying. She moved slightly.
Perkin?
Lie very still, Ellen. I'm going to climb out and get help.
Perkin. Be careful.
It was a struggle up the fissure of the cliff. Each precious second counted. Ellen Leon was everything that mattered. The sun was almost directly overhead when I found the wires. 2 cables heavily insulated with gray rubber, almost invisible on the rocky ground. They ran in 2 directions. I was somewhere in the middle. I would have to guess which end led where. One would be connected to some sort of electrical gadget. The other might lead me to someone who could help Ellen's fiancé, Dr. Jimmy W. Hall. I headed northwest along a branch canyon. At the rim, the cable looped downward, disappearing under the brush. The canyon was much shallower than many ruins. Down below in the canyon, someone was hammering. Then I saw the truck. A green van, barely visible. I felt the pain before I heard the shot. Suddenly I was on the ground, gasping for breath. I had fallen and rolled into a clump of bushes. The sound of a two-cycle engine was coming from below. Probably a generator. Dr. Hall wouldn't have heard the shot above the noise. I looked down at my right shoulder and saw my own blood flowing from the wound. Then I heard him up above, on the rim. I knew who it was, even before I saw the black felt hat with the silver band. I dragged myself behind a fallen ponderosa pine, where it was cool and dark in the shadow. Just behind me were two saplings. I pulled myself up by a slack cable. The whole right side of my body was numb. The Navajo had circled below me. He was stalking me again, taking no chances. He knew I'd been hit. My blood was all over the rocks. I remembered what he had said yesterday. Nobody gets away. I whittled feverishly with my pocket knife, shaping a branch into a lance. I had already stripped a section of rubber from the cable and tied it between two saplings, forming a catapult.
Well, Bergen, we meet again. If you'll hold still, I'll make it as painless as...
The shaft struck him low in the chest and carried him 10 feet backwards. I crawled out of the thicket to where the big Navajo had fallen. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were glazed with the look of death. I picked up the wolf skin and the rifle. It wasn't the same weapon he had before. It seemed incredibly heavy. I stumbled toward the sound of the generator.
Put down the rifle.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the red baseball cap. The Indian boy was standing behind a clump of willows beside his horse, the reins dragging. He held a short-barreled rifle in his hands. It was pointed directly at my head.
The sun is shining. Things are growing. Things are going well with you and me.
A future planned together, a rich full life together. Things look bright as they can be. We're helping 40 million people, for the 40 million people who know the future is now. That much of what we like, we have to plan the future, because the future is now.
The future will be here in a moment. Don't let it take you by surprise. At Metropolitan Life, we've spent over a century helping people prepare for the future. And Metropolitan can do the same for you.
At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan the future, because the future is now.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Miss Judy Collins.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
A flick of a cigarette, or one hot coal from a campfire, and America the beautiful is America the ugly. Use your head. It's all we've got to prevent forest fires.
Where's the other witch?
Well, he's dead. I killed him. If this is his witch skin. Look, I'm not a witch. I am one who teaches in school. Please, there's a green truck down there. You must let me get to that truck. The man there will help me.
All right. You walk. I will follow.
The van was parked in a thicket just off the canyon floor. Beside it, a generator was running. Suddenly, a man appeared in the doorway of the van. My vision was blurred, but I could see he was blond and wore a denim jacket.
What the hell happened to you?
Got shot.
Who are you? How'd you get here?
Don't talk. Listen, are you Jim Hall?
How'd you know that?
Tell this boy here, I'm not a witch.
What?
Ellen Leon's been shot. She's up at that big cliff dwelling in the canyon.
Did you say Ellen Leon?
Man shot her. Needs help.
Who shot her?
Man named Eddie. He fell.
What happened to Eddie? Tell me, where's Eddie? Was there a man with him? Where's the man who was with him? Answer me, damn you!
You must help Ellen. She's dying.
You were right, boy. This man is a Navajo wolf. Give me your rifle. Put the rifle in the truck, then. We'll tie him up and go find the police. Hand me the rifle and I'll put it in the truck.
Oh, don't give him the rifle.
That's right, Billy. Don't give it to him.
Joe.
The party's over, Mr. Hall.
I was aware first of the vague, sick smell of ether. Then the feel of hospital sheets, the cast on my chest, and the splint bandaged tightly on my right hand. The room was dark. I saw the silhouette of a man standing by the drawn shades. From the slight paunch, I knew it was Joe Leaphorn.
Bergen?
Did you find her?
Sure, we found her before we found you.
Was she?
She's right down the hall. Broke her cheekbone and shoulder, lost some blood.
Will she be all right?
Oh, she heals faster than you. You've been in here 2 days. You've got more Navajo blood in you now than I do. Doc said you had a busted oil pan, took 10 gallons.
Yeah. Does she know about her boyfriend?
Yep, I told her everything. She was more concerned about you. Hall's dead, you know.
Yeah?
Walked right away from me into the truck, locked himself in and shot himself. Walked right in with me standing there.
He must have been crazy.
Crazy to get rich. You call it ambition. Sometimes we call it witchcraft. You remember the origin myth when first woman sent the heron diving back into the fourth world to get the witchcraft bundle? She told him to swim down and bring back the way to make money.
Yeah, knock off the philosophy, Joe. Look, what took you so long to find us?
You can thank Billy Nez for finding you at all.
Billy Nez? Horseman's brother?
The kid with the red baseball cap.
That was Billy Nez? Well, did he find Ellen, too?
I've noticed this before. Bella County women are smarter than you Bella County men. Miss Leon got a hold of some kerosene and made herself a smoky little fire. You could see it for miles. Now, why didn't you think of something simple like that? Climbing up that fault was showing off.
Yeah, how was I supposed to know you'd be wandering around out there? I thought the cavalry was supposed to arrive in the nick of time, not the Indians. Joe, I guess you know I killed those 2 men.
Not officially, you didn't. Officially, Dr. Canfield and Jim Hall were killed in a truck accident. Miss Leon and you were hurt in the crash. And officially, Eddie Gill and George Johnson never existed.
What was going on in there anyway? What was Hall doing?
It's a secret.
Like hell it's a secret. If you want me to tell some phony story about Canfield getting killed in a truck wreck, you don't have secrets.
I'm not supposed to know myself.
Know what?
Did you notice that Hall had portable radar sets all over the plateau?
Well, I noticed the wires. In fact, they probably saved my life.
Hall was set up directly under what the military calls its bird path. When the birds flew over from the Tonopah Range on their way to White Sands, Hall's radar was feeding information into a computer rather than the van. Hall was putting it onto tapes.
Yeah, but how did Hall get mixed up with the other 2?
A common interest. Money. They all work for the same organization.
Who? What organization?
One that's always interested in money. They're too big to fool with. George Johnson was a known associate. The FBI knew him as George Thomas, Amos Raven, and the Big Raven, too. A relocation Indian. California Navajo.
I knew he was a stranger. I heard him talking about the litany of were animals. He had it all wrong, or at least it was another expert's opinion, not mine.
Well, that's what had me hung up. I kept expecting him to act like a Navajo, but he was acting like a white man.
Well, thanks a lot.
If he was a Navajo, no matter what he was doing in there, killing horsemen would have screwed it up for him. You put it together, a lot of money in a killing. It's not natural, and it's not Navajo.
Why did he kill horsemen? Hey, come on, Joe. It's all part of the same truck accident.
Well, Johnson was working on clearing an access road so they could get to the radar sets more easily. While he was busy, somebody sneaked down to the truck and stole Johnson's hat.
Why? I mean, you were wondering about that.
Sam George Takes told me the Nez family was preparing an enemy way. Well, they needed the scalp from the wolf for the ceremony.
And Johnson's hat?
Billy Nez took it.
Boy, he really gets around.
Then, from what I said at Shoemaker's about horsemen.
Yeah, I understand, Joe. But what I don't understand is why Johnson wanted me to write that letter. I know they didn't want anybody coming in there looking for us, but they were finished. What difference would it make if we were dead or alive?
Think about it. If you have a bunch of computer tapes giving the exact performance of the other guy's ballistic missile system, it's worth a bunch of money. But it's worth a lot more if the other side doesn't suspect you've got it. Right?
Because if he suspects, he changes the system, right?
Well, that about does it, my friend. Oh, this is for you.
Oh, thanks. Your letter? Hey, who opened it?
I did. It's from Miss Leon.
Oh, why did you open it?
Emma wanted to know how many were coming to dinner on Sunday. I'll tell her to set the table for 4.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. If you have school-aged children, it won't be long until they'll be bringing home an order blank for the class or school annual picture. And if you've noticed, you normally pay in advance, the little tyke insisting that he or she must have the money for the teacher the next day. But do you really know what you're getting for the money? Better read the fine print. That form you sign may commit you to buy several color blow-ups at many times more than what you actually gave Johnny to take to school. Unfortunately, some photographers take advantage of this annual ritual to trap proud mothers into spending a lot more than they intend to. If you don't know what you're getting, call the school and ask them who to contact. If they don't know, then write a note to the teacher explaining that you insist on knowing what you're buying before you sign a contract, and that's the way to teach your children. Remember, if you want portraits made, consider also the services of a good professional photographer in town.
Your American Cancer Society presents Peter Falk and Lee Grant in The Regular Checkup.
Let's begin your checkup with an update of your medical history.
Before we do that, I've been trying to get my husband in for a checkup. Maybe if I list all the simple tests you give, he'll come. Not counting the lady things.
I see. Well, we'll check blood pressure, take x-rays, urine analysis, blood tests, procto, electrocardiogram. Then there's neck and abdominal palpation.
That's checking the neck and stomach with your fingers.
You've been watching Marcus Welby?
I heard that on a soap opera.
I see. Next, there's the otoscopic test.
The ears, right?
That's terrific.
I pick up a lot of doctor stuff on TV.
You certainly do. So let's get your husband in.
He's afraid you'll find he's in perfect health and he won't be able to complain.
I see.
Help your doctor help you with an annual checkup. Help your American Cancer Society with a generous check. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
Tony Hillerman's The Blessing Way. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Metropolitan Life Insurance Company and Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Kin Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, and Ray Danton. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week's story takes us into the fascinating realm of horses. Jockeys, big money, big passions, the racetrack. We are about to meet Max Roper, private detective, and a good one. He's a man with a style. Subtlety isn't part of it. He's a gut reaction operative who acts upon what he calls feelings. If given the choice, one would be better off as his friend rather than an enemy. Max Roper had a friend, a little friend, a jockey, and a good one. Some called him the best. But sometimes the best just isn't good enough, especially when you're dead. Our story, The Princess Stakes Murder, begins after this word.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Orders Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name two things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Miller Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
They're in the stretch, and Calamity has the lead. Humble Hilda holding back. Sister Sally moving up. It's Sister Sally and Calamity. Calamity stepping out, pulling away. It's Calamity by a length.
It's always nice to win, even when you bet on the favorite. It was a big win all around. For Calamity, her owner, the trainer, but mostly for Willie Rich, the veteran jockey, and an old friend of mine. I'd driven down to Del Mar from L.A. because of Willie, as a matter of fact. He'd called me the night before, wanted to see me. Nothing special, he'd said. I played it close, put down $2 on him, made 80 cents. But Willie wasn't around after the race like he said he'd be. That didn't make any sense at all. So I asked Allie Regal about it. Regal used to be a top government agent. Now he was chief of Del Mar Security. Hey, Allie.
Max, what's up? Hey, you're a long way from home.
Not much. Came down to watch Willie ride.
That's worth the trip.
Yeah, you see him?
Saw him in the winter circle.
After that?
After that? Well, no, that's funny.
What's funny?
I don't remember seeing Willie dress or nothing. You know, these little guys maybe got lost.
Yeah. I was bugged on the drive back to L.A., and not just from the Labor Day traffic. Willie was a little guy, all right, but he walked tall and always said what he meant. And he'd said he wanted to see me. I had the uneasy feeling that there was a reason for Willie not meeting me after the 8th race. Men in my line of work get those feelings sometimes. 7 o'clock the next morning, my telephone started jumping out of the cradle. 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. I'll never get in shape this way. Roper here.
Max, it's Allie.
Yeah. Hear from Willie?
Heard from his wife.
She hear from him?
Saw him. He don't swim near as good as he rides.
Give it to me, Allie.
Well, it seems she went for a little midnight swim in their pool. Nearly landed on him.
Was he dead already?
Very.
Thanks, Allie. Hang around, will you? I'm on my way.
From what I was told, you could hear her screaming for 8 miles. I got there at 1 a.m. The track physician, Dr. Taniguchi, figures that Willie died somewhere between 10 and 11.
Let's start with the obvious. His wife giving him a hard time?
He wouldn't have killed himself over that. I can't see Penny wanting him out of the way either. He let her roam, didn't he? He was always worth more booting home than winners. Now, why would she want him dead?
Yeah, maybe she wants the pool all to herself when she gets home late nights. The owner, Tyler Clayton, what can you tell me about him?
Let's see. He owns Calamity and several other nags. Tough, pig-headed man. He wants what he wants when he wants it.
Willie been his rider for long?
About 5 years.
Must have made Clayton a lot of money.
Sure, but Clayton doesn't need it.
I'll run over and see him. Maybe I'll find out what a rich guy like that really needs. Instead of going right to the Claytons, I decided to start with Willie Rich's widow, Penny. Willie's spread was at the end of a humpback dirt and gravel lane. It was expensive. Willie had booted home a lot of winners in his time and could afford the layout. The flashy little blonde at the far end of the pool, wearing very little of a strawberry bikini, looked like the most expensive bit of landscaping. She was wearing enormous sunglasses, smoking a joint. Mrs. Rich, my name is Max Roper. Maybe Willie mentioned my name. We were friends.
Everybody that calls says he was a friend of Willie's.
Oh, he was a popular guy. Can you tell me anything about it?
What's to tell? He's dead, drowned in his own swimming pool.
Well, I'm trying to find out who had it in for Willie.
Who are you?
Private investigator. I'm here because Willie was a friend of mine. I want to find out who knocked him off.
That's a crock. For all anybody knows, Willie did it himself.
Well, why would he do that?
Ask him. We didn't talk much.
A man doesn't kill himself just because his marriage isn't worth it.
Why don't you get lost?
Maybe somebody was trying to pressure him into something, you know. Maybe they were worrying him.
They? Who's they?
I was hoping you'd tell me, Mrs. Rich.
Go to hell and don't bother to come back.
I'll drop in again sometime when you're over your grief. As I approached my car, a man was just getting out of his. Husky, dark-haired, pallid, a clothes horse. His features rough and crude, but not anywhere near his own real personality. We'd never been formally introduced, but I was well acquainted with his reputation.
Johnny Cascio, a reliable enforcer for the mob. We brushed shoulders as he walked by, and he flipped his hand in salute. I half expected there'd be a knife in it. If he was a friend of the widow Rich, he was moving in too fast for my taste. I sat in my car for a minute just thinking. Then I looked into my rearview mirror. Johnny Cascio had stopped. He was standing there, watching me.
We know these are times when you're rightfully concerned about the selection and use of a car. As the number one selling car in America this year, and for 37 out of the last 43 sales years, we felt we should speak up. And one of the things to be said is Chevrolet makes sense for America, especially now. We've always built our cars in response to your needs. And now, when you're asking, should I trade in my car for a smaller one, or does it make sense to continue to drive a regular-sized car, you'll find some satisfying answers by looking to your own requirements and to Chevrolet's line of cars. For the family that needs plenty of room, an Impala or a Chevy wagon offers the same kind of value that a Vega offers the person with smaller needs. And so it goes through the full line of cars and trucks. Even in light of our country's energy situation and the uncertainty that surrounds it, we're producing the cars and trucks that make sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you will ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Rancho Santa Fe is a serene valley catering to the extreme tastes of millionaires. Horse lovers who like their pictures taken in the winner's circle. Tyler C. Clayton was the millionaire I wanted to see. He stood an easy 6'5" or 6, went about 250. The man was a real big daddy.
I liked Willie, Mr. Roper. Liked having him work for me. Damn good jockey. What do you drink?
Bourbon. You think Willie drowned himself, Mr. Clayton?
Hell no. Why would he do that? Big money winning rider, good for a lot of years.
Maybe you can give me a line on Willie's enemies.
Enemies? He didn't have a one. Everybody liked Willie. Here you go.
Thank you. Somebody didn't. Drowning a guy isn't exactly a demonstration of friendship.
Sure wish I could help you.
Clayton's eyes strayed past me. I turned my head and saw why. A woman had appeared in the open doorway. A strawberry blonde in her late 30s, quite beautiful, wearing expensive casual threads. As she acknowledged the introduction to me, she put her hand gracefully to her throat. A small gesture that triggered something in my memory.
Oh, dear, perhaps we should speak to Mr. Roper. Mr. Regal recommended him.
No, Monica, I don't think there's any need to...
Please, Tyler.
All right. If you have to, spill it.
Mr. Roper, we have a problem. It's Tyler's daughter, Pamela. She's been missing since yesterday.
I'm sorry to hear that. How old is the girl?
22.
That makes her old enough.
Old enough for what?
To leave home.
She had a beauty appointment, a health spa in Poway called the Gilded Cuckoo. But she never got there.
Have you notified the police?
No.
Any particular reason why not, Mr. Clayton? I mean... I'm sorry to hear that. How old is the girl?
22.
That makes her old enough.
Old enough for what?
To leave home.
She had a beauty appointment, a health spa in Poway called the Gilded Cuckoo. But she never got there.
Have you notified the police?
No.
Any particular reason why not, Mr. Clayton? I mean, your daughter disappearing the same day Willie Rich was murdered?
What are you implying?
Well, I'm not trying to worry you, but that's the line the police would take.
Are you suggesting that Pamela's been kidnapped?
No, but, well, somebody could have tried to coerce you about a horse and got even because you wouldn't give in.
Just you find her and stop asking so damn many fool questions. I don't believe a damn word you're saying, and that's the last time... that's the last you're going to get out of me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper.
No, sorry. You have a picture of the girl, Mrs. Clayton?
Right over there, in the silver frame.
By the way, was that your mare, Sister Sally, that got beaten by Calamity, your husband's filly?
Calamity didn't beat her. Willie Rich did.
Would you say that would be reason enough for you to kill Willie, Mrs. Clayton?
No, Mr. Roper, I wouldn't.
The Gilded Cuckoo in Poway only proved that business in Narcissism was booming. These out-of-town spas were good for kicking habits with drugs and booze high up on the list, followed by weight and body conditioning for cosmetic vanity. I was leafing through folders that listed available courses without the humdrum detail of prices when the director pranced in.
Oh, Mr. Roper, I'm George Glendon. I direct the activities of our little sanctuary. Now, how might we help you?
Well, I like to eat, drink, and I sit around a lot. How long would it take to put me in shape?
Well, that all depends on your cooperation. See, with our program, your muscles may scream and tell you that you're being tortured. But believe me, they're going to tone up. See, we believe in the brain, the body, and the soul, all stimulated and fused into creativity and love to attain the perfect body.
I'll buy that, but how long does it take?
Well, there's Plan A. It's a 12-lesson course. Oh, we do marvelous work with ozone treatment and face vacuuming.
Face vacuuming?
That's what I said. Face vacuuming. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile as self-neglect. And that's Henry V. You know Shakespeare?
Yes, I know.
Well, why don't we look around? Now, you'll be able to decide far easier after you've seen our facilities.
The look around was a revelation. A fully equipped gym that didn't smell any better than my gym in Santa Monica. Mineral springs, baths, face packs, men and women hovered over by attendants, and a plastic surgery wing. Then we zeroed in on something called the isotron room. Through a one-way mirror, Glendon and I looked into a bare room furnished with only a long white couch and a machine called the isotron. The man lying on the couch was stripped down to his trunks. Contact pads ran from his body to the machine. A man wearing a white coat flipped the switch, and the face of the man on the couch contorted. The pads covering his body jiggled. His arms, shoulders, back, stomach, and leg muscles went into massive contractions.
The man in the white coat is our isotron specialist, Dr. Savage.
Well, that figures.
Oh, there is no pain. No, it is the body's natural reaction.
Yeah. What happens if that guy in the white coat falls asleep during a session?
Well, then we'd have a very well-developed corpse. But, of course, that would never happen. See, it's all automatic. Now, do you perhaps have any questions?
Yes, one. It's about Miss Pamela Clayton.
Are you a friend of the Claytons?
More like a friend of a friend. I understand Pamela had an appointment with her hairstylist yesterday at 10:30, and she canceled out. Would you know anything about it?
Is this important?
I'd say so. She's been missing for 24 hours. I happened to be in the neighborhood and told Mr. and Mrs. Clayton I'd check it out.
Well, then why don't we find out? I'd like to look at your appointment book, Miss Hill. Yesterday morning, you said?
Yes, about 10:30.
Well, there must be some mistake. Miss Clayton wasn't scheduled for an appointment. See, at 10:30, we have a Mr. H. Masson down for Mr. K. That's Miss Clayton's usual hairdresser. Well, here, see for yourself.
Well, thanks. Sorry I troubled you.
No trouble at all. I don't suppose we'll be seeing you again, Mr. Roper.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. A lot of what I saw here interests me. I might be back sooner than you think. I stood outside as the gilded doors closed behind me. That isotron machine in there, twisting and turning the human being into a shapeless mass. Whether it built muscles or not, I didn't know. But there was one thing I was sure of. It could tear a man apart.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if the consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
I'd like you to ask yourself a personal question. What do you feel when you meet a handicapped person? Pity? Admiration? Fear? Are you from the school that teaches a stiff upper lip? Try harder. Fight. Don't let anything stand in your way. Do it. Do what? Learn a skill? Go to school? Develop confidence? Self-respect? Then get turned down by a landlord who doesn't believe you'll pay the rent? By an employer who never hired the handicapped before and who isn't going to risk it now? If we don't believe in the handicapped, then how are they going to believe in themselves? Unless we recognize that they're human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then we're adding a handicap that they can't overcome. Let's stop handicapping the handicapped. This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
The sun warmed my back. Horses stomped lazily in their stalls. I was looking for Joey Zale, a jockey that had been thrown only once, and that one time enough to end his career. I found Joey Zale cleaning a stall. I noticed his hands as he lit a cigarette. They were huge. Above the waist, Zale was a middleweight. Only his crippled legs were pipe-stem thin. His face and body carried a twisted snarl. You Joey Zale?
Yeah. What are you, the heat?
Private Dick. Willie Rich was a friend of mine.
Too bad it didn't do him any good.
Can we talk?
Talk.
Do you think Willie killed himself?
If he did, he could have done it right here. He didn't need no pool. He hated water.
Could he swim?
It's hard if somebody's holding your head under.
Good point, Joey. Who did it to him?
I heard of you, Roper. I know you're seen. Hell, if you don't know who did it to Willie, we all got trouble.
I need a lead, Joey. Anything. Anybody.
You got one already.
Willie's wife?
I don't think so. You've been to Clayton's, haven't you?
You mean the daughter, Pam?
Now you're cooking. Only don't ask me why, because I don't know.
Were they close? Willie and Pam Clayton?
That's your business. Find out.
Joey Zale was right. It was my business. I started out by trying to find the H. Masson who had Pam Clayton's 10:30 appointment at the Gilded Cuckoo. No dice, no listing, no nothing. I called the Claytons. They were out, and the Scandinavian maid told me Pam hadn't come back. I was going in a circle, so I decided to get home and start over again. When I walked into my apartment in Santa Monica, the phone was ringing. Roper here.
Max, Allie Regal. Say, I heard something about Willie and Pam Clayton.
Like what?
Like maybe they had a thing for each other?
So I've heard. Tell me something about Mrs. Clayton.
What's to tell? A lot of money, doesn't like a stepdaughter.
Yeah. Something else, Allie. I got the strangest feeling I know her.
Of course you do. It's Monica Moore. Pretty big movie star 15 years ago. Mostly B pictures. Her career went down the drain. Men, mostly. A lot of booze, maybe some drugs. A few bad marriages.
Thanks, Allie. Let me know if you get a lead on Pam Clayton, will you?
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do the same.
After I hung up, I called on a theatrical agent pal of mine, Sid Pinter. Asked him what he could tell me about Monica Moore. I struck gold. He had a complete file on her. A stack of old 8x10 publicity stills. She's been out of pictures a long time, Sid. How come you have these photos?
Me, I'm a string saver. I save junk, memories.
This picture, who's the guy with her?
Oh, that's Johnny Hunter, her first husband. Family-owned part of Texas and half of Wyoming. Here's number 2, the cowboy star, Rex Lennox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that didn't last long. And this is number 3, the hotel man. You know, Chilson, Charles Chilson. Yeah, she got a big bundle from him. And this is number 4, Muscles. Lance Kite, former Mr. America, Mr. Universe.
I suppose that one didn't last long either.
Nah, all he had was his muscle flexing act. Well, after him, it was all downhill for Monica. She quit show business. Got into religion instead. Astral and cosmic magnetism. You should excuse the expression. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Let's see, it was Charnick. Louis Charnick. He gave public lectures, helped you find the miracle in your life. You know, that kind of nonsense.
Monica Moore joined up with Charnick?
Well, it was more like she backed him. You know, a lot of people take that stuff seriously. Anyway, that's about all I know. I haven't heard a word from or about her since.
She's in Clover, Sid. Big oil man, number 5, Tyler Clayton.
Oh, well, I'm glad. She was a beautiful kid. They racked her up good in this town. You know, the scandal nearly ruined her.
What scandal?
Her first husband killed himself.
Johnny Hunter?
Yeah, sleeping pills, overdosed.
Oh. Is this Charnick character still operating?
I see his name in the paper time to time.
Thanks, Sid. See you around.
Yeah, well, don't thank me. Every time you come here for some cockamamie information, somebody jumps you and knocks your head in.
Not this time. I'm investigating the death of Willie Rich.
The jockey? What's Monica Moore got to do with that?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. It's just that Monica's stepdaughter disappeared the same day Willie Rich was murdered. I'm trying to find out who killed Willie and locate the girl.
You should live so long.
I was nursing a beer in my digs a little later, and I was flipping through the entertainment section of the local sheet, wondering how I was going to kill the evening when I came across the ad. Charnick, tonight, Wilshire Playhouse, 8 o'clock. There was a picture of Charnick on the wall in the Playhouse lobby. He looked young, tall, dark, and handsome. The lights dimmed, and a chunky, broad-shouldered man dressed in white came out of the wings and sat down at the organ. Then the spotlight came on, and Charnick appeared. He wasn't young like the picture in the lobby, around 50. His eyes were dark, intense, his voice mellifluous, and he knew how to use it. Didn't waste a word. He knew where the money was. The large audience was still and attentive. When the lecture was over, I got out as fast as I could. I waited near the alley where I could watch the back entrance. A big black limousine was parked there, a burly, tough-looking driver behind the wheel. In a few minutes, Charnick came out, got into the car, and it started forward. As it slowly passed by, I saw there was a passenger in the back seat. A female passenger, none other than Monica Clayton. So, Charnick and Monica, and Willie Rich and Pam Clayton. 2 here, and 2 gone. I was getting another one of those feelings. Didn't like it much. It felt like murder, with more to come.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you. Mm-hmm. Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I had my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
There was a time when the rivers, the earth, and the sky of America were pure. A time when the only American was the Indian. Today, America is suffering from pollution. But the problem isn't hopeless. We can protect the natural beauty of America if you get involved. Something as simple as using the fuel rated most efficient for the engine of your car. Or planting trees to help purify the air and prevent soil erosion. Or starting a compost heap instead of burning leaves or trash. People start pollution. People can stop it. This message has been brought to you on behalf of Keep America Beautiful and this station.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Kim Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, and Ray Danton. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Quaker State Motor Oil and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
On Labor Day, jockey Willie Rich rode home, the favorite, for a big win at Del Mar Racetrack. He celebrated by turning up the next morning in his swimming pool, dead. An accident? Private Detective Max Roper doesn't think so. He has the feeling that it was murder, and has set out to prove just that to Tyler Clayton, oilman, horse owner, and the late jockey's employer, whose debutante daughter is missing. To Clayton's wife, Monica, a former B-picture movie star with a string of ex-husbands and an involvement with a metaphysical quack named Louis Charnock. And to a health spa that features a machine called the Isotron, a machine that Max Roper has the feeling could break a man in half. The Princess Stakes Murder resumes after this message.
I want to teach a lonely child to laugh. I want to learn the pain of loving hard. To open my door and know my own soul. I want to be
car. He was driving, and he was drunk.
I want to be here in the world when peace comes. To silence the drunk, because I want to grow old.
Stop driving drunk. Stop killing each other. Write to Drunk Driver, Department Y, Box 1969, Washington, D.C. for more information on drinking and driving. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
It was Tuesday morning, and I was back at the EPT offices on Wilshire Boulevard, EPT meaning Emergency Procedure Terminus. It stands for Big Troubles and the Solutions thereof. My boss asked me how my weekend was. I told him. I told him, too, that Willie was a friend of mine. He gave me 1 week to wrap the whole thing up. I started at LAPD. Captain Scott, head of bunco and forgery, didn't keep me waiting, and I didn't waste his time.
Charnock? Louis Charnock? We've had an eye on him for 20 years. There have been a few complaints, but nothing we could hit him with and make it stick. You know this town, it's always gone for quacks and saviors.
What kind of complaints?
Then again, you'd be surprised how many people swear that Charnock's given them inspiration and reason for living.
I repeat, what kind of complaints?
Standard. He gets good play with donations. There's another man in the operation, Wesley Dorn, works with Charnock. Does bookings, takes care of travel, publicity, promotion, greets the little old ladies, plays the organ background music.
Yeah, I saw him. Chunky, broad-shouldered, dressed all in white. What about him?
Well, Dorn handles the money end. Keeps Charnock always in the clear.
Always?
Well, we nearly had him nailed 7 years ago.
Dorn or Charnock?
It doesn't matter. I see it as Charnock's operation. Anyway, 7 years back, a fella claimed Charnock broke up his marriage. Claimed a 529.
Extortion?
Yeah. But the wife refused to sign the complaint. The guy claimed that half the dough his wife shelled out was his. Community property.
Sounds more like a civil action. Did he get half the money back?
It was his wife's income. He wasn't working. Apparently, he settled out of court.
The guy ever get his wife back?
Nope.
What was his name? You might be able to give me a line.
Lance Kite.
Number 4. Do you have Kite's last address in that file?
I'll write it down.
Okay. Now to get back to Willie Rich.
I checked with homicide. So far, his death is listed as an accidental drowning.
I'm trying to prove otherwise. And I got another problem. Pam Clayton, missing heiress. Here's her picture and statistics.
Girl that pretty ought to be right up your alley, Roper. Shouldn't take you more than a few days.
How do you figure? I haven't got much to go on.
Sure you have. Incentive.
Lance Kite had moved from the address he'd given the bunco squad. He was now living in an apartment house in a ratty section of West Los Angeles with a good view of the city storm drain. Whatever Monica's out-of-court settlement had been, it was no windfall.
Yeah.
I'd seen his picture and knew he was ex-Mr. Universe, but still I was not prepared for his bulk. My height, but a 50-inch chest. Life had got to him, though, and booze. I could see it in his face and smell it on his breath. He was still big, but soft and flabby now, maybe 10, 20 pounds over his best. He needed to shave, his eyes were red, and he wasn't cheerful.
What do you want?
Lance Kite?
What about it?
Mind if I ask a few questions? It's private business. Can we talk inside?
I talk good right here.
I'm trying to get some information about Louis Charnock. I believe you registered a complaint against him with the bunco squad. You were married to Monica Moore at the time.
Who are you?
Name's Roper, private investigator. I understand she left you for Charnock. I'm trying to find out if he's on the level of running a racket. I'd like to nail him. You wouldn't mind that, would you?
I'd have to think about it.
Okay, no hurry. I heard you dropped your complaint suddenly. Mind telling me why?
Sure. It's none of your business. Is that clear enough?
Fine, first rate. Thanks for your time.
Now, hold it. Did Monica send you?
Monica?
No, but you seen her around.
Yes.
Maybe you'll see her again, Maybe you can give her a message for me.
Maybe.
Okay. Give her this.
A heavily muscled 20-inch arm launched from deep in his living room in a long, sweeping arc at my chin. It should have torn my head off, but my old judo and karate instructor had prepared me well for just such chance encounters. I moved my head to the right and used left forefist upper block, revolving my blocking arm in a short counter arc. Inverted fist strike to the spleen, and Kite sagged and retched. I caught all the fumes from his morning's worth of beer. He was set up perfectly for a rising elbow strike, but I was fascinated by his long, vulnerable jaw and tagged him on it to find out if it was glass. It was. And Kite sat down with a look of hurt surprise. I dropped my business card under his gaping mouth. Drop around and see me, Kite, when you feel better. A woman had come out of a neighboring apartment. She stood staring, disbelieving how anyone could drop an ex-Mr. Universe. I summed it up for her in one word: incentive.
You got a solid car. Ford Torino is a solid car.
To the mountains, to the sea, for transportation to exciting places. Look close. It's the solid Ford Torino for $74. This is the spirited mid-size car, restyled with a new front end, opera windows, and luxurious new interiors. So get in, slam the door, and go. This is the solid mid-size car that says excitement for $74.
Look close, you got a solid car. Ford Torino is a solid car. Riding down the road in style, smooth and quiet by the mile. Look close, you got a solid car.
The solid mid-size Ford Torino for $74. The closer you look, the better we look.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Adam, where are you?
Up here, Eve, and I'm very busy inventing things.
Big deal. I invented something, too.
What?
Shoes.
What are shoes?
Watch this. I just slipped them on, and they keep my hands warm.
Hey, that's great. Want to see what I invented today?
Not that fire bit again.
Don't worry. Now I know what fire is for.
What are you putting in your mouth?
You remember that paper stuff I invented? Well, it's wrapped around some chopped up leaves I call tobacco.
You're weird, Adam.
I set fire to the tobacco thing and puffing the smoke.
What's wrong with your invention, Adam?
Lots of things.
With that fire thing, you're hot stuff.
You know something, Eve? I think you just invented the first bad joke.
This history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking is a drag.
I phoned the box office at the Wilshire Park Playhouse. The attendant hesitated when I asked where Mr. Chonick was living while in town. I explained it concerned a large donation to his cause. I got the address. The Regency Arms is a good apartment hotel off Wilshire along the old Miracle Mile. The clerk told me Chonick had the penthouse. A small self-service elevator worked its way to the top. The suite had double doors. A big, burly man filled the threshold. His hair was close-cropped, yellow. He had a flat, dented nose, scar tissue over his eyes and ears, an ex-pug, wrestler, or bouncer. I recognized him as the man driving the limousine the night I saw Monica Clayton and Chonick in the car after his lecture. I handed the bouncer-cum-butler my business card. It read, Anthony Hale, attorney at law. Tell Mr. Chonick about a donation Mrs. Casper may have called. It concerns her estate. I'll wait. The big bruiser didn't say a word. Just walked across the sitting room to a closed door at the far end, knocked, and entered. While I waited, I studied the brochures on psychic power and cosmic thoughts and was deep in reading how to create my own good luck when the door opened. The bruiser summoned me by tilting his anvil-shaped head.
Mr. Hale, it's difficult for me to see people without an appointment. My time is limited. There are so many in need.
I understand, Mr. Chonick, but the matter of Mrs. Casper's estate concerns you. I have with me an affidavit signed by Mrs. Casper.
Mrs. Casper, I don't believe I've seen her name in our guest book.
The matter of her will is sensitive, and I'm sure you understand. There's the utmost need for discretion.
You say that Mrs. Casper has come to my lecture?
Many times, but she's never given her correct name. Family, you understand?
Yes, but why all this caution?
Very well. Quite bluntly, Mrs. Casper does not have long to live. Her death is not only predictable, but imminent. Her bequest to you must be anonymous because the present heirs would not welcome this dispersal of the estate they somehow conceive of being their rightful inheritance.
Well, that presents no problem.
But there was a good deal of notoriety about that other woman once, wasn't there? Let's see. Her name was, Monica Moore, yes, the former movie star. The matter of her husband's contesting the disposal of her monies. Remember, it was all in the papers, Mr. Charnock.
One moment, please. Our cosmic thoughts are not in tune. Let me concentrate a moment. No, this is a difficult matter. Perhaps you should speak to my associate.
Don't bother, Lewis. It's a waste of time. The gentleman will be leaving.
The voice on the intercom belonged to the man who now stood in the doorway. Doran, the organist, business manager, general factotum for Charnock. Alongside him was the bruiser.
It says Anthony Hale on this card. There must be some mistake. The name is Roper, isn't it?
Whatever gave you that idea?
The cosmic mind.
I started to close the snap on the attaché case on my knees. The gun changed my mind. I handed the case over to Dorn. He opened it, lifted out the small tape recorder, switched the on button to rewind, spun the tape, wiped it out. He nodded to the bruiser, who fell in 2 steps behind me. With his gun in my ribs, I went obediently to the elevator. But as I left Charnock's office, I could hear a slapping sound and an exclamation of pain. The gun prodded my back. As the elevator door closed and I started down, I thought back to that brochure about making your own good luck. Guess I hadn't read enough of it. Well, you win one, you lose one. I called Allie Regal to see if he had any news about Pam Clayton, the missing heiress.
She's still missing, unless you managed to find her.
Well, they told me at the Gilded Cuckoo she never kept her beauty appointment Monday morning, that in fact she didn't even have one. Incidentally, is that spa legit?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Allie, I'm batting 0. Come up with something, anything.
Well, Penny Rich has complained that their house had been broken into and ransacked again.
Again? Well, when did it happen before?
A few nights before Willie was knocked off.
2 break-ins? Sounds like Willie had something somebody wanted and still wants. If he knew about it and didn't let on, then he had a pat hand and was sitting tight. Maybe we finally have something, Allie. Motive. I hung up and wondered if the first ransacking of Willie's house had been the reason for his calling me. It was a new element to consider. I thought about that and suddenly thought about something else I should have thought about and hadn't. I called the Gilded Cuckoo, but the regular receptionist wasn't there. The gal I talked to had just been transferred from therapy. I remembered her. The regular girl, Bonnie Burns, was on vacation, she said. Left Monday. I explained it was important that I reach her and got her address, Tahoe, the Totem Lodge. Did Pamela Clayton have an appointment at the Cuckoo Monday morning, Labor Day?
Sure. Monday's her standing appointment. Hairstyling with Mr. K. She came in right on time.
Oh. Then a Mr. H. Masson didn't take her place?
No, never heard of him.
Uh-huh. Well, was Mrs. Clayton ever a patient under treatment for anything?
You'd have to ask Mr. Glendon about that. We're not allowed to discuss...
I'd like to fly up there tonight, get a statement from you.
Tonight? Crazy. I look forward to it.
Bonnie, do you always take your vacation at this time?
No, but I was overdue, and all of a sudden they said business was slow and I should take off.
Would that be Mr. Glendon?
Yes. You know him?
When did he decide it was all right for you to start your vacation?
It was Monday, Labor Day, right after lunch. Hey, you sound sexy. Ask me the questions when you get up here. You, look as good as you sound?
Better not depend on it.
Try cabin 5 when you get here. We'll find out.
When I got to the Totem Lodge, cabin 5 had the light on and the door open. It seemed a nice, hospitable gesture. I knocked on the door. Bonnie? I got that odd, cold feeling and walked in. I took Pam Clayton's photo from my pocket and was disturbed by her resemblance to Bonnie Burns. Same age, similar coloring. They could have passed for sisters. I stared at a blonde wig set up on her dressing table and wondered if she'd worn it recently. She wasn't wearing it now. Bonnie Burns was a redhead, and the redhead was dead, sprawled on the floor in a pool of her own blood. A long knife buried in her back.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah, to keep it running.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
There was a time when the rivers, the earth, and the sky of America were pure. A time when the only American was the Indian. Today, America is suffering from pollution, but the problem isn't hopeless. We can protect the natural beauty of America if you get involved. Something as simple as using the fuel rated most efficient for the engine of your car, or planting trees to help purify the air and prevent soil erosion, or starting a compost heap instead of burning leaves or trash. People start pollution. People can stop it. This message has been brought to you on behalf of Keep America Beautiful and this station.
The local sheriff's office said they'd get a man out. I flushed a cab to the airport and learned there'd been earlier flights out to Reno, San Francisco, and Vegas. The killer needn't have waited around for me, but I had the feeling, one of those feelings, that the killer would be on my flight back to L.A. The plane was fueling up on the runway. 6 other passengers boarded the plane, 2 women, 4 men. One of the women had the seat next to her piled high with bags, baskets, containers of all sorts. I put her down as a grandmother visiting a newly married daughter with a lot of groceries for the family. The second woman was dark and bulky, her face half covered with a scarf and wearing a thick, high-collared coat. She constantly hummed and talked to herself as she stared out the seat window. She had a big ball of wool in the seat and knitting needles, scissors, and magazines. Another nut going to join the relatives. I spoke to the men, an elderly reverend gentleman, long retired from the cloth, he said, out of Tahoe City. The second was a chubby salesman of electric lighting fixtures who had negotiated a big deal on animated neons with the large casinos. The third, a ranger from Sequoia National Park, quitting the service after 20 years. The fourth was a Saturnin dental surgeon from San Diego who said he was dying of cancer at 43. He looked older. I was the 7th passenger, the only one aboard who looked like a murderer. Well, sometimes those feelings are wrong. I knew I had the feeling, but maybe this was one of those times. When we put down at L.A. International, the women got off first. The one with the groceries headed for the first phone booth. The humming eccentric with the knitting needles went to the ladies' room. The retired reverend and the ranger picked up their luggage from the spinning drop in the baggage room. The lighting salesman grabbed his briefcase and headed for the bar. The dental surgeon and I went directly to the exit and cab stands. I let him have the first one that came along because he was dying and in more of a hurry. I got back to my apartment and smelled whiskey and trouble. The door had been forced, the living room attacked by a strong, bad-tempered visitor. I knew who, even before I found the note from Lance Kite on my TV set saying he'd get back to me. I pulled the place more or less together, had a few drinks, and went to bed. Even in my dreams, I ran around, knocking on the wrong doors, bumping into things, stumbling over dead bodies. Willie kept following me, asking me when I was going to solve his murder.
Homicide, Lieutenant Camino.
Lieutenant, Max Roper. Did Captain Scott from Bunko fill you in?
Oh, yeah, Roper. Have you turned up anything?
Another corpse. Young woman, hunting knife in her back, happened last night up in Tahoe.
Why the hell didn't you call me sooner?
Well, that's Placer County, out of your jurisdiction. And I was wondering if you'd check out the blade. Hunting knife, ivory handle, not Johnny Cassio's usual style.
Yeah, I can check him out for you. What else?
Louis Charnock.
Does he kill anybody?
I'd like to believe it. But so far, he just seems guilty of perpetrating fraud. I'm getting nowhere fast on this caper. Can't seem to close in.
Well, what do you expect, hot shot? You want to break it in 3 days? You know better than that. Get off your tail. Do some legwork.
Jim Kilburn was one of the new breed of young whiz 10%ers, an agent who handles athletes. Willie Rich had been one of his superstars.
Come on, who'd want to kill Willie? Look at the file I've got on him. How much money he made for how many owners.
You make a good point, Kilburn, but there are other factors. What about the disappearance of Clayton's daughter?
I don't see the connection.
Well, she and Willie Rich had been seeing each other.
So what? I took her out a couple of times.
Well, you're not married. Willie was.
You're saying Penny could have done it? Forget it.
Business managers have been known to pick up an extra few bucks with clients' money. Maybe you did it.
Maybe I did, but I can't seem to remember the reason. All right, I'll tell you one thing. Willie and I were discussing money these days because he didn't want to ride for Clayton anymore. He was willing to buy back the advance and the contract.
When did he tell you this?
About a month ago, before the Del Mar meeting started. Willie could have made over $1 million if he cared to ride what was available, and I'd make my 10%, of course. I think he was bored, been riding too long. Why would I kill him? I made money off of him.
Did anybody else know Willie didn't want to ride anymore?
No, and not to my knowledge, not even Clayton.
Where were you on Labor Day, Kilburn?
Not killing Willie. I was in San Francisco negotiating a deal.
All day? All night?
What hours are you interested in? I understand he was killed at 10. I was in L.A. International at 8:05. That left me just enough time to fly down to Escondido and knock Willie off in his pool.
Possible. I know you fly your own plane, but I guess you didn't because you had a previous engagement,
Correct.
You're not going to tell me it was with Pam Clayton.
I'm not telling you not a damn thing.
How high up are we?
23 floors. Why?
Either you tell me where you were after 8 Monday night, or I'm going to throw you right out the window.
What are you, some kind of psycho?
Let's find out, shall we?
No, wait. I'll tell you, but look, I wouldn't want it to get around.
My lips are sealed.
If this gets out, I will sue you for defamation.
I'm waiting, Kilburn.
I was at the Golden Grotto.
Oh, I didn't know you were gay.
I'm not. I needed Jess Haywood's signature on a contract.
You mean Haywood, the quarterback?
I swear, if you spread this around...
One more thing. Did Willie ever go to the Gilded Cuckoo, that spa in Poway?
Yeah, I think so, once in a while, to take off a few pounds. What's the connection?
Maybe Bonnie Burns, a receptionist. I found her murdered last night up at Lake Tahoe. Knife in her back.
Oh, my God. Look, I wish I could help you. I really do. Here, take this list. People Willie worked for, wins, losses...
Kilburn was the color of wet chalk. I left him frantically mopping his brow. There are a lot of owners and trainers on the list he gave me with better records than Tyler Clayton, but Clayton was the only one whose daughter vanished the same day that Willie drowned, and that fact sent me back to the Clayton estate. I eased into the driveway and was starting for the front door. I ducked low, ran around a thick hedge toward the sound of shots. Tyler Clayton stood facing a small outdoor shooting range, firing in a full front dummy. I watched his face. He enjoyed it. I got the impression, the feeling, that Tyler Clayton could kill with no trouble at all.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
This is John Bartholomew Tucker. Your body does a lot of talking. It tells you you're hungry. It lets you know you need water. It may warn you a stroke is on the way. These are some of stroke's warning signs. Sudden temporary weakness or numbness of the face, arm, or leg. Temporary difficulty or loss of speech. Sudden temporary dimness or loss of vision, particularly in one eye. An episode of double vision. Unexplained headaches. Temporary dizziness or unsteadiness. If you notice one or more of these signs, see your doctor. This year, over 200,000 Americans will die of stroke. Don't let one of them be you. Ask your heart association for further information about stroke and how to prevent it. Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your heart association. Give to your heart fund.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, and Ray Danton. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Contact and Chevrolet. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Private Detective Max Roper went to Delmar at the request of a friend to watch the running of the Princess Stakes. His friend, jockey Willie Rich, scored a win, but placed out of the money. He showed up a day later, dead. And in his quest to find out why, Max Roper has met a most peculiar array of characters. Among them, two bunco artists, a former Mr. Universe, and a hostile athlete's agent. And he arranged to meet a young girl in Lake Tahoe who he had known only as a voice on the telephone. But she'd nothing to say because she was dead. Max Roper has his work cut out for him. 2 unsolved murders, a missing heiress, and he's about to confront a man with a pistol who's firing bullets into a target. The target is the full front figure of a man. The Princess Stakes Murder will continue after this. few good men who want to learn good jobs. And today, a qualified man can choose the direction he wants to go in the Marine Corps. Choose the kind of skills he wants to learn, like computers, aircraft maintenance, or electronics, radio communications, food services, aviation technology. You name it, Marines do it. If you want to learn it, the Marines will teach you skills, responsibility, and leadership in any field you can handle. Remember, qualified men can choose their own directions in the Marine Corps. Skills to learn, careers to build in many directions. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to choose their own directions, want to learn good jobs, want to be Marines.
It looked like graduation day at FBI school. Boxes and clips of ammunition were stacked on a range table. An automatic 12-gauge shotgun and various expensive-looking handguns, sight scopes, and holsters. Several framed targets with the bullseye centers well perforated with accurate fire had been discarded and leaned against the side. It told me that rugged individualist Tyler Clayton had no intention of calling in the authorities to find his daughter. He could do the job himself. That last was pure show-off. Clayton had known I was standing there all along. He spun the gun like Billy the Kid, turned to me, and extended the gun butt first. A handsome Colt Python .357 Magnum. A gun developed for police use. Its load would penetrate both armor and glass.
Care to try your luck, son?
No, thanks, Mr. Clayton. I can't get mad at a target. Not today, anyway.
A drink, then. Now, let's see. Bourbon, wasn't it?
Heard anything from your daughter?
Not a word.
Nothing?
You got it right, son. Nothing.
It took me by surprise the way he whirled toward the target and snapped off a quick shot from the hip and put a hole an inch to the right of the black center X. Then, just as quickly, he was back to his drink, grinning. He reloaded and slipped the shooter into a shoulder rig holster and jerked it into place. You carry that gun on you usually?
Sometimes.
Happens to be a pretty deadly weapon. One of the few handguns around that can surely kill a man.
I know, son.
You can't be certain yet your daughter's been kidnapped. You might kill somebody by mistake.
When I kill somebody, son, it's no mistake. Grew up with a gun in my hands.
Where would that be, Texas?
Hell no, not Texas, Saskatchewan.
Canada?
Yes, sir. Grew up there. Did plenty of hunting when we were kids, me and my brothers. Lots of game up there, son.
Rabbits?
Rabbits, fox, moose, bear. Got my first grizzly with a handgun when I was 14. That was a kill, boy. That was some kill.
You have to be pretty crazy to tangle with a grizzly with it. I'm wondering, would you take a chance like that today?
Hell yeah. Been a hunter all my life. Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Good to see you again, Mr. Roper.
Good to see you too, Mrs. Clayton. Again.
Was that you shooting, Tyler?
You know it was me. Who else could it be?
Mr. Roper, have you found Pam?
Is that what you want?
Of course.
I wasn't sure. All I got from you was a little 4x5 picture off the desk. Apart from that, neither of you gave me anything that would help. No description, no background. I assume she's gone to school, had some boy or girl friends. At 22, she's bound to have some habit. She must go places.
Really, Mr.
Now, listen here, boy.
Don't call me boy, and you listen. With your kind of power, if you took your daughter's disappearance seriously, you'd have brought in the Marines by now. You know what, Mr. Clayton? I don't think you want your kid found. Not yet, anyway. If so, that's your business. But you're playing a dangerous game, like hunting.
Now, I told you I wanted her found, and I want her found. Just because you've been dragging your heels don't mean you can turn on me. What's holding you up, money? Money, get my checkbook.
Don't bother. Let me tell you how I spent last evening. Finding a murdered girl up in Tahoe. She wasn't your daughter, but she could have been. So your money is no guarantee your kid will be found alive.
I don't feel well.
You'll feel worse when I tell you the dead girl lived around here. Worked at your favorite spa, the Gilded Cuckoo. Know her, Mrs. Clayton? The receptionist, Bonnie Burns?
Bonnie? Dead? Was she drowned? Like Willie Rich?
No, she never made it to the lake. The knife in her back slowed her down.
Now, look what you've done. You've upset my wife. Now, maybe this Bonnie did work at the spa, so what? What the hell are you driving at anyway?
She could have been murdered by mistake. About the same age as your daughter. Looks some like her, too, judging from the picture I have. The thing that puzzles me, although she was a natural redhead, Bonnie Burns had a blonde wig. And there are other things that don't ring right. She left the Gilded Cuckoo on her vacation Monday afternoon about the same time your daughter was supposed to be there. I don't know why she wore the blonde wig. Maybe the killer didn't know either. Maybe he thought she was your daughter when he put the knife into her back.
Oh, why don't you go inside, Monica? You're looking mighty pale.
Clayton, make Mr. Roper understand that Pam never did get to the spa for her hair appointment. They told me she hadn't been there at all on Monday, didn't even have an appointment. She lied to me when she said that's where she was going.
Couple things we ought to clear up, Mrs. Clayton. Your stepdaughter had a standing appointment at the spa.
How did you...
And Bonnie Burns was at her reception desk at the Gilded Cuckoo that morning. If Pam came in and did keep her appointment, Bonnie saw her. If somebody there wanted that kept a secret, they've made sure of it. Bonnie can't tell anybody now whether your daughter was there or not. I left the Claytons, the beautiful people. He stood there tall, wearing his invincible look, arm around his wife. I felt the whole scene we just played had been just that, a scene, not a shred of truth in it. Clayton couldn't see his wife's face, but I could. It was pressed tight against his chest, and on it was a familiar look. The same tense, frightened expression I'd seen outside the Wilshire Playhouse in the back seat of the car she was sharing with Louis Charnock.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your heart. Give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny dye pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give it cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
I headed for Pacific Coast Highway, wondering when I'd get a break in this case, a lead to something tangible. At the edge of the village, I found it. A new shopping center sprawled over a large city block. I recognized a slim, dark-haired girl putting her groceries into the rear of a red station wagon. I drove into the lot. Hello. Aren't you the Clayton's maid?
Maid, yeah. Cook, too. And now I'm shopping for dinner. You are the policeman who came the other day, no?
Detective. I'd like to ask you some questions, Miss...
Pauli Lundgren. You have no word of Miss Pam yet?
It would help if you'd tell me about her.
What can I tell? I'm working there just past 1 year. Since the other Mrs. Clayton died.
Well, what did the other Mrs. Clayton die of?
In the heart, I think.
You were there when she died?
Yes, the last month. My father in Sweden was a doctor, and so I know about being a nurse. I helped out, and Miss Pam liked me, and I liked her, and so I stayed on.
Did Miss Pam ever disappear like this before?
Disappear? No. She was away to college. She's now just graduated.
I thought all Swedish maids said just.
They are the ones from Denmark.
I see. How did Pam get along with her new mother?
It is not right I should talk about the people I work for.
I'm trying to help Pam, don't you see? If I can't learn something about her, I have no way to find her. Help me, Polly.
Well,
I try.
Good. Was she unhappy since her father remarried?
Not right away, but yes, in a few months. They did not talk to each other so much. Like strangers, I think.
Tell me, Polly, has anything happened at the Clayton house recently that struck you as strange, out of the ordinary, different?
I do not have much time. I am expected at the house.
Polly, please, think. Anything different?
Well, there was the letters. They made Mr. Clayton very angry.
Letters? When was this?
Soon after they got married, after Mrs. Monica came into the house.
Addressed to Mr. Clayton?
Yes. They came regularly, once a month.
Would you know what was in them?
How would I know that? Does he read his letters to his housemaid?
Try to remember. Was there a return address?
No. But they are made from Mexico. This I noticed. A very strange stamp.
Uh-huh. You've said Mr. Clayton became angry. Did he say anything you recall?
Something. One time. About how he was not going to let somebody twist him around the finger.
Did he discuss the letters with Mrs. Clayton?
Oh, I have not heard this, but lately they have not been no more.
Do you think they may have concerned his daughter?
Please, if I do not get back to the house...
Just another minute, Polly. There's more, isn't there? More you're not telling me.
All right. The telephone calls. At first for the master, but he becomes very angry, shouts loud, and hangs up. And later the calls will come again, but this time he would ask for Miss Clayton, Pam.
Did Pam speak to the caller?
Only one time, but just for a moment. Her father heard. He came into the room, red in the face and shouting. He almost breaks the telephone. He puts it down so hard. Then he's telling her she's not to take any more calls from this person.
And that's it?
And there is some more. A few weeks ago, 2 weeks, a man came to the house, a stranger. Yeah? He's looking around very carefully. He asks, is Miss Clayton home? Pamela, he says, not Pam. I say the truth, she's not. And then he asks when Mr. and Mrs. Clayton will be home, and I tell him they have gone to look at some horses.
Did he give you his name?
He's about to. Then he changes his mind, and he writes something very fast on a piece of paper from a notebook. He gives it to me and says, please, it is for Miss Pamela.
Did you see what he wrote?
A telephone number. I left it on the dresser in her room, but I think she did not get it.
Why? Clayton get there first?
I think it was Mrs. Monica. I'm not sure, but she was upstairs. And when I asked Miss Pam later if she got the note, she said, what note? And then she becomes very pale, very quiet.
Can you tell me what this stranger looked like?
A big man, like you, but more thin in the stomach.
Uh-huh. You seem to concur with the diagnosis of the gilded cuckoo.
I beg pardon?
Never mind. What kind of car did he drive?
Oh, no car. He came by taxi. It waits for him. And now I must hurry back to prepare dinner.
One more question, Polly. Labor Day, Monday. Where were Mr. and Mrs. Clayton that evening?
At home. We had a very big party. He wins an imported horse race, no?
Willie Rich won it. Was Pam Clayton at the party?
No, and I go now.
All right, Polly.
Oh, I just remember something.
Yes isn't so bad if what you remember is important.
I know what the man said when he was leaving. To the cabbie, he said it. Okay, back to the Rover house, he said.
Uh-huh. One more favor, Polly. Don't tell anyone what you just told me.
Okay. Now, you will find Miss Pam?
Yes, as soon as I can. The Rover house was on the outskirts of Old Delmar. I asked the beauty behind the registration desk if anybody had blown in from Mexico within the past few weeks.
We have a Mr. Hunter, Mr. Thomas Hunter from Acapulco.
Is he in?
I'm sorry, sir, no.
Has he checked out?
No, he just hasn't been here.
Well, what do you mean?
I really don't know, sir. He left early one morning and didn't come back.
Which morning?
Labor Day.
We know these are times when you're rightfully concerned about the selection and use of a car. As the #1 selling car in America this year, and for 37 out of the last 43 sales years, we felt we should speak up. And one of the things to be said is Chevrolet makes sense for America, especially now. We've always built our cars in response to your needs. And now, when you're asking, should I trade in my car for a smaller one, or does it make sense to continue to drive a regular-sized car, You'll find some satisfying answers by looking to your own requirements and to Chevrolet's line of cars. For the family that needs plenty of room, an Impala or a Chevy wagon offers the same kind of value that a Vega offers the person with smaller needs. And so it goes through the full line of cars and trucks. Even in light of our country's energy situation and the uncertainty that surrounds it, we're producing the cars and trucks that make sense for America.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, National Chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
This one's a real lady. Never tries to kick me.
Can we talk, Joey?
Sure. Come on outside. Let's have a cigarette. How's it going? Getting anywhere?
If I am, I don't know about it. Tell me, did Pam Clayton spend much time down here?
Yeah, quite a bit. We got that filly of hers, you know, Mary Jane. Good 2-year-old.
How did she act? Throw her weight around or anything?
Nah, that kid never made waves. You'd never know she was worth a zillion on the hoof. Nobody knows she was alive.
They still don't.
She'll turn up. It's only been 3 days.
I found one last night that only took 12 hours.
A stiff?
Kid from around here. Shiving her back. All right, Joey, let's have it. You've been holding out.
You're punchy. What would I know?
I understand the stranger's blown into town and trying to contact Clayton's daughter. I figure a smart operator would track her down here once he found out horses are her hobby. There's more, Joey. This dude came straight from Mexico. He checked in at the Rover House. He's been trying to see Pam. He's also been missing since Labor Day morning. All right. Anytime you're ready, Joey.
Willie set it up. I don't think the dude's exactly a stranger. I think Willie knew him from way back.
Willie set what up?
The guy came down here a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if he met Clayton's kid here or not. All I know about is Labor Day, and I know about that because Willie told me.
Well, clear it up for me. It's still muddy.
Well, the Clayton kid had a morning appointment at the Gilded Cuckoo Spa out in Poway. Willie must have set it up for the dude to meet her here and forgot about her beauty parlor bit. So Willie drops over here early that morning to give me a message to forward to the guy that she wasn't stiffing him on purpose, but that she had this other operation going, see?
Was the guy's name Hunter?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems old man Clayton wasn't keen about them getting together. So, like I said, Willie set it up. Hunter shows up here a little after 10. He looks put out when the kid isn't here. So I told him what Willie said. He took off right away.
With the Gilded Cuckoo? To meet her there?
He didn't say. He just split.
She's been missing since. Hunter, too. You think they went off together?
Beats the hell out of me. He was old enough to be her old man. Maybe he was an uncle or something. I'd acted like one.
The other Mrs. Clayton's brother?
If you ask me, he looked more like Clayton.
Describe him.
Tall man, thin, big hands, in his 50s. Tough looking. Could have been a fighter. Knife scar on his cheek. His nose is broke. Kind of quiet, though. Didn't talk much.
You sized him up pretty good. Funny you didn't mention him before.
Well, you know how it is.
No, I don't, but go on. You're saying Willie set it up. Now, what I have to know is, did Clayton's kid want to meet him? Did she ever meet him?
I can't give you that, pal, but I figure Willie was straight. If he said it was okay, then it was okay.
It's good to hear you speaking well of Willie, after he took away a pretty good record you once rang up.
Records. You know what's not in the books? When I was all busted up, Willie paid the hospital bills. Willie got me the job here. Maybe it don't look like much, but horses are my life. And I still got one mark up. Willie would have taken it for sure, but he's gone now. I still got that, whatever good it does me.
Does you a lot of good, Joey, if you didn't knock off Willie.
Which reminds me, you were supposed to be working on that one. But you're spending all your time looking for Clayton's kid. Maybe you're being faked out on that play.
Maybe. Tell me, did Pam Clayton ever come here with a girl about her age named Bonnie Burns? Redhead?
Not that I remember. Why?
She's the one somebody knifed up in Tahoe last night. She worked at the Gilded Cuckoo.
Then what are you doing here?
Business hadn't slowed noticeably at the Gilded Cuckoo, judging from the number of cars lining the parking lot. I was becoming irritated with the missing girl, with the Claytons' unorthodox approach toward handling it, and with myself for becoming involved with a case that didn't make any sense. I took my light traveling bag out of my car and walked through the heavy gilded doors again. The leggy, gray-eyed Miss Hill, whom I had seen at the reception desk before, was gone. In her place was another of the same mold, young, cute, and friendly. Hello. Where's Bonnie?
Bonnie?
Bonnie Burns. She used to work here.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I'm new here.
What about Miss Hill? She around?
I think she went back to therapy. Do you have an appointment?
A standing one.
He'll be right out, Mr. Roper. Why don't you sit over there?
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Roper. Now, do I understand correctly that you are serious this time?
Well, I was serious the other time, but I had to make sure I could take a holiday from my outfit.
I understand. I don't believe you told me what business you were in.
Insurance. The company doctor told me I was 10 pounds overweight. That's when I decided to do something about it.
Well, I don't think you have much of a problem. Ernie, take Mr. Roper's bag. Through this door, Mr. Roper. We'll get you settled. Oh, by the way, that girl you asked about last time, Miss Clayton, I suppose she's returned home by now.
I imagine so. I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to check.
Well, there you are. It never pays to get excited over these things. Probably all a little misunderstanding.
Probably.
Well, here we are. It's a small room, but more than adequate.
Bars at the window?
Oh, you'd be surprised how desperate these dipsos get for a drink. They'll try any means of escape. Now, Mr. Roper, if you just take off your clothes and put on these pajamas.
At this time of day?
Well, your clothing will be returned to you. You understand, of course, that we must remove all incentives for you to leave if the going gets tough.
With that, he walked out, leaving me with Ernie, who could have passed for King Kong's twin brother. Ernie was very helpful, I'll say that for him. He put all my clothes into the closet and locked it. Standing barefoot in just a pair of pajamas in a barred room doesn't give a man a feeling of confidence. I was looking at those very real bars when I realized Glendon had come back into the room. He had a shot glass in his hand.
Yeah, drink hearty. Go on, it's our own secret little brew. Believe me, it'll take away your desire for liquor for at least 24 hours.
It was a cloudy mixture with the fragrance of steamed cauliflower. I took a deep breath, tilted my head, tossed it down, and handed the glass to Ernie, and felt my knees buckle at the same time. I felt suddenly very hot, and the room seemed to rock under my feet. On Glendon's face was an expression of purely benign curiosity. Another one of my feelings was coming on, but slowly, very slowly. I found myself tilting forward, and as the last red rocket blasted off inside my skull, I knew that I was in for trouble. Big trouble.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
It was last summer when I was 18. And I was in love with a girl named Kathy. Kathy was 18, too. It was the happiest summer of my life. I had never been that happy before. I know I'll never be that happy again. It was warm and beautiful, and so we bought a few bottles of wine and drove into the country. We drank the wine and held each other, laughed. It must have been the stars and the wine and the warm wind. Nobody else was on the road. The top was down, and we were singing, and I didn't even see the tree until I hit it. Kathy died. I killed Kathy.
Stop driving drunk. Stop killing each other. Write to Drunk Driver, Department Y, Box 1969, Washington, D.C. for more information on drinking and driving. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. If you have school-aged children, it won't be long until they'll be bringing home an order blank for the class or school annual picture. And if you've noticed, you normally pay in advance. The little tyke insisting that he or she must have the money for the teacher the next day. But do you really know what you're getting for the money? Better read the fine print. That form you sign may commit you to buy several color blow-ups at many times more than what you actually gave Johnny to take to school. Unfortunately, some photographers take advantage of this annual ritual to trap proud mothers into spending a lot more than they intend to. If you don't know what you're getting, call the school and ask them who to contact. If they don't know, then write a note to the teacher explaining that you insist on knowing what you're buying before you sign a contract, and that's the way to teach your children. Remember, if you want portraits made, consider also the services of a good professional photographer in town.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
Exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, and Ray Danton. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the United States Brewers Association and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Max Roper, private investigator, hunch player, and karate expert, is having his problems. Nothing seems to point the way to the murder of his friend, jockey Willie Rich. What he has found is another murder. That of young Bonnie Burns, the warm and willing receptionist of the Gilded Cuckoo Health Spa. The investigation has led Roper from Willie's murder to Pam Clayton's disappearance, to backtracking into Pam's stepmother's checkered marital career, to a demonstration of Tyler Clayton's expertise with firearms, to the knowledge that there is a mystery man somewhere named Thomas Hunter who may have something to do with all of it. But as of the moment, Max Roper is in no position to inquire any further. He is now a client of the Gilded Cuckoo in a barred room, his clothing locked away, and having just swallowed a prescribed elixir, is in the process of crashing into black oblivion. Is this any way to treat a detective? In a moment, Max Roper will be treated to a ride on a diabolical machine called the Isotron as the Princess Stakes murder continues. But first, this word.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Come in now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
I tried to raise my head, but couldn't. I heard a soft gushing of voices. My vision cleared temporarily, and I saw a chunky, light-haired man standing next to Glendon. He wore light-rimmed eyeglasses, and I knew I'd seen him before. I knew his name was Dorn, but I couldn't figure why he was looking down at me. I tried to raise myself up to ask him, but there were solid straps of tight canvas lashing me securely to the bed. I didn't need anything more to tell me that once again I had miscalculated my moves and underestimated theirs. I shook my head and tried to growl and fell asleep instead. I was getting pretty good at that.
He's coming around.
I was on my back, tilted toward the ceiling. Square tiles shifted in and out of focus and finally settled into a pattern that held. I began to understand that I was lying on a tilted, narrow board barely wide enough for my frame. My feet rested on an angled slab at the bottom. I recognized the contraption as an exercise slant board used in gyms. I'd been on one before, but never with my arms tied behind the board. Apparently, I was going to be introduced to a new exercise. I looked down past my nose to the straps bisecting my body. My upper torso was stripped bare. Wires were strung along me at intervals extending out of view. Pain parted my scalp. Phantom fingers of metal told me to lie there quietly and not move.
He's ready now.
I wanted to laugh and tell him he was ridiculous. 1,000,000 volts of concentrated force hit me in the back. My body tensed and surged upward, tearing the breath out of me. I settled back, nerves quivering and jiggling, and waited for the next one. A strange smell filled my nostrils. I identified it immediately. The musky scent of fear. My cortex knew what my body didn't, that I was going to be tickled to death. I was ready when it came, but it didn't help. The contact wire bit into my flesh. I leaped.
Why are you here, Mr. Roper?
I could have told him, because I was a dumb dick.
We're waiting for an answer.
My entire upper left quadrant recoiled in a monstrous heave.
I'm sure you understand that your body and nerves will give out long before this machine. Now, I ask you once more, why are you here?
I told you, to get in shape, to take weight off. The contact pad on my left side jumped. Electricity hammered into my nerves and muscles. I twitched like a harem hopeful in a shimmy contest. I shivered and shot uncontrollably. Each contact stimulated another mass of ganglia into pulsate reflex. I expected at any moment a contraction severe enough to snap a bone. What the hell's going on? You treat all your customers this way?
I'm asking you once more, what are you looking for?
If you think I'm keeping something back, why haven't you clowns thought of using sodium pentothal? That's supposed to be pretty good for digging out the truth.
Yeah, but the Isotron is more memorable. It might even deter you from seeing us again.
You're wrong, sweetie pie. What I'm going to do to you when I get out, that's the thing I'm going to remember.
Well, let's have one more for the road for Mr. Roper.
It was a beaut, but it didn't break my back. Dr. Savage came forward again. I saw the hypo in his hand and foolishly tried to draw away. The wires held me in place. My forearm was swabbed and the needle went in.
You might like this one. It's PCP, the peace pill. It's good for hallucinations, delusions, and possibly a depressed state. Why are you here? What do you want? What are you looking for?
My field of vision began to whirl. Before my eyes, alternate blocks of color. Red, blue, yellow, then checkerboards. And then nothing.
What do the City of Chicago, State of Georgia, Albertsons Incorporated of Colorado, Bottlers of Coca-Cola, the Atlanta Braves, State of West Virginia, Kansas City Power and Light Company, Kentucky State Fair, Goodyear, Logan International Airport, 24th Street Elementary School, Los Angeles, Keith Virginia Beautiful Incorporated, North Carolina Highway Department, 7-Eleven stores, Hines County 4-H Club, Mississippi, State of Delaware, Louisiana State Garden Club, Washington National Airport, Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
What do all these have in common? They've all joined in and worked with the Pigeon program to help clean up America. What can your club, community, or state do? What can you do? Right. United States Brewers Association, Post Office Box 2570, Washington, D.C., 20013. Let's all pitch in.
Charleston, South Carolina, Garden Palms, Mississippi, Richmond, J.C., Colorado Springs.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you're planning a vacation by air, you know it's a good money-saving idea to check with the airlines to see if you qualify for a special fare. You may be able to save yourself a sizable sum of money, but remember, you must comply exactly with the conditions or you'll be asked to pay the regular rate. Now, most airlines, for example, offer 2 youth fare plans. The cheapest is Youth Fare Standby. In this, you'll be the last of the passengers called and may not get on the flight. And Youth Fare Reserve, however, guarantees you a seat on a reserved flight, but it'll cost you more. Discount fares are also offered on long-distance travel, but remember there are conditions. For example, you may have to make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and for some, 3 months in advance. You must travel midweek only and return after 7 to 9 days. And no holiday or peak period traveling on this plan. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
I awoke to a million ants and grasshoppers doing a war dance across my body. I jerked as the contact pads fed me a massive jolt. My legs exploded. I lurched, then was aware that the last contraction had snapped the bands lashing my legs to the slant board. Gurgling noises rose from my throat. The white-coated Dr. Savage came over. I waited until he was close, hooked my right foot between his thighs, and drew him closer.
Hey!
Kicked out with my left foot, striking with the instep. Dr. Savage gasped. His head snapped back. He groaned and fell on me. Glendon came rushing over. I let the doctor drop and hooked him with my right foot. His mouth opened in surprise. I shut it with an ankle kick. Got both legs around him and squeezed until his eyes bulged. Cut me loose, Glendon, or I'll kill you. He looked at the inert Dr. Savage on the floor and believed me. My hands were still palsied when Glendon cut them free, but I gave him a wrist, palm, heel, and sword peak hand anyway. He went down like a sack. Ernie, the husky guard, walked in carrying another of those wicked little shot glasses. When he saw Glendon and the doctor on the floor, he came charging. I waited and timed it with a perfect high kick, catching him flush on the jaw with the ball of my foot. He buckled forward. I gave him the inverted fist strike to the spleen. He turned green, and I toppled him like a tree with a chop. Got to my feet, leaned over, and pulled Glendon up. Where's Pam Clayton?
I don't know. She isn't here. We let her go.
What's it all about? Why hold her and cover up her appointment?
It wasn't my idea. I had to.
Who's behind it? Who gave you the orders? Don't go away, Glendon. Ernie began to stir. I picked up the little shot glass and shoved it down his throat. He gurgled but swallowed it. I wouldn't have any further worry about him. Then I strapped Glendon onto the slant board.
No, please, don't turn it on.
Then talk. Before I blacked out of my room, I saw a man with you. His name is Dorn. Works for Louis Charnock. Does Dorn have a piece of your action here?
No. He was here for a rub-down.
Come off it. You admitted snatching Pam Clayton wasn't your idea. Now, who are you fronting for? Whose idea was it?
Mr. Dorn suggested. He didn't explain his plan to me. I had to do it.
Why? You've got yourself a good thing here. How come you take orders from Charnock and Dorn? They got something on you, is that it? Either you cooperate or they blow the whistle on you, something like that.
Please.
Or is it a blackmail ring? Your rich patrons, their hang-ups, booze, drugs, sex. As director here, you know all the dirt, and their financial ratings, too. Well, are you going to talk?
Dorn, Mr. Dorn.
You're saying Dorn. You mean Charnock, don't you?
Please, let me up.
Maybe I'll just plug you in for a while, loosen you up.
No!
No? There is no pain.
Mr. Roper, I know nothing.
You had the Clayton kid doped up. What then? A set of compromising pictures to make her old man cough up a lot of loot?
No, it wasn't nothing like that. No, she was given sedation to keep her quiet. That's all.
What did you give her? A shot like you gave me?
Yeah. I told her that there was a personal phone call for her in my office, and while she waited, I gave her a cola with the drug.
How did you explain it to her when she came to?
Well, we had one of our staff handle it. He told her that she had fainted, that there was, some new mysterious virus going around. She believed us, and she left.
Well, she hasn't returned yet. Did you know that? Was she driving her own car?
Yeah, it's a green convertible. Now, I assumed that she'd be going straight home.
You assume rotten. Pam Clayton wasn't your only client with money. Why was she picked, and why Labor Day?
I don't know. I don't know.
What about Tom Hunter? You're not going to answer, Mr. Glendon? All right, let's see. How do you turn this thing on?
No. He is inside. It's the last room, ground floor, number 11.
Your teeth are chattering, Glendon. After what you put me through, I ought to just...
I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you everything. Now, see, Hunter suspected that we had Miss Clayton here. Well, he started to take the place apart. We had to jump him. We had to quiet him down.
You let the girl go. Why not Hunter?
Orders. They were afraid that he'd make trouble.
Who the hell is this guy Hunter, anyway?
I don't know.
What did you do to him?
Memory block. We were trying to erase his memory.
With this keen little machine?
No. Drugs and hypnosis. What we call condition regression.
You're going to take me to him, Glendon, right now. I unbuckled the straps. Glendon's knees almost caved in as he stood up, but he led me back to my room. I locked him in the closet while I dressed. My bag had been searched, but they overlooked my gun and the false bottom. I nudged Glendon with it. He nodded politely and led me to the room at the far end of the corridor. He unlocked the door, and I waved him in. A man was lying on the bed, staring listlessly at the ceiling. He matched the description Joey Zale had given me, except his face was now pale and haggard, eyes rimmed with dark circles. A wide gauze bandage topped his skull. What's under the bandage? A small hole bored in his skull? Electrode implants for altering behavior?
No, it's nothing like that. He put up a fight and banged his head falling. It was just a mild concussion at the worst. And he didn't respond to hypnosis at all. There are some like that, you know.
Tough. So why is he so listless?
Narcotics. He's in a stupor. It's going to wear off in a day or so. I assure you, he's going to be all right.
Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter? Maybe you did better than you thought, Glendon.
No, now see, he's coming around.
Who are you?
Friend of Willie's, Willie Rich.
Willie Rich?
Come on, Glendon. Help me get him dressed.
No, not leaving, not without the kid.
Pam Clayton's not here. Take my word for it. I'm Willie Rich's friend, Hunter. I wouldn't...
Willie...
Come on, Hunter. Up you go. Pam's probably home by now. You want to see Pam, don't you? Night shift will be coming on. We got to get out of here.
Pam. See Pam.
Okay, Glendon. You lead the way. It was a short walk down the hall to the side exit, but it seemed miles, burdened by Hunter's confused condition. As we hit the cool night air, Hunter's legs buckled and he went limp. Glendon helped me shove him into my car. I could see he was looking around, nervously. Don't worry, Glendon. I'll explain it all to Charnock and Dorn when I catch up with them. You've got a bigger worry. Something you should really be nervous about. Who killed Bonnie Burns?
What? No, you're joking.
A knife in the back's a bad joke. I found her up at Lake Tahoe. Did they tell you that was how she would spend her vacation? Dead?
Well,
You're being played for a patsy, Glendon. You can get 10 to 20 as an accessory. Who told you to let Bonnie off? I heard a rustle behind us in the dark shrubbery separating the parking lots. Something whistled, glittered in the night. It thudded heavily close to me. Glendon's mouth opened in a surprised scream that aborted suddenly as he coughed and fell against me. He sagged, pulling my arms down with him, and I couldn't find my gun. I judged the knife in his back to have at least a 6-inch blade. Glendon was coughing frothy red bubbles. His dead eyes stared at me accusingly, as if I'd asked him one question too many.
You will?
Why, Jerry, I'd love to.
Great. I'll see you at 7.
Bye-bye.
I don't believe it!
When you finally get a date with Cleopatra, you better have a special chariot, like the new Ford Grand Torino Brougham for $74.
You got a solid car. The Ford Torino is a solid car.
Restyled for $74 with a bold new front end, opera windows, luxurious interiors with optional split bench seats, deep cut pile carpeting. This Torino's got spirit, looks, and it's built solid. What more could you want?
Hi, Jerry. I'm glad you called.
Yeah, me too.
Riding down the road in style, cruising quiet, spider mile. The Post, you got a solid car.
The solid mid-size Ford Torino. At your Ford dealers, the closer you look, the better we look.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Allie Regal opened his door, then followed me down his driveway and helped me carry Tom Hunter into his house. We bedded him down on the living room couch. Turning to leave, I knocked a magazine of local coming events off the coffee table. A lucky accident. It told me Charnock was in San Diego, a 10-minute ride away. I had questions for Charnock about Hunter. It took me longer than I'd expected to get to the theater. The lobby lights were out, cars were driving away. I stopped my car abruptly. Louis Charnock was getting into his long black car. Dorn wasn't with him. The car took off down the Embarcadero north along the riverfront. There were plenty of hotels in San Diego, but Charnock was heading out of the city. I tailed him up Highway 101. The limo swung off the causeway where a curving ramp led to a sumptuous bayside motor hotel, the Bahia Bay. He pulled into a parking stall at the far end, fronting a dark bungalow. I stopped, doused my lights, watched Charnock get out, say goodnight to his chauffeur, and go inside. The chauffeur lit a toke, leaned back against his seat, and enjoyed the quiet night. His hand, holding the butt, dangled outside the open car window when I came up. I slammed his wrist to the side of the car, leaned in with a solid left, smashing his nose, aborting his outcry. I slugged him again, yanked the door open, and he was out cold. One thing about the bloodletting business, it never hurts to catch a sucker off guard. I removed his belt, lashed his hands together with it, dumped him over into the back seat. Charnock opened his bungalow door to my knock. When he saw my gun, he backed up fast, and I shut the door behind me, locking it. I had a lot of questions to ask you the last time we met. We never got to them. Now I have several more. Let's start with George Glendon. What's your connection with him?
George who?
Glendon. Try harder. He runs the spa at Poway, the Gilded Cuckoo. He seems to be running errands for you, too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper, isn't it? I don't know Glendon or what you're talking about.
How about Pam Clayton? Does that ring a bell?
I know Monica Clayton, but then we've known each other for years.
This gun can go off, you know. I was given a pretty good going over at the Gilded Cuckoo by the same Mr. Glendon I mentioned, so don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about, because I've heard differently. Also, while I was getting that going over, I happened to see your friend Dorn.
Well, that's quite possible. Mr. Dorn might have some interest there. He has many outside interests. None of them concern me.
Let's try some other names. Bonnie Burns, Tom Hunter.
I'm sorry, I don't know them.
Does Dorn?
I suggest you ask him.
I will when I get to him. But Dorn works for you, and you're the boss as far as I'm concerned. Pam Clayton was abducted, so was Hunter. Bonnie Burns was killed, and now Glendon's got a knife in his back.
I find all that very distressing, but I don't know any of these people.
I'm a private investigator, Charnock. On Labor Day, a friend of mine, Willie Rich, was drowned in his swimming pool. I don't think it was his idea. Somehow, I think you're involved. Tyler Clayton's daughter disappeared the same day. Monica Clayton asked me to find her. She had an appointment at the beauty spa. Glendon told me she never got there, but admitted later to keeping her a prisoner. Said that he was acting on orders of higher-ups and implicated you and Dorn. I personally saw Monica Clayton at the theater with you the following day.
She didn't come to see me. She came to see Dorn.
Why?
I imagined to bring him some money.
Blackmail?
It's been going on for a long time. It's not quite like you think. Mr. Dorn uses me for a front. I happen to be a convenience. Perhaps I can explain our relationship.
As he explained it, I had the feeling that Charnock felt relieved to finally be able to tell someone. It seemed that 25 years ago he had committed an indiscretion with a minor, male. Good for a morals rep. Wesley Dorn, a sharp and conniving lawyer, got the evidence and found himself in a position to put an end to young Charnock's platform career. But he was shrewd enough to sense a better arrangement, a partnership, with him calling the shots for Charnock.
I was a success from the start. Women gave me money, large amounts, remembered me in their wills, gave me real estate, businesses, insurance policies. It was incredible, really.
And you never got a dime out of it?
You might say just living expenses. Dorn has power of attorney over me.
Yeah, you could have got out. Dorn didn't make you write books about what you do. You could have come up with a sore throat or something at your lectures. You don't sound like a prisoner to me.
Oh, don't misunderstand, please. I believe in my messages, my books, my lectures. Like it or not, Dorn has made it possible for me to continue my work. Despite his hold on me, I sincerely believe I've helped many people.
You told me Monica Clayton's paying off Dorn, too. What's he got on her?
Some porno films from a long time ago. She bought them back, then found out Dorn reproduced the negatives.
He's had her on the hook all these years?
Yes. Monica has been rather careless at different stages of her life. She's picked up some bad habits. I have nothing to fear from you, Mr. Roper. Apparently, Wesley Dorn has.
Where is Dorn now?
He has a houseboat in the cove, a short distance off the pier. It's called the Sea Serpent. You can't miss it even at night. It's positively unique.
After leaving Charnock, I looked into the back of his car to see how his chauffeur was doing. He was gone. When I got to the pier, I expected J.J. to be waiting for me. He wasn't. I found a small boat with oars. I made like Captain Bligh and headed for a large gray shape with bright lights 100 yards out in the bay. The Sea Serpent was camping and attractive. The deck was an extended front porch. There were shutters on the windows and potted plants. A front door and living room covered with brilliant red carpeting. Dorn was lying on it, face up, a lot of it missing above the eyes. I was a little disappointed, but not too surprised. 2 bullets had pinpointed in his forehead, putting an end to this stage of the investigation, not to mention Dorn. Well, one less suspect, one more corpse. Now is the time for another one of my failings. No such luck. I was right back where I started. Nowhere.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where everything was all lovely and green and peaceful. Sunlight fell in ribbons of daylight through its trees. Birds flew in the quiet air above it. Deer and rabbits found secret hiding places to play, for it was truly a beautiful place. And then one day, into this beautiful emerald forest, a new creature came. A creature called man. And man brought with him fire to warm him against the night. Only with his fire, man did not bring caution, and the fire got away from him suddenly. And the beautiful forest was no more. And yet there might easily be a different ending. For if man is careful with his fire, he need never say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest.
Heroin hotline.
I've had it. I really had it. Tonight, 3 of them jumped us. Got my purse. Tore the wedding band off my finger. My husband, he'd hand over his money. Why'd they have to beat him up? There's a lady next door. Just last week, junkies broke in. Took everything she had.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Heroin. When they need that stuff, they do anything. It is the pusher you've got to get. Right around the block like he owns it. Got little kids, no more 10, 11 years old, hooked on heroin. It's sick.
Can you describe him?
Oh, I know who he is, all right. Only I don't want more trouble.
We don't need to know anything about you. Just
Six, the pusher. Call the National Heroin Hotline, 800-368-5363. It's a free call from anywhere in the country. It's run by the federal government. Call Heroin Hotline in Washington, D.C., 800-368-5363.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, and Ray Danton. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
It all began as a day at the races. Labor Day, Del Mar, the Princess Stakes. But for Max Roper, private detective, the race is far from over. His friend, jockey Willie Rich, never got out of the starting gate. Bonnie Burns, a comely receptionist, died at the clubhouse turn. Down the backstretch, health spa operator George Glendon got a knife in the back. Bunko artist Wesley Dorn never made the far turn. Now they're coming down the home stretch. 4 people have been scratched so far. Still in the race are the jockey's widow, an underworld hitman, a metaphysical charlatan, his chauffeur, 6 airline passengers, a mystery man from Acapulco, a former movie star, one of her 4 ex-husbands, her current gun-toting spouse, and his missing daughter, a phantom entry. At this point, Max Roper can only be certain of one thing. It's going to be a photo finish. The Princess Stakes Murder concludes after this word.
Absolutely. Lovely dress. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Really?
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty. Here, let me freshen up that drink. Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now. It's great. I don't care. Such a great. I want to go home right now.
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
Dorn's houseboat had been carefully picked apart. Desk drawers were slightly open and things had been tossed about in the closets. Someone had been hastily looking for something. Either Dorn had or his killer. I eliminated Louis Charnock, the chauffeur, JJ, and myself as suspects, leaving the rest of the world to consider. I was annoyed at George Glendon for dying too soon. He would have made a very plausible killer. I rode back to the pier and got in my car. It was nearly midnight when I reached Allie Regal's house. Allie's car was gone, and that wasn't all. When I opened the front door, I saw that Hunter wasn't on the couch. Allie Regal was on the floor, flat on his face, horizontally contemplating the rug. I turned him over. Allie.
Did you get him?
Get who?
A man you laid off here, Hunter. I leaned over to check how he was, and he was ready and decked me. Oh, what time is it?
12:05.
Boy, you must have just passed him.
If I did, I didn't recognize him. He was wearing your car. Moonbeams etched their ghostly fingers through the foggy night as I eased into the humpback drive in Escondido. The stately white ranch of Willie Rich was dark and quiet. It was late, but I hoped Penny Rich was out swinging somewhere, according to her custom. The side terrace door was susceptible to a little applied effort, and I went inside carefully. The curtain fell in place behind me. I put my thin pencil torch to work and found my way through the living room to Willie's den and study. The desk dominated the room. French Empire, massive. It drew me like a magnet. I searched, wondering what I was looking for. The lock of the center drawer had been forced. It contained old racing programs, a pair of binoculars, and a small key that fitted the lock to the drawer. I pulled out the drawer and studied it. It was shallow. I set it on the desk, stooped, and searched the center with my torch. Couldn't find anything, and compounded that by losing my balance. As I teetered forward, my hand struck the wood. The wood yielded, then sprang back. I tugged gently, and out it came. Another drawer. Secret compartment right out of Napoleon's day. But I exulted too soon. There wasn't a thing in it. I turned it over and found an old auction sticker pasted on the bottom. I peeled it off and pocketed it, set the drawers back in place, and straightened up. I went back out the terrace door. As the night air hit me, I felt the thin edge of cold steel against my throat. There wasn't a thing I knew in karate to counter that feeling. I didn't recognize the blade, but I knew the voice of Johnny Cascio.
Working overtime, pal? Let's march it around to the other side of the swimming pool. I want a good look at you.
Remembering Cascio's reputation of the knife, I elected to cooperate. It was awkward, walking with his bent arm circling my throat, but it beat a slit jugular. Penny Rich was waiting, looking blousily lovely and stoned.
Well, wise guy, what's your excuse for breaking in? It's still my house, you know. What are you doing here?
Answer the lady, pal.
Willie was murdered. I'm looking for his killer.
You expect to find him hiding inside the house, maybe?
Well, I heard the house had been broken into a couple of times since. I figured whoever killed Willie was still looking for something Willie had. I thought maybe I could find it.
Find what?
I don't know.
Try harder, pal.
Someone pulled into the driveway. Johnny Cascio tensed, turning his head. I twisted away, striking sharply upward and outward with a 4-fist upper block. He collapsed at my feet.
Look what you've done to poor Johnny. Get out of here. Oh, Johnny, honey, speak to me.
I was just leaving. Mrs. Rich, you might give Mr. Cascio his knife back. I know how much you like to swim. I left the unlikely couple and headed for my car. Oddly, mine was the only one in the driveway. I wondered how they'd gotten there and also what happened to the other car I'd heard pull in. I got in the car and ran my hand over my throat. That had been one close shave. then I couldn't help but notice the cold barrel of a .32 caliber pistol sticking in my ear. I recognized the man in the back seat through the rearview mirror.
I'll take what you found in there.
Glad you could make it, Mr. Hunter. I've been looking all over for you.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile. And you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I'm maybe going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Your American Cancer Society presents Peter Falk and Lee Grant as the Doctor and Mrs. Brinley.
Mrs. Brinley, you look terrific. How have you been?
Oh, healthiness-wise, Doctor, I get your standard semi-annual common cold. Other than that, I've been feeling in the orange.
Not in the pink?
I never felt good in pink. I prefer orange.
You're here for your regular annual checkup, which you last had 5 years ago?
Not long.
Why did you finally decide to get one?
Tom saw an American Cancer Society thing that said the only way to be sure you're in perfect health is with an annual head-to-toe checkup. He insisted I get one, so I figured I'd get one, then I could insist he get one.
Very clever. He hasn't been in for ages.
Exactly. Now, where do you want to start? My head or my toe?
With all of you, get on the scale.
My weight's fine.
I'll decide that. On the scale, Mrs. Brinley.
Help your doctor help you with an annual checkup. Help your American Cancer Society with a generous check. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
Hunter got in beside me. We drove west over the black tar curving road and pulled up at the junction to Del Mar. I explained to him my search of Willie's den, my stupidity in not knowing what I'd been looking for, and incidentally reminded him that I was the guy who got him out of the spa.
I remember. That's why you're still living. What brought you to the spa, anyway?
I played the record again, starting with Willie winning the Princess Stakes at Del Mar and ending up with Doran's murder, then asked Hunter about his business at the Gilded Cuckoo Spa. I didn't figure he was there for a massage.
Well, my name is Hunter, and you seem familiar with Monica Clayton's background. When she was Monica Moore, the movie star, she married Johnny Hunter. He was my brother. That's 20 years ago, ancient history, until Willie contacted me in Acapulco recently and brought me up here.
How did you know Willie?
Well, he knew Johnny from way back. In fact, he introduced Johnny to Monica. And Johnny died soon after they got married. We got the coroner's report, overdose of barbiturates. And we were broken up about it, but these things happen. A month ago, I got a letter from Willie. He said he had proof that Johnny had been murdered. It wasn't suicide or accidental. There were two people he named who could be responsible. Wesley Dorn and Monica Moore. Well, that is, Clayton.
What kind of proof did Willie say he had? I know Monica's been paying blackmail up until tonight. She's free now that Dorn's dead.
I don't know how he found it, but somehow Willie found my brother Johnny's diary. There's supposed to be something incriminating in it.
That why you were trying to contact the Claytons to put the finger on Monica?
Well, I had another reason. Another brother. Ty Clayton.
Clayton? But your name is Hunter.
Well, we were all Claytons. Ty, myself, and little Johnny, born in Melfort, Saskatchewan, Canada. Our mother married Avery Clayton, a lumberman, and he died when we were kids. And our mother married a few years later Jacob Hunter. Well, Johnny was 7 then, I was 10, and Ty, the oldest, kept our father's name.
Yeah, now I see what Clayton meant when he told me he'd always been a hunter. But why weren't you welcome at your own brother's house when you tried to contact Pam?
Well, Pam was the only one I thought I could trust. You see, neither Ty nor I took complete stock of that coroner's report. We both thought Monica had something to do with Johnny's death and made a pact to find out. And I got in some trouble and headed for Mexico. Ty gave me his word that he'd stay with it looking for evidence against Monica. Well, the next thing I know, his wife Audrey dies and he marries Monica. That was a year ago. He still hasn't made a move against her.
We sat there a minute smoking. Then my hand found the .38 I keep back in my seat. Hunter never saw it coming, and I laid it on him behind the ear. He probably had a good case against Monica, but I like to make up my own mind. It wasn't far to Allie Regal's house. I stashed Hunter there again, admonishing Allie to hang on to him this time, and took off. Under a full moon, Delmar seemed eerily quiet. I found Joey Zale in the stall and shook him awake.
Hey, what the?
Joey, listen. What happened to Willie's gear after the weigh-in?
He took it to the jocks room.
Is it still there? I want the saddle.
Come on, Roper. I can get tagged 50 for it.
Here's 100. Joey found the saddle for me. My hand, deep inside the weight pocket, contacted a red leather-bound book, Johnny Hunter's diary. But the light was insufficient to read. I struck a match.
Hey, blow that out. Sister Sally gets nervous. She got trapped in a barn one time in a terrible fire. That's better. What'd you find? A book in the saddle?
Not just a book, Joey. Answers. As diaries went, it was no literary achievement, but it traced a straight line that had led to murder. August 27, stomach hurts. August 31, stomach hurting a lot lately. Burning. Can't keep food down. September 4, pain worse. Vomiting. Gotta take some of Monica's pills if I'm ever to sleep. Pain's terrible. Think I know why. The last entry, September 5th. September 6th, Johnny Hunter was dead. The clerk at the coroner's office took my $2 and dug up the certificate of death. Overdose of drugs, alcohol content .09. The document was signed by the examining physician, Luther Stokes, M.D. I attempted to reach Dr. Stokes. He'd been dead for 15 years. Hit-and-run accident. I went over to see my friend at Homicide, Camino. Told him what I was up to. He looked through the diary, dropped it finally.
Don't have the last page of it?
Not yet. Johnny Hunter was buried at Holly Memorial Park. Dr. Stokes was killed almost immediately afterwards. Maybe it wasn't an accident.
What are you expecting to find? Arsenic? That went out of style a long time ago.
Maybe the killer didn't know it at the time.
All right, suppose we find something. You know as well as I do arsenic leaves traces. Bones, hair, fingers, toenails.
Right.
But you still have to prove your suspect had possession, administered it, and be able to state where and when. Yeah, you know as well as I do that you can't. And you can't produce his diary as evidence either. Hunter died and can't confirm it. Get out of here. Let me feel sorry for myself. I got a hell of a toothache.
I went over it all again in my mind. Everything seemed to hinge on Willie's discovery of the diary. I knew only a small part of the waves he had made. Only the killer would know how totally engulfing they might be. I thought it was about time I went for the killer.
Price is what you pay, value is what you get. And Chevrolet wants to make sure that when you purchase a new truck, you get value for every dollar you spend. So we build in value throughout the truck. Like the strength of 2 walls of steel in our fleet-side pickup box, roof, hood, and front fenders. A massive girder beam independent front suspension. And a brake system that's computer matched to truck size and capacity. That's Chevy value. It helps to account for the fact that year in and year out, there are more Chevy trucks in use than any other make. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. And with a Chevy truck, you get lasting value.
It's Chevy's truck with lasting value. We drill them tough to do the job, 'cause that's the Chevy way. It's Chevy's truck with lasting value. You get your money's worth with Chevrolet. It's Chevy's truck.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. If you have school-aged children, it won't be long until they'll be bringing home an order blank for the class or school annual picture. And if you've noticed, you normally pay in advance, the little tyke insisting that he or she must have the money for the teacher the next day. But do you really know what you're getting for the money? Better read the fine print. That form you sign may commit you to buy several color blow-ups at many times more than what you actually gave Johnny to take to school. Unfortunately, some photographers take advantage of this annual ritual to trap proud mothers into spending a lot more than they intend to. If you don't know what you're getting, call the school and ask them who to contact. If they don't know, then write a note to the teacher explaining that you insist on knowing what you're buying before you sign a contract, and that's the way to teach your children. Remember, if you want portraits made, consider also the services of a good professional photographer in town.
They were running the Del Mar Futurity. The Claytons were at the track. Calamity had just come in a winner, paid $4.20. I watched Tyler Clayton go down to the winner's circle. Then I touched Monica Clayton's elbow.
Mr. Wilton.
Why didn't you tell me Willie Rich introduced you and your first husband? Johnny Hunter, wasn't it?
How did you know?
I also saw your first husband's death certificate today. Accidental death, it said. Would you be in accord with that? Frankly, I'm not. I prefer the evidence in the diary.
Diary?
Your husband owned a Napoleonic desk. I can just see him keeping a diary under lock and key in the secret compartment. And he dies, and you sell his furniture. It ends up in storage, and one day Willie Rich acquires it out of sentiment for his old friend, probably. That desk sits in Willie's study for years until one day he accidentally opens a secret compartment, as I did tonight, and he finds the diary.
I don't believe any of this.
Well, check with the La Cienega auction house, and Mr. Sonnenberg there keeps records. I found an old auction sticker on the bottom of the drawer. He filled in the rest. Incidentally, the diary's very interesting reading, Mrs. Clayton. Could be a bestseller. I left her staring helplessly and walked away. My hands were wet and clammy. It was dusk when I pulled up to the cottage at the far end fronting the bay. Charnock's big black car wasn't around, nor the blonde bodyguard, J.J. I had called before, so Charnock was expecting me.
Come in, Mr. Roper. You look tired.
It's been a rough week.
I've just made some tea. Here, let me pour you some. I'm very upset about your suspicions of Monica. She's simply not the type.
Anybody can be a killer, but I didn't say she was. I said she was responsible for her first husband's death. I didn't say she did it. Let's talk about your friend Dorn.
I see what you mean. You're referring now to the hold he had on Monica. Yes, he could have driven her husband to suicide or even killed him. It's all my fault. It was only because of my weakness that Dawn could continue to exist.
Don't blame yourself. If Monica was innocently involved 20 years ago, she's up to her ears now.
Yes. Your friend, the poor unfortunate jockey. The whole thing is harrowing. It's preposterous to think of Monica as part of it.
Not Monica. Her husband, Tyler Clayton.
Clayton? The millionaire oil man. You think he committed the murders?
Well, listen and see what you think. I recited the whole story again. The thing I hit hardest was that I figured Clayton had married Monica to try to get even with her for the murder of his brother Johnny. But then he'd fallen in love with her, and now was protecting her from the damaging evidence Willie had found in Johnny's diary.
I see. Yes. Terrible for Clayton. He'll have to pay for his crimes.
Maybe not. For one thing, he still hasn't found the diary.
Well, his brother would have had it, I suppose. Perhaps your friend Rich gave it to him for safekeeping.
No, he's looking for it, too.
And then perhaps Clayton's daughter.
No, she doesn't know where it is. But I do.
I see. You're astonishing, Mr. Roper, putting this ghastly series of crimes all together, but one part of your logic eludes me. I can see why Clayton would have murdered all these people, but certainly he had no reason years back to kill his youngest brother.
No reason at all?
And logically, you must admit he couldn't have.
That's right. He couldn't have for the most logical reason of all. You did.
My dear man, do I hear correctly?
You killed them all, starting with Johnny Hunter.
That would be hard to prove that Dawn did.
That's part of the proof.
What would it take to convince you?
Some luggage on the way back from Tahoe. You spent a week there, remember?
What are you talking about?
We met on the plane coming back. You just killed Bonnie Burns. I just found her body. There are only 7 passengers on board. You were the dental surgeon coming down with cancer. You had me convinced, too. You've been an actor. You know all the makeup tricks. The best disguise is always the simplest. Eyeshadow, hollows for the cheeks, easy with the removal of partial dentures, gray wig, smoky glasses. Your performance was flawless till we got off the plane. Even a man coming home to die carries his clothing back with him. But you didn't pick up any luggage. You headed right for a taxi. I didn't see the gun in his hand until it was too late. Then the big bruiser J.J. was there, and something no heavier than a cannon dropped on my head. As I folded to hit the carpet, I noticed my empty hands, lax and useless. Cold steel tapped me on the nose.
On your feet and walk slow. Open your mouth and you're dead. You're going to take us to the diary.
Oh, Willie hit it good. I'm the only one. I'd left Del Mar a loser many times. It was a shame to be coming back that way. If Allie Regal had any security men checking his joint, you'd never have known it. J.J., Charnock, and I moved in and out, avoiding the lighted stables where men were working. Once we held back in the darkness while someone passed, the gun in my back, J.J.'s massive paw over my mouth.
I'll tell you something. You were right all along. I killed Johnny Hunter, but I did it with imagination. Mentally. I'm a mentalist, you understand. What better way is there for murder? I offered Monica my love, but she spurned me, so I drove Hunter to feelings of persecution and suicide. You were way off on the Tahoe flight, though. I wasn't the dental surgeon.
Oh?
I was the lady up front with the knitting needles. I'd worn a blonde wig up. Perhaps you found it in Bonnie's cabin, and a black wig back. Now, shall we proceed to the diary?
In that stall. Willie left it in his saddle. There in the corner on the floor?
Where? I don't see anything. It's so dark.
Got a match? Charnock nervously dropped the match, lit another. As he stepped forward, a restless moving shadow inside reared high above us. J.J. and Charnock looked up, startled, as the black shape struck savagely at the rail. The thin board splintered, fell away. Sister Sally burst through with a dark, avenging fury. She struck at Charnock, hooves flailing. J.J., in terror of the massive horse, tried to back away. I chopped the gun out of his hand and kicked him in the groin. He fell forward. I drove my knee through his teeth. He lay there.
Hey, what's going on?
And there was Joey Zale with a shotgun. I took it from his huge hands. Sister Sally continued to rear up and come down hard on Charnock, whirling and stomping and snorting.
Papa, what's going on here? You know how excited Sister Sally gets around fire?
Early Saturday morning, I drove to the office. I figured I owed my boss, O.J., a week's time. He was out, but someone else was in. A pretty young girl, blonde, shapely, and very much alive. Pam Clayton. I was about to turn her over my knee, but before I could, she explained why she was there. Willie had told her that my office was the safest place to be. I'd missed her the one time I'd checked in, and she'd been there ever since, and I called myself a good private eye. Well, I didn't spank her. In fact, I ended up lending her $600 so she could run her horse, Mary Jane. Seems the old man cut off her allowance. One feeling I've always had about being a private eye, you just can't make any money in this business.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, National Chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
Now, here are the bunkers. Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Ken Platt's The Princess Stakes Murder. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time Monday through Friday. So, on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Contact and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
It is a fact that in people's lives, things do go wrong. An unfortunate event or a personal tragedy of some sort. There's always something external, something unexpected. In a word, trouble. And there are those who thrive on it. Take, for example, Hugo Bishop. Trouble is his business and his pleasure. Maud London is his scene. And trouble is what he's about to find in the persons of Thelma Tasman, known professionally as Gloria Del Rey, Queen Bee of the fashion world, and her husband, Mervyn Spate, convicted murderer, declared legally mad, and for the past 2 years, a full-time tenant in a Broadmoor asylum for the criminally insane, where there has just been a daring escape. Hugo Bishop is in for a rare treat. Mervyn Spate is back in London. Our story, Queen in Danger, will begin after this word.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh,
good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
All right. Now, here's a serious one. Name 2 things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Millard Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
Picture this. London, the first day of spring. The season newly arrived from Paris, overnight and traveling light, to drape green gossamer among skeleton twigs and blow a zephyr's breath against the royal standard high above Buckingham Palace. The Queen is at home. Fear has not yet entered the mind of the woman in green, walking briskly along the pathway in St. James Park. She'll be free of fear for another 5 minutes, perhaps 6, but no more. She stops to buy a paper, folds it and tucks it under her arm and walks on. She turns now into Bond Street, and her shadow is cut off suddenly and silently by the high corner buildings. And she's accompanied instead by her glassy reflection in shop windows. Then that too is gone, as she passes the rubble of a bombed site, left abandoned since the Second World War. A grim reminder of how it was. But now, as she steps through the gilt and glass-paneled entrance of the fashionable Salon des Fleurs, the woman in green moves unsuspectingly among the placid flower bowls in the heavy, perfumed air toward her destined appointment with sudden panic.
Good morning, Mrs. Tasman. I'll be with you in just a moment. I have Mrs. Carmody on the phone.
Yes, please. I'm in rather a rush.
Yes, Mrs. Carmody. I have it down. Tuesday week, 3 o'clock. I said Tuesday week, 3 o'clock. That will be fine, Mrs. Carmody.
I'm sorry. I came in to make an appointment, but could you fit me in tomorrow after lunch?
Would 4 o'clock be convenient?
If I can be out by 5.
Is it just for your usual face back, Mrs. Tasman?
Yes, that's all.
Well, you should be away by 5 then.
Thank you.
Oh, Mrs. Tasman?
Yes?
You left your newspaper.
Oh. I turned away toward the ordinary day outside, to the ghost of my reflection in the window. Beyond the glass, the cars and people in the street passed by like figures in a silent film. I felt distracted all the way to my office. I barely noticed the street traffic. I was overwhelmed by feelings of anxiety. I don't know what it was exactly. Guilt or fear. Once inside the Miller Group Publishers building, my sense of panic eased a little. My work was a necessary distraction. But the nameplate on the door to my private office reminded me who I was, or wasn't. Gloria Del Rey, fashion editor, Venus magazine. Nom de plume for Thelma Tasman, which was, in turn, an assumed name. I left word with Glenda, my secretary, to hold all calls. I was summoned by my boss and trusted friend, Maurice Gerald.
Come in, Thelma.
I just saw the proofs of the Duval layout. It looks worse than I dreamed.
No, it's a little contrived, that's all.
You wouldn't excuse it from anyone else.
It would be good from anyone else. It's just that your standard is higher. Anyway, I didn't call you in about the Duval layout.
I didn't think so.
How about coming out to stay with us for the week? With Victor going off to Bristol, you're going to be lonely.
You've seen the paper.
Yes.
It's good of you, Maurice, but I'll manage.
Well, Laura would love you to come, and you know how the children feel about you.
Laura and I get on well, and I don't want to spoil that.
She wouldn't appreciate having your protege about for a whole week.
No, now, stop thinking of yourself as my protege. I showed you the ropes, I made you into a fashion writer, but then you took it from there yourself. Now, circulation's gone up a solid 5% since we started carrying the Gloria del Rey center spread.
You gave me a job that required all of my energy and attention when that's just what I needed. I can never thank you enough.
Well, then humor me and come along. I'll phone Laura and let her know.
I'd rather not, really. I want to come when it can be a holiday, not an escape.
You sure?
Yes. Give Laura my love, and a slap on the bottom for Mick and Jonathan from their Aunt Thelma.
All right, then. But Thelma, take care.
The cold black headline in the newspaper would seem to have nothing to do with high-fashion Gloria del Rey, or with the woman who called herself Mrs. Victor Tasman. Even Victor, especially Victor, would not make any connection between the man mentioned in the newspaper headline and the woman who had become his own common-law wife. Victor had simply accepted my rejection of a formal marriage ceremony. He had no way of knowing I was already married. Married to Mervyn Spate, condemned murderer who was reported today to have escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. Glenda was out of the office when I returned. It was just as well I needed to be alone. The thought that clouded my mind was, what if Victor should find out? Perhaps I should tell him. Perhaps he was in danger as well as I. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. A small pink page from Glenda's memo pad had blown off the desk onto the carpet. I picked it up. Miss Del Rey. While you were out, a man called. He left no name, but asked for a Mrs. Spate. He seemed quite positive he had the right number.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. Give your cold. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give it cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hello, I'm Greg Morris, and I'd like to tell you about a new program of the United States government to provide education and training after high school, especially if you don't have the money for it. It's called Basic Grants and helps to provide money for full-time students entering for the first time a college or a university, vocational school, a technical institute, or a hospital school of nursing. It helps you pay for tuition, books, and other expenses. Basic Grants makes it possible now to prepare for the special vocational career that you've been hoping for. And best of all, it's not alone. You don't have to pay it back. So take it from me, Greg Morris. It's not a mission impossible. Apply right away. Simply contact the school or college you're planning to enter, state employment office, county agent, or post office. Or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Hugo Bishop here. A trifle on the bored side today. But that shouldn't last. It seldom does here in London, you know. Always something irregular going on about. It shan't take me long to find it. Or the reverse. It's a hobby of mine, actually. People in trouble, that is. I share an office with a very regal Siamese cat and a middle-aged, rather conservative woman with an Oxford degree and a talent for embroidery. Vera Gorringe is her name. I prefer to call her Gory. Marvelous woman with a flair for nosing out the fantastic, the incredible, and the macabre. Gorey placed the files on my desk as soon as the early edition of the Standard hit the streets. But I was taking a perverse delight in ignoring them and turned my total attention to cleaning out my favorite meerschaum.
That sort of thing should be done in the bathroom.
How many times have I told you, Pet? Love me, love my pipe.
I should think you'd rather be putting your attention to a bit of business.
Such as what?
Spate is free.
Who?
Mervyn Spate. Found guilty but insane 2 years ago at the Central Criminal Court and committed to Broadmoor Asylum.
For murder?
A woman on a bomb site in Ludgate Hill.
Name of Joanna Martin.
You've been baiting me all along, I suppose.
The names of murder victims seem to stick in my mind. But I don't seem to think this means a job for me.
An escaped homicidal maniac isn't the least interesting person in the world. I should think you'd like to have a talk with Mervyn Spate.
You know where I might find him?
No, but if you can't find him, no one can. And there's his wife. She wouldn't make a bad starting point.
Gloria Del Rey. Now, that's the second file you placed on my desk.
If you want a new study for your personality under stress thesis, she should provide it.
I should prefer a graphic summing up to slogging through a folder of your copious notes.
With the way you're scattering hot ashes from that smelly monstrosity of yours, it'd be less of a fire hazard at least.
Anyone tell you look a rare treat today, babe?
Really, Mr. Bishop, babe is hardly a suitable nomenclature for someone old enough to be your great-aunt.
Well, very well, Auntie. Give me the dope on Gloria Del Rey, formerly Mrs. Mervyn Spate.
Still Mrs. Spate, but now calling herself Mrs. Victor Tasman.
A new marriage isn't legal, then?
Can't be. She's never divorced Spate.
As I recall, Spate was an artist before he took up murder.
Thelma met him at art school. At the time of the murder, they'd been married 3 years. By then, Spate had become a professional painter with something of a reputation.
All smashed to bits in that one moment of violence in Ludgate Hill.
Quite.
Did Thelma Spate attend her husband's trial?
Faithfully, remaining the loyal wife throughout. Despite the fact that apparently the marriage wasn't a blissful one, Spate had too much temperament for his pretty young wife to handle.
Wherever do you come by your little crumbs of information, Gorey?
One must learn the language of the sparrows. They sit on every windowsill.
Well, I'm more of a raven myself. So, with her husband put behind bars at Broadmoor, what did Thelma Spate do following the trial?
Left England for a bit to get away from the notoriety. Lived alone in Italy.
And met Victor Tasman?
Technical representative of a British-owned aircraft and allied products company.
Quite the opposite from the temperamental autistic type.
Precisely.
And Thelma Spate then returned to England as Thelma Tasman.
And became Gloria Del Rey, thanks to Maurice Gerald, editor-in-chief of Miller Group Publishing.
And how does he fit into the picture?
Friend in need, I should say. He first offered his assistance to the stricken young wife during the trial. Then immediately on her return to England came forward with the job of fashion editor.
Why did Gerald do this, do you suppose?
Plainly felt sorry for her, I imagine. He's known as a generous man. Also, perhaps he sensed she had the makings of a crackerjack fashion writer, since that's what she's turned out to be. This room is 20 feet long and 16 feet wide, with at least a dozen sizable ashtrays strategically placed about. Need I say more?
No, but you probably will. It appears to me the prime question for conjecture at this point is, does Spate know?
Does Spate know what?
That Mrs. Spate is now calling herself Mrs. Tasman.
Then you're interested?
I don't know yet.
Well, if you decide you are, you'll find the files quite complete.
I frequently bless your morbid curiosity, Gorey.
It appears Princess Ju Yi Shin would like an audience with you.
Ah, send her in. Hello, gorgeous. The Princess Ju Yi Shin paddled silently across the room, the light from the windows glinting in her great blue eyes. With one quick flash of smoky fur, she leapt onto the desk, settled on her haunches beside me, with a tail curled neatly around her chocolate feet. I drew my meerschaum back into life and the cat and I together watched the curl of smoke with a quiet, idle fascination. And then I brought out the chess sets. I sifted the pieces and set them on the board one by one. Thelma Spates, alias Mrs. Victor Tasman, alias Gloria Del Rey. The Queen in danger. Next, a white rook near the Queen. Maurice Gerald, the protector, at an equal distance from the Queen. A white knight. Victor Tasman, the constant lover, behind the Queen, directly behind, but at a greater distance. Mervyn Spate. Husband, murderer, madman. The Red King, enrobed in blood, with a red pawn laid beside the king. Joanna Martin, dead by the king's hand, and bloodied too. What do you think, my beauty? Time to place the sixth piece on the opposite side of the board, away from the others, but facing them. A white bishop, my own namesake, at a standstill and wondering where to begin.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important as State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time, we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
Like a good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
I'm Cliff Robertson, and I made a picture not long ago called Charlie, where I played the part of a man who was mentally retarded. I'd like to tell you a little of what I learned. Thousands and thousands of mentally retarded children are born each year. It can happen to any family, rich or poor. It makes no difference. Except some children are luckier than others. Some kids can be just a little slow in learning, but some will never learn much of anything at all. But every one of them can be helped, and that perhaps is the most important thing that I found out. These kids have a right to a chance to learn as much about how to live a normal life as they can. The National Association for Retarded Children and its nearly 1,500 local associations are helping to give them that chance. Will you help too by supporting the work of your local association for retarded children? Thank you.
There were yellow tulips in a bowl on the table, bright as agony in the sunshine. It seemed astonishing that color so brilliant should cast a shadow of mere gray on the tablecloth. But the shadow was there. 7 gray heads against the blue linen.
Gloria Del Rey works too hard.
She likes it that way.
I know.
Victor Tasman should talk, whose job is taking him off to Bristol for a whole bloody week.
I have no choice. And the sooner I go, the sooner I shall be back.
What can I do to compete with a supercharger?
What is it, love? Is something troubling you?
No.
Lucky you. Have you seen the papers today?
Why? Why, no, I haven't. Is there some reason I should?
Velma, darling, you are tense. All of London will be, I should think. Seems a maniac escaped the loony bin.
Victor, I love you.
Well, then, for the 1000th time, marry me.
Not that today, Victor, please. Let's order lunch, shall we?
God save the Queen.
I decided to start exploring my interest in the Spate affair by comparing notes with my old chum Freddie, Detective Inspector Frisney of the New Scotland Yard. We met at one of my favorite spots, which wasn't one of Freddie's, a milk bar at the bottom of Charing Cross Road. You'd better find Spate quickly, don't you think, Freddie? I mean, the bloke might go and pop someone else off just to celebrate being on the outside. And where would you be?
Anyway, it'd be preferable to here, sitting with Hugo Bishop contemplating a milkshake. What are you having?
Oh, I rather fancy a strawberry shake and a ham sandwich, seeing it'll come out of your expenses.
I'm off duty.
Oh, I hate to contradict you, but we're going to talk business.
Whose?
Yours.
Don't you ever talk about your own?
I haven't any of my own. My business is everybody else's.
Oh, all right. Only anything but Spate. I've had enough of him for one day.
Where are you looking for him?
No statement.
Well, we won't talk about Spate. We'll talk about Mrs. Spate.
She's out of town.
Out of town?
We checked her address.
What address?
19 Stapleton Crescent. Spate's been sending letters to her there ever since he's been in the asylum. We checked it out, but the woman who lives there is out of town.
Eve Jordan is out of town. Thelma Spate isn't.
Come again?
Eve Jordan lives at 19 Stapleton Crescent. She's Thelma Spate's best friend. Thelma used Eve's address for Spate's letters.
Why?
Why? Would you feel comfortable about a husband who was a convicted murderer and judged mad to boot?
You think Spate's escape puts his wife in danger?
Well, she evidently thinks so. That should be enough.
Tell me, Hugo, where do you come by all your information?
I live in close proximity to a sparrow.
Where would we find Thelma Spate, then? Hugo?
That shake is making my mouth water.
Oh, it's like something you'd shave with, if you ask me. Don't see why all this electricity and chrome and chemical flavoring have to do with a simple rustic cow. Give me a good old timber-built, worm-eaten, honest-to-God pub any time.
You don't have to stay and humor me, Freddie. Go and have your beer if you'd like.
Oh, all right, Hugo. You win. A ham sandwich and a strawberry shake on the yard.
Thank you, Freddie. That's very kind of you.
And now let's have it. Where can we find Mrs. Mervyn Spate?
The yard would assign a man to Thelma Spate in the hope that she was the lure that would inevitably put Mervyn Spate back in the trap. Freddie and I parted company outside the milk bar, and I walked up toward Trafalgar Square. Dusk had fallen. A news vendor hawked papers on the corner. Maniac murderer at large. London at night. Where was Mervyn Spate this moment, I wondered. I thought over Scotland Yard's proposed strategy. This extremely risky business, exposing your queen that way. Lose her, and the match is all but lost. And this is no ordinary game. All possibilities must be weighed and measured. Thelma Spate Tasman is in a most precarious position. One false move could mean the game. And we're playing with her life.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Sometimes a 24-hour pass can pass very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. With no place to go, nothing much to do. The answer for millions of servicemen and women around the world has been the USO. For over 30 years, a place to come in, read, write letters home, listen to music, dance, have a hamburger and a shake. Most of all, a place to feel welcome. But there might not always be a USO, even though there are still 2 million servicemen and women who need it more than ever. There might not be a USO because there's not enough money to go around. USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign.
So please give. Our work isn't done.
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail, so I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away, and two-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. The Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills, Robert Brown, and Murray Matheson. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance and Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
There are detectives and there are detectives. And then there's Hugo Bishop, connoisseur of crime. Item, maniac murderer at large. Mervyn Spate, convicted killer, has escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The preceding news brief was brought to Hugo Bishop's attention by his bird-like secretary and confidant, Vera Gorringe. That and the plight of Gloria Del Rey, renowned beauty editor of Venus magazine. In private life, she is Thelma Tasman, common-law wife of industrial engineer Victor Tasman, who is currently away on business. Her employer, publishing mogul Maurice Gerald, too, is out of town, leaving this woman of many names alone in London, and terrified by her own identity. The fact is, she has still another name. Spate. Mrs. Mervyn Spate. Queen in Danger will continue in a moment.
Did you say God? Well, I know him by everything you say and do. Did you say God? Well, I've seen him every time I look at you. He's touched you with his love and with his truth. Don't look any further. You are his
Truth states itself simply, joyfully. Sunrise, cello sounds, face of a child. Our song is saying, God touches you with his love. Pass it on. This message is brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
hand in your hand in my hand. We hear the music sing. Sisters and brothers loving each other. We're gonna make a better day.
It was the first of the week's fashion shows I was scheduled to cover. I was alone, except for the jostling crowd around me, dividing their attention between the show about to begin in the main salon and the table bar set up here in the anteroom.
Hello, beautiful.
Rex!
You sound glad to see me.
I am. Built for the soccer field as you are, you can probably manage to make your way through this mob to get me a sherry.
Any little service I can render, love. Be right back.
Rex Willison was London's favourite fashion photographer. He was also a rat, a rake, a roué. I wouldn't rely on him for my life any more than I would thin ice. But he was big, with magnificent shoulders and a cheerful grin, and just the sort of company I needed at the moment.
Here you go, love.
Thank you, Rex. That's just what I needed.
Oh, for a moment I relished the thought that I was just what you needed.
You are, but not quite in the way you're thinking.
What's wrong, beautiful? You look a bit down under.
Victor's gone away on business for a week.
Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever meet a girl who'll be miserable when I leave her for a week.
You wouldn't be interested in one like that.
You're right there, love. So, shall we? Looks like post time for the show horses.
Lights, music, and on with the show. Number 1. A tie-suit day dress in Mediterranean blue by Jacques Decoy. Note the loose three-quarter-length sleeves designed for coolness on all occasions, and the softly draped neckline eternally feminine.
Neat little filly that, and pretty footwork.
I feel Rex's solid masculine presence beside me, and somehow I'm safe. Safe for now.
Shoes made beautifully to match by Norman Lane, and the mischievous little hat by Michelson.
Later tonight, if I feel really afraid, I can telephone Victor. Just the sound of his voice over the phone will comfort me. Or I can spend the evening with Rex. He'll dine me if I ask him, and I could deal with the inference he'd draw from it later. For that matter, I needn't stay at my place at all this week. I could rent a room at some small hotel while Victor was away. Somewhere across the city, far away from the flat where Mervyn would never find me. Rex is flashing me his best grin, and I can manage a smile back. I needn't really be afraid. Of that I'm convinced. But still, I am afraid. I am.
The Tasman flat, where Thelma Spate lived out her new alliance with Victor Tasman, was round the corner from Queen Street in Thames Gardens. When I walked by there to take a look, I found my Scotland Yard confederate, Freddie Frisnay, checking with his man on the job.
No sign of Spate or Mrs. Either up to now.
You going to talk to her when she shows?
No.
Why not?
She could be ready to aid and abet him, you know.
Not as I see it. Reason it out, Freddie. She goes abroad after the trial and comes back with a man who's her new husband, except for that little detail of the ceremony. Doesn't sound to me like she's ready to give Spate a hand. More likely she's worried what he's ready to give her.
Well, we can keep just as good a watch on her without knocking on her door.
And she hasn't knocked on yours yet.
What do you mean?
She hasn't asked for any police protection.
No, it shoots your theory.
Spade got himself out of Broadmoor for some reason. He found out his wife was living with another man, seems a good one to me, and I'm sane.
You wouldn't care to submit to a test of that fact, would you?
Freddie, my boy. As a matter of fact, I've just gotten a sudden crazy idea.
Do you want to share it?
Not till I see if it works. Just have to make a quick call to be sure my little sparrow is home on the nest.
Hello?
Gory?
Yes?
Did you send it?
Yes, it's there by now.
Do you mind staying in case there's a call?
I wouldn't miss it. This was my case to begin with, you know.
I know.
But I gather it's caught your interest.
A bit. At any rate, I've just gotten a notion, and it might keep me most of the night.
Dangerous, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. A slight risk of varicose veins. Ta-ta, Auntie.
As it turned out, I had to go back to my own flat. Rex, it seemed, engaged a sylph-like model for the evening's recreation. So I took a taxi home to face my fear alone. What was my fear exactly? It seemed I also had to name it. Mervyn had learned about Victor and me. He had managed to escape from Broadmoor for one reason, to kill me. Strangle me with that same hideous strength that had snuffed out the life of the woman on the bombed site in Ludgate Hill. But it wasn't the man I feared, or even death. It was the madness, the fear of encountering a deranged mind. And if that wasn't enough, I got into it with the cabbie, and he absolutely refused to take me to my door. He left me at the corner.
Smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then, because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
As I turned up the steps to the entrance of the flat, I became acutely aware of the presence of a man in the shadows of the doorway across the street. The flesh at the nape of my neck crawled. I quickened my step, hurried inside, and closed the outer door. A moment later, I was inside my apartment, flattened against the door in the dark, frightened of what I might see if I turned on the light. Then the toe of my shoe touched something on the floor, and I reached for the light switch. In the glow of the ceiling lamp, I saw the envelope, mute and white against the royal blue of the carpet. 3 words were written boldly across the front of it. Mrs. Victor Tasman. A threatening note from Mervyn. That was all I could think of, although the handwriting on the envelope was unfamiliar. I slipped the envelope open with my finger and took out the note. It was brief. All it said was, "If you need help, telephone CAR 2330. Ask for Bishop."
The flower grew against the sky, black-petaled, with a stem as thick as a tornado's rope. From where I viewed it in my cramped position against the broken wall. Somewhere here, among the rubble and the creeping tapestry of weeds, Joanna Martin had been found with the life throttled from her body, and her blood congealed on the slab of stone that her skull had split against. And they had found Spate, too, lying in the half-choked cellar below the woman's body, still unconscious from his crashing fall. Twice since I'd come, the monotony of waiting and the strain of cramped leg muscles had nearly caused me to give up. I knew that my chances of success were worse than poor. But then, the thought would repeat itself in my mind. The thought that had brought me here to this infamous bomb site, Luckett Hill. It was a tired old saw, but nonetheless true. Often, a murderer did return to the scene of his crime.
Victor, is that you?
Thelma, what's wrong?
Nothing, darling. I'm sorry it's so late.
It's only 12. You sound odd. What is it?
No, Victor. Everything is all right. I just wanted to hear your voice and say good night.
I'm glad. Actually, I meant to phone you, but I've been talking my head off steadily for hours, trying to fix a deal.
Any luck, darling?
Not really sure. But never mind about business. I miss you, my love.
I caught myself only half listening. My eyes were focused on the door to the flat, and I was imagining Mervyn walking up to it, his hand on the knob, his brute strength forcing it open.
Darling?
I miss you too, Victor. Terribly.
There is something wrong.
I'm lonely for you, that's all. Please don't be away any longer than you have to.
You know,
Your 3 minutes are up.
Operator, this is a private call.
I'm sorry. You booked 3 minutes. Shall I extend it?
Yes. No. Good night, Victor. Hurry back.
I'll telephone you in the morning, darling. Get a good night's sleep.
Victor, I found myself staring at the door. I don't know how long I sat there. I was not aware when my mind crossed the border dividing reason from obsession, from control to submission, plunging me into a wilderness of terror. It was no longer possible for me to believe that Mervyn would not come, or when he came, that he could not get in. I stared at the door and saw the knob turn, the door open, and Mervyn standing there, his eyes bright with unreason, his shabby figure slack, his hands hanging loose until he lifted them and came toward me.
Perhaps mute stones are infused with memory, like an unseen stain. Or else I was only diverting myself from the boredom of my vigil. In any event, I found my mind absorbed with images of that night 2 years ago, when Joanna Martin was slain. I saw the movement of her dress as she fled across the weed-strewn masonry, her stricken face as she turned back toward the man who picked his way through the rubble, moving to her with strong arms outstretched, eyes glinting with madness. The fierce look of fingers upon flesh, the violent squeezing out of the last vital breath of air. Of air, poor girl. Poor unfortunate madman. The vigil had made me morbid. The stones against my back had left me cold. And again I thought of giving up, leaving this place to its own brooding memories. I moved to ease the cramp in my legs and lifted my face to where the stars roofed the jagged gap between the broken walls. And there he was, a dark, hulking shape against the night sky, staring down at me with eyes void of all expression. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, it was Mervyn Spate.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if the consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
I remembered Gorey's question on the telephone. Dangerous, Mr. Bishop. And now it was. I had crouched against this wall for more than 2 hours. My legs and back were cramped. My position alone had me at a disadvantage. Spade was standing almost directly over me, and he had already murdered once. He had little to lose by killing again.
Who are you?
The name is Bishop.
Police detective?
No.
What are you doing here?
I was waiting for you.
You knew I would come here.
No, but I thought it was possible. This waste of bricks has been the most important place in your whole life.
If you're not a policeman, what is your interest in me?
Humanity interests me.
You want to observe the lunatic mind at work. You think I'm mad. But I'm not.
What's it like for you inside Broadmoor?
I have smokes, if that's what you're wondering. I'm on the block for privileged patients now. I can even shave with a razor.
But you're still locked up.
You can never see farther than the trees. Even when you know and remember and think about everything that's outside, all the people and things you used to know and love.
How do you spend your time in there?
They let me have paper and pencil. I make sketches. Sketches like these.
Spade abruptly tossed a small pad of paper down to me. I leafed through it. They were all sketches of a man's face. A face expressing violent hate and fear. The fine drawn lines of the eyes and mouth conveyed a strain that transformed it into a face of abstract evil. I wondered if Spate meant it as a self-portrait.
Do you know that face?
It's the face of madness. Why do you spend all your time sketching only that?
I don't want to forget it.
And it's not meant as a self-portrait.
I told you, I'm not mad.
Why did you break out of Broadmoor, Spate? Because you wanted to see beyond the trees.
Give me back the sketches.
Oh, here you are, Spate.
You still think I'm mad?
He turned away then, and in a moment his dark, brooding form was no longer silhouetted against the sky. If I tried, I might follow and overpower him from behind. Or I could notify Freddie at the yard of his whereabouts. I did neither. At this point, I chose to let Spate go free.
I don't know when the phone stopped ringing or when I stopped screaming. I was still sitting by the phone, staring at the door, paralyzed by fear, when suddenly...
It's Bridget, Mrs. Tasman. Let me in. It's all right, Mrs. Tasman. I'm here to help you.
But how did you know I
You
needed...
called my number. You talked to my associate, Mrs. Gorringe.
I don't remember.
She told me you were very upset, very frightened. I thought perhaps Spate had come here.
I thought he had. I must have only imagined it.
Yes. Fear can play strange tricks.
I must have remembered your note.
Yes. That was why I sent it.
But I don't understand. Who are you? Why would you want to help me?
I want to help people in trouble for the opportunity it gives me of seeing life through other people's minds.
You take a morbid interest in personal tragedy.
Yes, interest. Morbid, no. Academic and constructive, I suppose. But two pins, you'd throw me out, now that I've told you how I tick.
I think you're a strange man, Mr. Bishop, but I'm grateful for your offer of help, for whatever your reason. When I called your number, I was in a state of shock. The mere ringing of my phone had sent me into hysterics.
You thought it was your husband, that is, Mervyn Spate. It's true, you've never divorced Spate.
Yes. Somehow I couldn't. After he was sent away to the asylum, it seemed he needed me more than when we were together.
Well, I doubt it was Spate calling you tonight. Would have been about the time I was with him.
You've seen Mervyn?
I waited on the bomb site in Luggett Hill. He came there as I thought he might.
How was he? I mean, how did he act?
As you would expect a hunted man to act.
Did he say anything?
He insisted he wasn't insane.
He kept insisting that all through the trial.
Well, criminals are always insisting they're innocent.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked him why he had broken out of Broadmoor. But he didn't answer.
I can tell you why, Mr. Bishop. There can be only one reason: to kill me.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier, Phantom, Skyhawk, Cobra, Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Josephine! Open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Come in now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This World History lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Rarely does one find a detective in the social register. Hugo Bishop, London's super sleuth, is an exception. He's a whippet-like, non-violent man. With a penchant for chess, he prefers milkshakes to ale, and has a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. This should lend solace to the overwrought Thelma Tasman. Hugo Bishop is on her case. The case of her husband, actually. Convicted killer Mervyn Spate, who recently escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The fact is, Thelma finds Bishop's unorthodox methods disquieting. Nevertheless, Hugo and his intuitive secretary, Vera Gorange, press on. Staying close to Thelma Tasman are publisher Maurice Gerald her employer and steadfast friend. Fashion photographer Rex Willison, a volunteer male companion. Freddie Frisney of Scotland Yard. And, of course, Hugo Bishop. Oddly, Thelma's common-law husband, Victor Tasman, is out of town. Hugo Bishop has never met the man, but would like to. He'd like to look him in the eye to see if there's a resemblance to a series of sketches he's been shown by Mervyn Spate, because Hugo Bishop is convinced that Mervyn Spate is innocent, and the man portrayed in the sketches is not. Queen in Danger continues, following this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
What was Mervyn waiting for, I wondered. I knew he had learned of my identity as Gloria Del Rey and my address as Mrs. Victor Tasman. I was certain he meant to kill me as he had killed Joanna Martin. Was he waiting for Victor to return? Or waiting only to torture me? If that was his intention, it was working. The longer he waited, the more my terror grew.
Yes, miss?
He was a small, thin man, bald as a billiard ball. His nose was hooked, as if years of sniffing at articles brought to him for sale had caused it to turn under. His shoulders were slightly humped, their blades visible beneath his old sweater, making him look like a bird of prey with its large wings folded. He leaned forward in the dim light, assuming the posture of a vulture among the littered display of cast-off clothing, kit bags, golf clubs, cameras, binoculars, violins and guitars, and guns.
Can I do something for you?
There's something in your window.
There's many things.
The little black gun.
Oh, yes, I thought perhaps. In my business, you guess, so you can tell. I'll get it for you. There it is, miss. It's small, it's light. Just right for a young woman such as yourself.
Have you suitable ammunition?
Well, I may have. Yes, I may have. But, have you a license?
No,
It's not always easy to get a license, you know. One must have a reason for carrying a gun. They always ask.
I shall be able to satisfy them. How much is the gun?
Well, with the clips of ammunition I think I could find, the gun will be £12.
I haven't that amount with me.
I will accept your check, miss. I don't accept checks as a rule, but I will accept yours.
I prefer to pay cash. I have about £10 with me.
It's the perfect little weapon for you. I say, would it be possible for you to bring the additional £2 in later?
No. I shan't be this way again.
Well, then I suppose, very well, miss. I won't neglect my chance of doing you a service.
And the ammunition?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you.
My shop is so dusty and dark. Few young ladies as beautiful as you come into it. You bring it life. You take away death.
I paid the £10, dropped the gun into my handbag and walked briskly out of the dark little shop, away from the little vulture man. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, back into the bright afternoon sun, and ran straight into the ubiquitous Hugo Bishop.
Well, hello.
Did you follow me here, Mr. Bishop?
I might ask you the same. Did you follow me?
Sorry. I suppose that was an odd thing to think.
Well, quite understandable. That is, as understandable as any coincidence can be. I'm merely waiting for the garage across the way to check the oil in my car, and you're simply doing some shopping.
Yes, of course.
The only coincidence is that my garage and your shop happen to be opposite. I was whiling away my time. In fact, staring into that extraordinary pawn shop window. Must contain everything in the world.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Bishop. I have still another show to cover.
Well, let me run you over there. You'll have finished my car by now.
It actually isn't far.
Ah, well then you'll be in good time. Come along.
What is it, Mr. Bishop? You seem different now than last night when you came to help me.
Different? How?
Well, you were very kind. You offered just what I needed, a sort of quiet strength.
That's me. I'm the archetype, strong, silent man.
You would be, if you didn't try to be so facetious.
Me facetious, Mrs. Tasman. Very well. I'll be serious, if you'd like. Who are you trying to shield?
I don't understand.
Are you trying to shield Victor Tasman? Or Maurice Gerald? Or Rex Willison? Or someone whose name I don't know? Someone called the Gent.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
These are times that require each of us to take a good look at our car needs, to think out sensibly just what car in what size is right for us. For many people, a small Vega is right, but for many others, a larger, roomier car such as Impala makes just as much sense. Impala's legroom and comfortable ride make sense for families, carpools, and business travel. For those of us with car needs that a small car simply can't fulfill, Impala is still the great American value.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
Chevrolet wants you to think sensibly about your car needs. When you do, we think you'll agree that small size, mid-size, or full size, Chevrolet makes sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name two things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Millard Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
I watched her face as I asked my question, naming the men around her. But she only looked bewildered. That perhaps was my answer. Now she sat quietly beside me as I drove her to the next show.
I've been trying to understand what you meant. What would I be trying to shield them from?
Hanging?
Hanging? Victor, Maurice, Rex.
Thelma, there is the theory being considered now that your husband, Mervyn Spate, might truly be innocent.
Mervyn innocent? But he's been proven mad.
Yes, and that has become your obsession.
I lived with Mervyn. I saw his terrible temper.
That doesn't mean he's done murder.
But if he didn't...
Someone else did. Someone close to you, I should think. Someone you might be trying to protect because he means more to you than Mervyn Spate.
But I believe Mervyn did it. I believe he's mad.
Yes, I rather think you do. And perhaps you're right. But Mervyn believes he's innocent and sane, and that perhaps you're shielding the real murderer.
Poor mad Mervyn. Before our marriage was a year old, we'd stopped loving each other. And I'd begun to be afraid. Afraid of his unreasonable rages.
And now you fear his madness.
Yes.
Here we are. Park Court.
Thank you again, Mr. Bishop.
Where will you be going after this show you're covering?
There's a cocktail bash at the Lotus Bowl.
Are the gates crashable?
Will you come?
I just might. With a guest, if I may.
Of course. Who is it?
Lady Faversham. A dear old thing I picked up at the garden fete. You'd adore her. Though I should warn you of one thing.
What's that?
She's a bit nervous. So do be careful not to let anything go off in your handbag. I thought about Thelma buying the gun and wondered why. To defend herself if Spate showed up. Her obsession might have driven her to that point. I had no way of knowing if she bought the thing by plan or by impulse. I found Freddie Frisnay wrestling with the same knobby issue.
What do you make of the Tasman woman, in light of a new role?
You mean now that she's toting a rod?
Precisely.
Freddie. So your man was shopping with her, was he?
Of course. He had more trouble keeping out of your way than hers.
He shouldn't be so sensitive. I wouldn't bite him. Freddie, why do you think she's bought a gun?
To shoot someone with.
Couple of rare sleuths we are. By the by, Freddie, my man.
I am not your man.
Oh, Freddie, just a figure of speech, old boy. Have you any records at the yard on a bloke called the Gent?
Several. It's not uncommon, you know. Any hoodlum who sports a Woolworths tie-pin gets the name.
Well, check the lot. The one I'm interested in was described as a tough businessman sort. Had a car, middle-aged, a big man.
Well, that narrows it. We'll check. Is he someone who might have been involved with Joanna Martin?
Yes. A lot of blokes were, apparently. And while you're at it, you might also check an Emerson, little man with glasses. Had a car, some money, and a Sydney, a flash type, smoked cigars, wore rings. Cocky little rat.
Why didn't you put me onto these characters over our lunch?
You weren't inclined to consider anyone else but Spate at that point, as I recall.
Don't misread me, Hugo. I'm still not. That is, not officially.
Good old cautious Freddie.
I'll follow your leads and keep in touch. Now, don't push me.
Cocktails at the Lotus Bowl. I'm agreeable, but what are we doing?
Just keeping our fingers in the pie.
Who am I supposed to be at this bash, did you say?
Lady Faversham, the dear old baggage I picked up at a horse fair.
The name is reasonable. I dislike the description.
Well, how about a bit of fluff I picked up at a carpet sale?
In any event, an English eccentric of some 60 summers who's a nut on fashion.
That's the birdie. Lorgnette, jet locket, dodo feather fan, and tweed galoshes.
Sounds like fun. I'll go to work on it.
And of course, one thing to keep in mind this evening.
What's that?
The Queen is packing a gas. When Gory returned, she was dressed to the nines for her party role as Lady Faversham. Expensive basic black cultured pearls and her blue rinse piled high in an elegant upsweep.
The old baggage from the horse fair has arrived.
Cotton down. Oh?
Is this Bishop?
It is.
This is Mervyn Spate.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile. And you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, But I may be going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
Spate wanted to talk to me. We arranged a meeting place. It meant we both would have to shinny our way through the police and Scotland Yard dragnet. It also meant that Gory and I would have to forego our cocktail date with Thelma Tasman and Company at the Lotus Bowl. My rendezvous with Spate seemed more important. And now I had something more urgent for Gory to do as well. I gave her a list of names. There were people I wanted to have on deck later tonight, if the plan I had in mind took shape.
Lovely. I always get gussied up in my best basic black and pearls to spend the evening on the telephone.
Don't worry. Lady Barisham may have her hour of glory yet.
Where are you meeting Spate?
Oh, round.
KG.
Reasons?
Dangerous?
Depends. Is Spate a lunatic killer, or isn't he?
I don't think you should go without telling me where to look for your body.
With the police all around Spate as they are, they'll find my remains PDQ. So you don't have to worry your beautiful blue rinse about that.
Some consolation you're leaving me with.
Oh, no. Gory girl, don't go sentimental on me. Now, you get on the blower, and I'll see you later. With luck. I found Spate waiting on the embankment of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Chelsea Bridge, crouched beside the dark water, chilled and cramped, hungry and exhausted. Spate. It's me, Bishop.
I wasn't sure you'd come.
I said I would. I brought you some food, but you better eat it slowly.
Oh, thank you.
The police are moving across this whole area. They'll be coming down here by land and by water.
I know. They nearly had me twice.
You said you wanted to talk. We don't have long.
Last time we met, I got the feeling you might help me.
I think I have been. Provided you didn't actually murder Joanna Martin.
Dear God. I thought there was only one other man living who could consider I didn't do it. The man who did.
And you didn't kill the girl, Spate?
At my trial, I got tired of saying no. Sometimes at the asylum, I said I did. It never seemed to matter much which I said. You really want to know?
I do.
No, I did not kill her.
You saw the man who did?
I saw him.
The man in your sketches?
Yes.
Can I see them again?
Very well.
I'll have to wait until we get close to where the light is better.
We?
I want you to come with me, Spate.
Come with you? Where?
Where we can get you some rest.
If I stay here, they'll get me. I may as well come with you. But look here. You cross me, Bishop, and so help me, I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, everybody says I'm a murderer, don't they?
There's something you should know, Spate. If the real murderer has gotten himself close to your wife for his own reasons, she doesn't know it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure. Come on. Better get out of here.
Wait, Bishop. You're taking a chance doing this. Tell me why.
Don't try to figure me out, Spade. There isn't time.
Hugo Bishop had made such a point of planning to gate crash the cocktail party at the Lotus Bowl. Why hadn't he shown up, I wondered? There'd been no sign of him. Or Lady Verisham, whoever she might be. Again, as I lost the protection of the crowd around me and was faced with another night of lonely panic, I sought the comforting male companionship of Rex Willison.
What is it, Thelma? You've been edgy all evening.
I expected someone tonight who didn't come, that's all.
Will you have dined, you love?
I like your company, Rex.
Great. I've always wanted a kid sister.
Poor boy. When a woman doesn't want you for your rippling torso, you just get lost in the forest, don't you?
That's Gloria Del Rey and her fashion talk.
And you'd rather have passion talk.
Just because I asked you to my flat doesn't mean I wanted to show you my etchings. You said something about dreading another night alone.
I said that?
You did, love.
I'm sorry. It only means I miss Victor.
Of course. But he's away and I'm here.
And you've been just what I needed. You told me 3 genuinely funny stories and gave me a marvelous dinner. And now you're going to see me safely home.
I am? Yes, I suppose I am.
But as soon as Rex had seen me inside my door and left me alone as I asked him to, I was sorry I'd sent him away. Sorry I hadn't gone to his flat. I could have dealt with him. Anything would be better than my renewed feeling of panic. I tried telephoning Rex, but there was no answer. Victor. I had to hear the sound of Victor's voice again.
Bristol Motel.
Mr. Victor Tasman, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tasman is checked out.
Checked out? Are you sure?
Just a moment, I'll make certain. Yes, Mr. Tasman left at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I'm sorry, he did not.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop's office?
This is Thelma Tasman. Is Mr. Bishop there?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Tasman. He's not just now.
Well, tell him I called, will you?
Oh, Mrs. Tasman. He'll want to know where he can reach you later. What shall I tell him?
Tell him I'll call back. I was afraid to leave, but even more afraid to stay. I decided to spend the night at a hotel somewhere on the other side of the city. I phoned for a taxi, gathered up my wrap and handbag, and cautiously opened the door. Then I remembered the gun. I had taken it out to load it and placed it in the drawer of my bedside table. I hurried back to get it. Then I remembered I had left the door to my apartment open. I heard the sound of the lift gates at the other end of the passage. Did I really hear it, or was it in my imagination? But now, there were muffled footsteps coming down the passage toward my door. I mustn't see him. I couldn't stand the sight of his face, his killer hands, his eyes that were mad. My fingers closed around the gun. I heard the small click of the safety catch as I released it. His footsteps drew closer. Slowly, quietly. Then, suddenly, the stream of light was broken by the dark shadow of his silhouette, and the gun in my hand went off.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills, Robert Brown, and Murray Matheson. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Rarely does one find a detective in the social register. Hugo Bishop, London's super sleuth, is an exception. He's a whippet-like, non-violent man. With a penchant for chess, he prefers milkshakes to ale, and has a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. This should lend solace to the overwrought Thelma Tasman. Hugo Bishop is on her case. The case of her husband, actually. Convicted killer Mervyn Spate, who recently escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The fact is, Thelma finds Bishop's unorthodox methods disquieting. Nevertheless, Hugo and his intuitive secretary, Vera Gorange, press on. Staying close to Thelma Tasman are publisher Maurice Gerald, her employer and steadfast friend, fashion photographer Rex Willison, a volunteer male companion, Freddie Frisney of Scotland Yard, and, of course, Hugo Bishop. Oddly, Thelma's common-law husband, Victor Tasman, is out of town. Hugo Bishop has never met the man, but would like to. He'd like to look him in the eye to see if there's a resemblance to a series of sketches he's been shown by Mervyn Spate, because Hugo Bishop is convinced that Mervyn Spate is innocent, and the man portrayed in the sketches is not. Queen in Danger continues, following this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brown X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girls to tomorrow.
What was Mervyn waiting for, I wondered. I knew he had learned of my identity as Gloria Del Rey and my address as Mrs. Victor Tasman. I was certain he meant to kill me as he had killed Joanna Martin. Was he waiting for Victor to return? Or waiting only to torture me? If that was his intention, it was working. The longer he waited, the more my terror grew.
Yes, miss?
He was a small, thin man, bald as a billiard ball. His nose was hooked, as if years of sniffing at articles brought to him for sale had caused it to turn under. His shoulders were slightly humped, their blades visible beneath his old sweater, making him look like a bird of prey with its large wings folded. He leaned forward in the dim light, assuming the posture of a vulture among the littered display of cast-off clothing, kit bags, golf clubs, cameras, binoculars, violins and guitars, and guns.
Can I do something for you?
There's something in your window.
There's many things.
The little black gun.
Oh, yes, I thought perhaps. In my business, you guess you can tell. I'll get it for you. There it is, miss. It's small, it's light. Just right for a young woman such as yourself.
Have you suitable ammunition?
Well, I may have. Yes, I may have. But, have you a license?
No,
It's not always easy to get a license, you know. One must have a reason for carrying a gun. They always ask.
I shall be able to satisfy them. How much is the gun?
Well, with the clips of ammunition I think I could find, the gun will be £12.
I haven't that amount with me.
I will accept your check, miss. I don't accept checks as a rule, but I will accept yours.
I prefer to pay cash. I have about £10 with me.
It's a perfect little weapon for you. I say, would it be possible for you to bring the additional £2 in later?
No. I shan't be this way again.
Well, then I suppose, very well, miss. I won't neglect my chance of doing you a service.
And the ammunition?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you.
My shop is so dusty and dark. Few young ladies as beautiful as you come into it. You bring it life. You take away death.
I paid the £10, dropped the gun into my handbag and walked briskly out of the dark little shop, away from the little vulture man. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, back into the bright afternoon sun, and ran straight into the ubiquitous Hugo Bishop.
Well, hello.
Did you follow me here, Mr. Bishop?
I might ask you the same. Did you follow me?
Sorry. I suppose that was an odd thing to think.
Well, quite understandable. That is, as understandable as any coincidence can be. I'm merely waiting for the garage across the way to check the oil in my car, and you're simply doing some shopping.
Yes, of course.
The only coincidence is that my garage and your shop happen to be opposite. I was whiling away my time. In fact, staring into the extraordinary pawn shop window. Must contain everything in the world.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Bishop. I have still another show to cover.
Well, let me run you over there. You'll have finished my car by now.
It actually isn't far.
Ah, well then you'll be in good time. Come along.
What is it, Mr. Bishop? You seem different now than last night when you came to help me.
Different? How?
Well, you were very kind. You offered just what I needed, a sort of quiet strength.
That's me. I'm the archetype of strong and silent man.
You would be, if you didn't try to be so facetious.
Me facetious, Mrs. Tasman. Very well. I'll be serious, if you'd like. Who are you trying to shield?
I don't understand.
Are you trying to shield Victor Tasman? Or Maurice Gerald? Or Rex Willison? Or someone whose name I don't know? Someone called the Gent.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
These are times that require each of us to take a good look at our car needs, to think out sensibly just what car in what size is right for us. For many people, a small Vega is right, but for many others, a larger, roomier car such as Impala makes just as much sense. Impala's leg room and comfortable ride make sense for families, carpools, and business travel. For those of us with car needs that a small car simply can't fulfill, Impala is still the great American value.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
Chevrolet wants you to think sensibly about your car needs. When you do, we think you'll agree that small size, mid-size, or full size, Chevrolet makes sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
All right. Now, here's a serious one. Name two things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Miller Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
I watched her face as I asked my question, naming the men around her. But she only looked bewildered. That perhaps was my answer. Now she sat quietly beside me as I drove her to the next show.
I've been trying to understand what you meant. What would I be trying to shield them from?
Hanging?
Hanging? Victor, Maurice, Rex.
Thelma, there is the theory being considered now that your husband, Mervyn Spate, might truly be innocent.
Mervyn innocent? But he's been proven mad.
Yes, and that has become your obsession.
I lived with Mervyn. I saw his terrible temper.
That doesn't mean he's done murder.
But if he didn't...
Someone else did. Someone close to you, I should think. Someone you might be trying to protect because he means more to you than Mervyn Spate.
But I believe Mervyn did it. I believe he's mad.
Yes. I rather think you do. And perhaps you're right. But Mervyn believes he's innocent and sane, and that perhaps you're shielding the real murderer.
Poor mad Mervyn. Before our marriage was a year old, we'd stopped loving each other. And I'd begun to be afraid. Afraid of his unreasonable rages.
And now you fear his madness.
Yes.
Here we are. Park Court.
Thank you again, Mr. Bishop.
Where will you be going after this show you're covering?
There's a cocktail bash at the Lotus Bowl.
Are the gates crashable?
Will you come?
I just might. With a guest, if I may.
Of course. Who is it?
Lady Faversham. A dear old thing I picked up at the garden fete. You'd adore her. Though I should warn you of one thing.
What's that?
She's a bit nervous. So do be careful not to let anything go off in your handbag. I thought about Thelma buying the gun and wondered why. To defend herself if Spate showed up. Her obsession might have driven her to that point. I had no way of knowing if she bought the thing by plan or by impulse. I found Freddie Fresnay wrestling with the same knobby issue.
What do you make of the Tasman woman, in light of a new role?
You mean now that she's toting a rod?
Precisely.
Freddie. So your man was shopping with her, was he?
Of course. He had more trouble keeping out of your way than hers.
He shouldn't be so sensitive. I wouldn't bite him. Freddie, why do you think she's bought a gun?
To shoot someone with.
Couple of rare sleuths we are. By the by, Freddie, my man.
I am not your man.
Oh, Freddie, just a figure of speech, old boy. Have you any records at the yard on a bloke called the Gent?
Several. It's not uncommon, you know. Any hoodlum who sports a Woolworth's tie pin gets the name.
Well, check the lot. The one I'm interested in was described as a tough businessman sort. Had a car, middle-aged, a big man.
That narrows it. We'll check. Is he someone who might have been involved with Joanna Martin?
Yes. A lot of blokes were, apparently. And while you're at it, you might also check an Emerson, little man with glasses. Had a car, some money, and a Sydney, a flash type, smoked cigars, wore rings. Cocky little rat.
Why didn't you put me onto these characters over our lunch?
You weren't inclined to consider anyone else but Spate at that point, as I recall.
Don't misread me, Hugo. I'm still not. That is, not officially.
Good old cautious Freddie.
I'll follow your leads and keep in touch. Now, don't push me.
Cocktails at the Lotus Bowl. I'm agreeable, but what are we doing?
Just keeping our fingers in the pie.
Who am I supposed to be at this bash, did you say?
Lady Verisham, a dear old baggage I picked up at a horse fair.
The name is reasonable. I dislike the description.
Well, how about a bit of fluff I picked up at a carpet sale?
In any event, an English eccentric of some 60 summers who's a nut on fashion.
That's the birdie. Lorgnette, jet locket, dodo feather fan, and tweed galoshes.
Sounds like fun. I'll go to work on it.
And of course, one thing to keep in mind this evening.
What's that?
The Queen is packing a gas. When Gory returned, she was dressed to the nines for her party role as Lady Verisham. Expensive basic black cultured pearls, and her blue rinse piled high in an elegant upsweep.
The old baggage from the horse fair has arrived.
Cotton, without. Well?
Is this Bishop?
It is.
This is Mervyn Spate.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but you know, that's a high-performance automobile, and you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him. But I may be going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
Spate wanted to talk to me. We arranged a meeting place. It meant we both would have to shinny our way through the police and Scotland Yard dragnet. It also meant that Gloria and I would have to forego our cocktail date with Thelma Tasman and Company at the Lotus Bowl. My rendezvous with Spate seemed more important. And now I had something more urgent for Gloria to do as well. I gave her a list of names. There were people I wanted to have on deck later tonight, if the plan I had in mind took shape.
Lovely. I always get gussied up in my best basic black and pearls to spend the evening on the telephone.
Don't worry. Lady Barisham may have her hour of glory yet.
Where are you meeting Spate?
Oh, round.
KG.
Reasons?
Dangerous?
Depends. Is Spate a lunatic killer, or isn't he?
I don't think you should go without telling me where to look for your body.
With the police all around Spate as they are, they'll find my remains PDQ. So you don't have to worry your beautiful blue rinse about that.
Some consolation you're leaving me with.
Oh, no. Gory girl, don't go sentimental on me. Now, you get on the blower. I'll see you later. With luck. I found Spate waiting on the embankment of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Chelsea Bridge, crouched beside the dark water, chilled and cramped, hungry and exhausted. Spate. It's me, Bishop.
I wasn't sure you'd come.
I said I would. I brought you some food, but you better eat it slowly.
Oh, thank you.
The police are moving across this whole area. They'll be coming down here by land and by water.
I know. They nearly had me twice.
You said you wanted to talk. We don't have long.
Last time we met, I got the feeling you might help me.
I think I have been. Provided you didn't actually murder Joanna Martin.
Dear God. I thought there was only one other man living who could consider I didn't do it. The man who did.
And you didn't kill the girl, Spate?
At my trial, I got tired of saying no. Sometimes at the asylum, I said, I did. It never seemed to matter much which I said. You really want to know?
I do.
No, I did not kill her.
You saw the man who did?
I saw him.
The man in your sketches?
Yes.
Can I see them again?
Very well.
I'll have to wait until we get close to where the light is better.
We?
I want you to come with me, Spate.
Come with you? Where?
Where we can get you some rest.
If I stay here, they'll get me. I may as well come with you. But look here. You cross me, Bishop, and so help me. I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, everybody says I'm a murderer, don't they?
There's something you should know, Spate. If the real murderer has gotten himself close to your wife for his own reasons, she doesn't know it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure. Come on. Better get out of here.
Wait, Bishop. You're taking a chance doing this. Tell me why.
Don't try to figure me out, Spade. There isn't time.
Hugo Bishop had made such a point of planning to gate crash the cocktail party at the Lotus Bowl. Why hadn't he shown up, I wondered? There'd been no sign of him, or Lady Verisham, whoever she might be. Again, as I lost the protection of the crowd around me and was faced with another night of lonely panic, I sought the comforting male companionship of Rex Willison.
What is it, Thelma? You've been edgy all evening.
I expected someone tonight who didn't come, that's all.
Will you have dined, you love?
I like your company, Rex.
Great. I've always wanted a kid sister.
Poor boy. When a woman doesn't want you for your rippling torso, you just get lost in the forest, don't you?
That's Gloria Del Rey and her fashion talk.
And you'd rather have fashion talk.
Just because I asked you to my flat doesn't mean I wanted to show you my etchings. You said something about dreading another night alone.
I said that?
You did, love.
I'm sorry. It only means I miss Victor.
Of course. But he's away and I'm here.
And you've been just what I needed. You told me 3 genuinely funny stories and gave me a marvelous dinner. And now you're going to see me safely home.
I am? Yes, I suppose I am.
But as soon as Rex had seen me inside my door and left me alone as I asked him to, I was sorry I'd sent him away. Sorry I hadn't gone to his flat. I could have dealt with him. Anything would be better than my renewed feeling of panic. I tried telephoning Rex, but there was no answer. Victor. I had to hear the sound of Victor's voice again.
Bristol Motel.
Mr. Victor Tasman, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tasman is checked out.
Checked out? Are you sure?
Just a moment, I'll make certain. Yes, Mr. Tasman left at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I'm sorry, he did not.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop's office?
This is Thelma Tasman. Is Mr. Bishop there?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Tasman. He's not just now.
Well, tell him I called, will you?
Oh, Mrs. Tasman. He'll want to know where he can reach you later. What shall I tell him?
Tell him I'll call back. I was afraid to leave, but even more afraid to stay. I decided to spend the night at a hotel somewhere on the other side of the city. I phoned for a taxi, gathered up my wrap and handbag, and cautiously opened the door. Then I remembered the gun. I had taken it out to load it and placed it in the drawer of my bedside table. I hurried back to get it. Then I remembered I had left the door to my apartment open. I heard the sound of the lift gates at the other end of the passage. Did I really hear it, or was it in my imagination? But now, there were muffled footsteps coming down the passage toward my door. I mustn't see him. I couldn't stand the sight of his face, his killer hands, his eyes that were mad. My fingers closed around the gun. I heard the small click of the safety catch as I released it. His footsteps drew closer. Slowly, quietly. Then, suddenly, the stream of light was broken by the dark shadow of his silhouette, and the gun in my hand went off.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills, Robert Brown, and Murray Matheson. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
London's Hugo Bishop, eccentric connoisseur of crime, would be the first to admit that he is not infallible. However, he'd be quick to add that he is seldom wrong, and he is now preparing to administer the acid test for a course in murder. Who was the real killer at Ludgate Hill? The obvious answer is Mervyn Spate. The man was convicted. But Hugo Bishop hasn't time for the obvious, nor has Thalma Tasman, nor for that matter has Mervyn Spate. With Scotland Yard's dragnet closing in, his time is running out. Hugo Bishop's test has but one question. It's multiple choice. The real murderer is A. Victor Tasman, Thelma's common-law husband. B. Maurice Gerald, her friend and employer. Or C. Rex Willison, fashion photographer and willing companion. Everyone ready? Pencils sharpened? The conclusion of Queen in Danger, after the word go.
I was certain that it was Mervyn, come at last, and he had come to kill me. I pointed the gun and squeezed the trigger. It kicked in my hand. I was holding it so tightly, I don't know how many times I fired. But the dark shadow of the man didn't crumple to the floor in a pool of blood as I expected. Instead, it moved into the room and came toward me. And I saw that it wasn't Mervyn at all. It was Rex Willison.
It's all right, love. You missed.
He reached out for the gun, and I dropped it limply into his hand. He eased me into a chair, and I saw him drop the weapon into his pocket as a policeman came to the door, followed by a couple of my more curious neighbours.
Aye, what's up, mister? What were their shots all about?
Shots? I didn't hear any shots.
Oh, come off it, mister. We heard 'em plain enough, didn't we, Herbert? 3 of 'em. Bam, 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 like that. Right, Herbert?
Oh, that wasn't shooting. The ice tray was jammed in the fridge. I was breaking it free with a hammer. I guess you'll have to charge me with the breach of the peace, officer.
Glad to know that's all it was. All right, people. Let's all get back to our own flats, shall we?
Sorry, officer. Didn't know I was waking the dead.
People are too curious for their own good sometimes.
Not as good to know you boys are on the job.
We're on a bloody job, all right. Extra hours these days. Well, good night, then.
Good night, officer. He's gone. Luckily, he didn't see the slugs in the doorpost. You're a rotten shot, love.
Oh, Rex, I'm sorry.
I know what you thought. You thought I was he. You've had the heaves ever since he broke out.
Then you know who I am?
I've known it all along. I covered the Joanna Martin murder for one of the newspaper syndicates.
And you haven't told anyone? About me, I mean.
Oh, you know me, love. I'm not much of a talker.
Oh, Rex.
But I must say I don't think the gun is a good idea.
May I have it back?
If you don't mind, I think I'd better keep it for you.
Mervyn Spate sat rigidly at my side as I guided my ancient Rolls-Royce directly through the heart of the police dragnet. Hang on. It'll soon be roses the rest of the way.
Everybody I see looks like a cop.
They jolly well could be. Oh. That one is for sure. An old friend of mine from the yard. A bit gullible, I must say. He spotted my car. You stay put. I'll handle him. Good evening, Freddie. You look a bit fagged.
This isn't exactly fun and games, Hugo. You have anything for me?
Oh, yes, old boy. I've got Spate in my car. Did you want him?
Correction, this is fun and games to you, I suppose.
As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of throwing a party later tonight. An informal little spree at the Rothbury Club.
Enjoy yourself.
Looking about midnight. You might find it interesting.
Not as interesting as I expect to find my bed at that hour.
You can come officially, Freddie. Bring all the boys. Drinks on me. Spate will be there.
Hugo, are you on the level?
You know me, chump. Now I must be going. I've someone with me. See you about 12. Spate and I made it the rest of the way through the police blockade without a hitch. 3 minutes after, we were safely in my digs. Spate was sound asleep. Gory reported to me that she had managed to contact everyone I'd asked her to, making up the most interesting guest list any party ever had going for it. While we waited, I tried to engage Gory in our continuing chess match, but as usual, she couldn't keep her mind on the game.
There is the chance that nothing will come off at this party, isn't there?
Perhaps. But I believe our person, the man in Spate's sketches, is among those on the guest list, and if he shows, and I believe he will, our party is bound to be a smashing success. A reunion, I should think. Our person hasn't seen Mervyn Spate since that fateful night at Ludgate Hill.
Do Do I understand you to say, Hugo, that Spate will be attending the party?
You understand me perfectly, Gory Girl. Mervyn Spate is to be the guest of honor. I went into the next room to rouse Spate. Wasn't easy. He'd gotten only an hour's rest, and I knew he needed more, but it couldn't be helped. It was now or never. A cold shower, a shave, black coffee, and a set of clean clothes brought him round. He was standing before the mirror, looping his tie into a full Windsor. His eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, but they were wide open, brimming with anticipation. You ready for this, Spate?
I've been ready for a long time.
Now, don't blow your cool, chum. If you see him, don't do anything. Leave that to me.
I don't know. After 2 long years where I've been...
Now, just promise me you won't do anything rash.
Mr. Bishop, I appreciate all you've done for me, but I must tell you one thing. I am a man of my word. And if I see that face tonight, the evil face that burned into my memory, I cannot promise you anything.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, watch things like out Route 59. Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hey, John, you're leaving the service soon. What are you going to do, huh?
Well, I'm not sure, but I know I want a job.
Well, the Army trained you in communications, and you had that extra training through the Veterans Administration.
Right, but if I work nights, I could go to school on the GI Bill and get a math degree, too.
I'd get the degree. Say, how about me? I'd sure like to get into banking. Think I got a chance?
Why not? A lot of banks are hiring veterans. And Uncle Sam can pay you monthly allowances while you're in training. Why don't you talk to the VA people? Hey, I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
How about lunch?
Yeah, okay.
Don't sound like disabled vets, do they? When it comes to work, they aren't disabled either. They've got training, ambition, eagerness to learn. All they need is a chance. You can give it to them. Contact your Veterans Administration or local state employment service office. Hire the disabled veteran. He's got a lot to give.
We drove through the dark London streets. It was a rough night for the boys. All over town there were splits, butties, dicks, bogies, flatties, the hot lot and the heavy mob. You couldn't put your mug outside the door without getting a flash lamp on it. Even the river was hot. But in the ballrooms, the nightclubs, and late supper establishments, no one was worried by the police hunt that spread like a net over the city. They danced, ate, drank, and were merry. In the Rothbury Club, there were perhaps 50 people jammed between the snack counter, the 2 bars, and the tiny bandstand. The word had got round. Hugo Bishop was giving a party. No one knew why I was giving a party, but that wasn't important. It was a good party, and these days good parties were hard to come by. In a way, it was a surprise party, and I adore surprises. I squeezed through the crowd to one of the bars.
Hello, Mr. Bishop. Ruddy good party. You know, I've never been to one like this.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Mott.
I never tasted gin like this before, neither.
No, I don't imagine you ever have. Sip it slowly. I don't want you to miss anything. I looked around the room. Thelma Tasman was just arriving. She was accompanied by her employer, Maurice Gerald. They were both impeccably dressed and made a rather handsome couple. The Queen looked majestic as always. The White Knight, number 1. I wondered, could Maurice Gerald be the man in the sketches? Spate would know, and so would I in due time. But there were others to consider. Rex Willison, for one. I spotted him in the crowd. He's not an easy man to miss, broad shoulders and all. He was conversing with a pretty lass I knew to be Thelma Tasman's best friend, Eve Jordan. Rex saved me the trouble of wading through the mob.
Oh, it looks like quite a blowout, Bishop. What's the occasion?
Shouldn't need a reason for a party, should we?
No, but something tells me you have one. When are you coming by to see those photographs?
You mean your syndicated coverage of the Joanna Martin murder?
You expressed an interest in seeing them, remember?
Yes. Old news never dies, does it? I'll see those photographs, Willison. But for now, I suggest you relax and enjoy yourself. White Night number 2. Present and accounted for. One more to go. The lady's husband, Victor Tasman. In the meantime, at a small table in the corner of the room, a man sat with a drink in front of him. He just sat there, fiddling with his tie and looking at the people. The lighting around him was dim. He was almost in shadow. No one paid him any notice. At straight up midnight, Detective Inspector Freddie Fresnay walked in and sent his plainclothes cronies to mingle among the crowd. Gullible but prompt. That's Freddie. I led him straight to the small table in the dark corner. I think it's about time you two gentlemen met.
Hello, Spade. We've been looking all over for you.
Oh, no. Come along, Freddie. I'll get you that drink. Is that Syke?
That's him, all right. I'll be damned if I know how you did it.
Even a hunted man couldn't resist one of Hugo Bishop's parties.
I can't just leave him here, you know.
You can have your man at a price, Freddie. My price.
All right, let's hear it.
A couple of hours to the outside.
You're sure of what you're doing?
State's here, isn't he? And you have the place covered?
All right, Hugo. You brought us this far. I have to give you that. We'll go along for a bit.
I have something else for you, too.
Some of Spade's sketches. You think this man could be here at the party, too, now?
Bucket of beer to a triple thick shake says he is. I looked over at Thelma Tasman and was certain he had to be. The Queen's white knights were swarming round her, including a late arrival that I surmised was, at last, Victor Tasman.
Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, Victor. I feel much better now that you're here.
I tried to come up earlier on the afternoon train, planning to go back on Monday. But business got frantic and I had to hang on. Then I had a phone call from a Miss Gorringe about this party. I don't quite understand. But she said you would be here and that it was important that I come.
According to Mrs. Bishop, it is. But I don't know any more about it than you do.
That's the secret of a successful party. Keep your guests in suspense.
Oh, Mr. Bishop, this is Victor Tasman.
How do you do? Strong handshake, I like that. Glad you could make it, Mr. Tasman.
I found your Miss Gorringe rather difficult to refuse.
Yes, I find it that way myself. Thelma, may I tear you away for a moment?
Victor, would you mind?
Of course not, dear.
Thelma, there is something you should know. Mervyn Spade is here.
Mervyn?
It's quite all right. He won't bother you. In fact, I'd rather think he's enjoying the party. I just didn't want you to be startled into doing something rash if you saw him.
But what if he...
Good girl. Enjoy the party. So the board was set. All the pieces were in place. Victor Tasman, the final piece, had taken his place alongside the Queen. Freddie and his men were at the ready. I waited, keeping my eyes on the man sitting alone in the darkest corner of the room. One last preliminary, and then we could begin. I scanned the room, looking for one particular woman. Suddenly I saw Rex Willison make a bolt to the door. Not going, Willison?
No, I have to make a phone call.
I wouldn't if I were you.
It's urgent.
I expect so, but you'll have to wait.
Look, I know Spade's here. I've seen him.
So have the police, and they're here too, all over the place. We're all sitting on a tidy powder keg. You're going off half-cocked with send it off prematurely.
But it's a big story. I can't ignore it.
There's likely to be even a bigger one. You'll have an exclusive. Just hold on.
For how long?
Not long, now, I shouldn't think. I spotted the woman I was looking for over where I'd seen her earlier at the bar. Ah, Mrs. Martin, having a good time?
Oh, ripping.
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. You may know him.
Me? Know someone here?
Yes, I'm sure of it. Someone. My friend may not be that one. Shall we find out? She was a bit tipsy, but managed to take my arm. I led her over to where Mervyn Spate was seated.
Well, where is he?
Ever see this man before, Mrs. Martin? Did he ever come round looking for Joanna before she was murdered?
I've never seen this bloke before in my life.
The sun is shining, things are growing, things are going well with you and me.
A future planned together, a rich full life together, things as bright as they can be.
We're helping 40 million people, more than 40 million people who know the future is now. That's metropolitan life. We help to plan your future because the future is now.
The future will be here in a moment. Don't let it take you by surprise. At Metropolitan Life, we've spent over a century helping people prepare for the future. And Metropolitan can do the same for you.
At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan your future because the future is now.
The Zero Hour continues after this. Looking for a few good men who want to learn good jobs. And today, a qualified man can choose the direction he wants to go in the Marine Corps. Choose the kind of skills he wants to learn, like computers, aircraft maintenance, or electronics, radio communications, food services, aviation technology. You name it, Marines do it. If you want to learn it, the Marines will teach you skills, responsibility, and leadership in any field you can handle. Remember, qualified men can choose their own directions in the Marine Corps. Skills to learn, careers to build in many directions. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to choose their own directions, want to learn good jobs, want to be Marines.
Mrs. Martin's denial of ever having seen Mervyn Spate completed the preliminaries. Now it was time to proceed. God save the Queen. I suggested to Spate that he take a walk around the room with me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Gory watching us with interest, and Freddie Frisnay keeping tabs on our every move. Spate's face remained expressionless as he made the rounds. Well, you've already met one of Scotland Yard's finest, and of course, my right-hand woman, Vera Gorringe. The young lady traveling behind us is Joanna Martin's sister-in-law. Ah, Mrs. Martin, forgive the oversight on my part. This gentleman is Mervyn Spate.
Oh, he ain't the one that was hanging round.
Correct, my dear.
Then he ain't the one who did in the winch.
Correct again.
Then who did?
Come along. We're sure to find out shortly. Lord and Lady Cummins, so very good to see you again. I'd like you to meet Mervyn Spate, one of London's premier oral surgeons, Dr. Westbourne, Dr. Mervyn Spate. Some of high society's most reputable people are here tonight, including the lovely lady seated right over here, known throughout the fashion world as Gloria Del Rey. The three gentlemen seated beside her are Rex Williston, Maurice Gerald, and the lady's husband, I believe, Victor Tasman.
What is the meaning of this?
You shall see, Mr. Tasman.
I resent this public display.
Do you now, Mr. Gerald?
That man is Mervyn Spate.
Right, Mr. Williston.
And he's got a gun.
Fetch him! He's the one!
Spate, don't do it. Well, Mr. Gerald, he seems to be pointing the gun at you.
He's the one she called the gent.
We'll see to him for you, Spate. Please, put down that gun.
I've drawn your picture over and over. Now I see you again after 2 long years.
Spate, nobody move. This is my party, and this is my guest. Now, Mr. Spate, let me remind you about the trees. Remember, you couldn't see beyond them at the asylum.
He's crazy. Somebody stop him.
He has a point there, Mervyn. You are behaving like a crazy man. I suggest that you hand me the gun.
I told you, Bishop, no promises.
Well, then, you leave me no choice. I'll have to protect the real killer.
Hugo, don't! Stand aside, Bishop!
No promises, mate.
Stand aside.
Shoot now, and they'll put you away where you won't ever see the trees. Now, what's it going to be? Spade. Oh, very sane decision.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Don't thank me. Thank Mervyn Spate for sparing him. A second time. The next morning, Gorey and I sat around my desk and listened to Maurice Gerald's taped confession. Freddie had sent it over.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. After an all-night party, I got involved with her, and then she started taking little money. She made more and more demands. I could see there was to be no end to it. There was my wife and the kids. Now, why should a woman like that be allowed to destroy a marriage? I mean, a man's whole life.
So you killed her?
Yes. Yes. I killed her.
Well done, Hugo.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
The Queen is out of danger.
For the time being, at least. I trust she'll marry Victor Tasman now.
And Mervyn Spate is free at last.
Yes. Free to create a forest full of trees.
Bloody good show.
And they owe it all to you, gory girl.
Rubbish.
Modesty, Lady Verisham. Pure modesty. Shall we continue our game now? I'll clear away this mess. Now, where were we? I believe it's your move.
Mr. Bishop, you're certain to give me a sound thrashing. I'm a ruddy fool to ever play chess with you. That's curious.
Well, what is it you find so bloody curious, gory girl?
Check. Mate.
Good show. Bloody good show.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Hosea had a delicate ear operation. Maria gave birth to a premature infant. Raphael had a tooth pulled. And Angelica underwent cataract surgery. Each one came to the SS Hope, the famous white hospital ship, for care and treatment. Each left healthier, happier. But Hope does more than treat patients. At the side of Project Hope's professional medical personnel, there was a counterpart physician, nurse, dentist, or medical assistant from the patient's country who was working and learning. These medical trainees and professionals will continue to treat other Hoseas and Marias in their own country as Project Hope's living legacy. Help Hope live on. Write Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Adam Hall's Queen in Danger. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour. This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.